very good morning to you wherever you're listening in the world. It may be a good afternoon or even a good evening, but it's a glorious morning at Lloyd's in London for the start of the third day of the third Test match between England and India, and just as every other day in this series has been intriguingly poised, this one is no different, with India resuming on 145 for 3. They are still some way behind, but it's perfect batting conditions. They're 242 runs behind, in fact, but not a cloud in the sky, quite literally. Oh, I've just spotted one. There is one, a very small one away to the west, but perfect batting conditions, a beautiful batting day. It's moving day, traditionally, third day of a Test match. But this Test match has moved intriguingly rather than quickly. Steve Harmison and Jarrod Kimber alongside me. Massive day for the series. I get that sense, Harmy. It might not be, but I just get a sense it will be.
Oh, good morning, Jarrod. Good morning, Manners. Yeah, good morning, everyone. I think it is a big day for the series. Trying to work out how this is going to go. I mean, the scoring rate's been so slow. We've lost so many overs. I don't want to really get back onto that soapbox, but we've lost a lot of this Test match so far. I think England need to strike early, because we all know the backstory of Stokes' body, Archer's body, Wokes and Cars playing back-to-back Test matches. England won't want to be fielding at tea time today, because then that goes into 100 and odd overs, and then the chances of England winning the game and taking 20 wickets to come back from a fitness point of view, I think will be a lot more difficult. So I think if India want to gamble a little bit and try and force this first session, or force the middle session, and try and get themselves ahead of the game, that's what I'd be wanting this game to go and encouraging the game to go, especially with the two spin options they've got, where England have got 17 wickets to win this Test match. India have only got 10. And that, for me, as much as I think England are still ahead here, I think if India have a good first session, then all of a sudden I think that'll change very quickly.
Harry Brook is cartwheeling at second slip, as he tends to do. It's full of the joys of spring, shows literally a spring in the step, a spring in the arms. Jofra Archer is poised at the top of his run-up for the first delivery, and anticipation high. Just 2 slips, no gully. Archer into Pant down the leg side. 4 runs. India off to a perfect start. Archer 2 full, 2 straight. Morning, Jarrod.
Yeah, it's an interesting field, isn't it? Because Archer bowled really well at times yesterday. Rishabh Pant hurt his finger. Well, hurt his finger on day one, but hurt his finger playing a shot off a spinner yesterday. Which seemed to come off the bat, not even hitting the ground. Yet we've only got 2 slips in this wall of offside fielders from sort of cover point through to backward point here. I'm not sure exactly what England's plan is to Rishabh Pant to start the day.
Yeah, I get that. I just wonder why I would have a short leg. You're not going to bowl bouncer, but at least you're telling Pant that they've got one.
Archer in again. Pant is forward, pushing it up towards mid-off, and Shoaib Bashir fields. I mean, the tendency is to think, oh, it's not very attacking, it's not very Ben Stokes, it's a bit defensive, but there's very often more to it than meets the eye.
I mean, there is. I can't think of too many times I've seen Rishabh Pant sort of caught in that ring on the offside, I suppose you'd call it now. Just feels very interesting. They only have 1 man out for the short ball as well, and just the 2 catches. Generally, you'd see a 3rd catcher.
Or a 4th. And Pant now up onto his toes, plays it away defensively on the offside, and Archer comes running in to do the fielding.
It's also possible, what are we, we're 43 overs in, Harmy, so we're 37 overs from the new ball. There might be an idea of, well, if Pant can't score really quickly, we can maybe wiggle out 1 or 2 wickets in the next 37 overs, as long as they haven't scored at more than 2.5, 3 runs an over.
Yeah, drag the game out. You say there's 37 overs to a new ball, but we're bound to get one in between.
Okay, there will be 17 new balls in the next 37 overs, but
replacement balls, hopefully not new ones. just the 2 slips. It's Root and Brook, and then a deepish backward point, cover point. Down the wicket comes Pant, slapping this over the top of cover, and well, what an extraordinary shot into a couple of bounces into the tavern stand, or into the mound stand for 4, on the charge, and a slap over point. England have got a point.
Well, they got 3 guys there, and he just went over the top of them. He then walked down the wicket and spent the next minute and a half wringing his hand after he played that shot as well, Manners. And now the deep point's out. Well, whatever plan they had, it's already gone.
Yeah, they've dropped a man, Ollie Pope, now onto the point boundary, just slightly behind point. But
maybe they thought, Harmy, that he wouldn't play shots like that with his finger.
Here is Jofra Archer in again, and turned away off his pads by Rishabh Pant down to long leg, and they go through for a single. I still find it just slightly uncomfortable that finger injury meant that he was off the field for 80 overs.
Yeah, and play the game though. Yeah, I'd have done the same. I mean, if you've got an explosive character like Pant and he doesn't have to field, I mean, he doesn't need to field, because, you know, from a fitness point of view, I think Rishabh Pant would be quite happy sitting up there and just playing as a batter.
What do they call him in a special team player?
Yeah, in NFL.
Yeah.
Designated hitter in baseball.
Yeah. 80 overs off. That's a long time to be having your finger massaged. And it obviously, do you remember yesterday, there was one moment where he seemed to jam the bat into the ground, and it obviously was very uncomfortable, and he was hopping away, wringing his hands. There's a delegation of Indian players making their way around the ground, the boundary's edge. Is that Shubman Gill heading off to the nursery ground? Here's Archer again outside the off stump, left alone by the right-handed KL Rahul. It is, isn't it? Shubman Gill's going for a net. He's only got 601 runs this series.
Shubman Gill, a dog stick thrower, and 3 security guards.
Are they all security?
The 2 big lads at the back don't strike me as somebody's going to be throwing cricket balls at him.
The 2 at the back definitely look like security guards. It's the end of the first over. Rishabh Pant with that slap drive, and not animated, but a lengthy conversation with KL Rahul now in the middle of the pitch, and a little glove punch. I hope that was the right hand rather than the left. Don't want to be doing too many glove punches with an injured finger. Pant is 28. KL Rahul quietly. I think you said yesterday, Harmy, sort of slipped under the radar, didn't he, with his unbeaten 53. Quality innings. He needs that big series, doesn't he, to please the statisticians and those who look at things like averages, because he's still only averaging 35.
Yeah, he is, but I think playing in an era of a world of Rohit Sharma and Virat Kohli, and now, you know, with Pant and these explosive characters and larger-than-life characters, he does slip under the radar with whatever he does. If he gets 100, it's not the flamboyant 100 that Kohli gets or Sharma gets, so he's always going to slip under that radar. And I think if I was KL, I'd be quite happy with that because of the nature of his character.
Chris Wokes from the nursery end, running away from us, round the wicket, bowls to Pant, flicks it off his pads out towards deep square leg. 1 run.
I can tell you, Harmy, that in the world of online cricket discourse, he does not slip under the radar, and every single failure he has is examined by Indian fans who are upset that he isn't Virat Kohli. But he's a really interesting player, because there aren't many batters in world cricket who can bat anywhere 1 to 7. He can wicket keep as well. He's got some leadership skills. He does get in his own head sometimes. I think you'd see that certainly as a one-day player and a T20 player a little bit. But he's perfectly suited to English conditions because of how late he plays the ball, right?
He very, very good hands, hasn't he? He's got terrific hands, and sometimes it has led to his downfall. He's got good hands and eyes, but follows the ball sometimes if it's nibbling around and seaming. Here's Wokes then, running away over the wicket to KL Rahul on the back foot, pushes it out towards mid-wicket. Interesting to hear Joe Root talking yesterday about England's plan to Shubman Gill yesterday to have Jamie Smith standing up to the stumps. said, you know, it meant that Gill had to bat in his crease, which was about a foot further back than he had been, because he had been batting out of his crease. And Root was saying that, you know, that extra distance gives some extra time for the ball to move, to deviate. Here's Woakes again. Rahul plays out towards extra cover, and he certainly felt that it played a part in his dismissal, because Woakes did have him caught behind by Jamie Smith standing up, and it doesn't sound like much, does it? When, you know, 22 yards, a foot when the pitch is 22 yards, but he reckons it made a difference.
Yeah, it looks like it made a massive difference, and you know, especially when you were trying to get your body movement into the ball from a batter's point of view. You can't move your back foot. It was an excellent catch from Jamie Smith. It really was.
Slip in a gully. Here's Woakes again. Bowls full and straight. Rahul defends. So just the two designated catchers. Everyone is a catcher, of course. But backward point, cover, extra cover, mid-off, mid-on, mid-wicket.
It's been a good start as well from Chris Woakes. We remember yesterday when he started, 13 off that first over, and I think it just put him on the back foot ever so slightly, and you know, India were getting into a rhythm of batting against him. He doesn't seem to have that zip he had at the back end of last summer, and he's still trying to rediscover that, but he's had a good start this morning.
Here is Woakes again. Bowls full and straight, and it's driven by KL Rahul. It's probably a half volley actually, and Woakes fields, takes the pace off it. It's knocked on to Jofra Archer. If Bryden-Cast moves up to 8, if Woakes doesn't play at Old Trafford, Bryden-Cast moves to number 8 on the back of his career best maiden Test half century. Who would come in?
Atkinson at 9. Atkinson at 9, possibly Tongue at 10. And then obviously Shoaib.
Archer's not playing.
Yeah, I would imagine he'll be given a break, won't he?
Woakes in, back and across, defending KL Rahul. No run. Good over that from Chris Woakes. Good tidy over. 155 for 3 India.
You'd probably, you'd have to see where this game goes in the course of the next 3 days, 2 days, whether England win this Test match, and then they can potentially give Archer a break. If they lose a Test match, they might think a gamble's worth taking with 7 days off, play them at Manchester, and worry about the Oval when we get to the Oval. But if England win, they might want to sort of keep Archer for the Oval and possibly bring in Josh Tongue as well as Gus Atkinson, and give Chris Woakes a rest, and give an Archer a 2-week window to get himself ready for the last Test. And that would be I'm not sure that dynamic and that works with Cast, Tongue and Atkinson.
Jofra Archer around the wicket to the left-handed Rishabh Pant. The gully's gone now. Just got the 2 slips. Actually, he's deep gully, fly gully. And Rishabh Pant works it away for a single wide of Woakes at mid-on. 156 for 3. It's funny how there's... when was the last time there was any discussion about England playing a second spinner? at home? Was it Embry and Edmonds?
Yeah. Monty and Swanee. Swanee and Monty.
At home? Yeah.
Panesar, the two of them play at home.
Did they play at home in Cardiff in 09?
Yeah, they both played. Yeah, they both played. Jack Leach, did he play with anybody else?
He would have played with Moeen, but
Moeen from a batting point of view.
It's hard, yeah, because it's slightly different, isn't it? Because you've got someone in the top 7.
Just thinking that Old Trafford, it's slow, and that might be a venue to play 2 spinners.
So, I'm sorry, I'm just breaking news, everyone.
Oh,
for the first time today, they are checking the shape of the ball.
It's going through the ring. Just get on with the game.
Has it even been hit?
Yeah, just get on with the game. Joffre's not happy. Panted it once, isn't he?
Joffre's saying, the problem here is, if you just look at it closely, I'm not taking any wickets.
Yeah. I can't get the ball into Rishabh's glove.
On strike, KL Rahul, short mid-wicket, short cover. That's popped up in the air, and there's nobody at short square leg. Well, it was a good searing, not bouncer from Archer, but it's a really good lifting short ball, and I reckon that it's been fended off by KL Rahul round about chest height.
I reckon if I'm KL Rahul, I'll go up to the umpire now and go, it does look a little out of shape to me.
Yeah, change that, yeah. I also think that it was a little bit of venom from Archer, thinking, disappointed that it hasn't been changed. If he can bowl the same ball to Rishabh Pant, I'd bring this man up. I mean, I'm saying this man, we're listening to on the radio. The deep square leg up. I would have him at short leg and tell Pant that I'm going to bowl at his head, and if he wants to pull me, let him have a go.
Here is Archer bowls to Pant, in at the ribs, tucked away down the leg side. Jamie Smith takes off his right glove and goes and fetches it.
So we're an over and a half into Jofra's bowling, right? Is this his second for the day or third?
Second.
Yeah. They've already had 3 different fields to Rishabh Pant on the offside. So we started with a wall of offside fielders. We then put out a deep point, and then just then we had a deep backward point, a deep third, however you want to look at that field. The chop-out man, as Aaron Finch would call him. Right? So 3 different strategies already.
Yeah, but it's okay. We've had 9 balls. Here's Archer standing, tossing the ball up in his right hand, sort of backspin. And now he's into his run, straight approach, bowls, and pushed away by Rahul out to cover. So Zach Crawley's got the sun hat on now. We've had very, very few sun hats in evidence in the England team during this series, but
they're not a very sun hat wearing team.
No, they're not at all, are they?
Modern South Africa would be one of the more sun hat wearing teams. Rabada, Maharaj, Amla back in the old days. Yeah, they have gone out of fashion.
Hashim Amla used to wear the very wide-brimmed version, but yeah, this is I think it's the first one actually. Zach Crawley, first time we've seen one. Here's Archer again outside the off stump, left alone, taken by Jamie Smith. 158 for 3.
I don't think the med the same quality as what they used to. If you remember, they used to be, the Australians used to wear, that brim one starched sort of all the way around.
You could basically snap.
You could, yeah. It was solid. Where now you put a sun hat in your bag now, and it looks as though it's like putting, when they sit on the Brighton beach with a hanky on their head, doesn't it? It looks like
they flop. They actually do flop now.
A knotted hanky.
Here's Archer again up to the crease, and KL Rahul comes forward again, pushing it out to the sun-hatted Crawley.
When I was a kid, that's what I would do. I didn't actually know what starch did, but I heard people use the word, and I would just spray the starch around my hat at the start of every summer.
Starch comes in a can.
Yeah. The one that we had did. I don't know. I could have been using something else. It might have been anything.
I was iron it as well, didn't you?
Yeah, I used to iron it. I was probably 9 or 10. I was probably just putting fly spray on it for all I know. Didn't work. Eventually they lose their rigidity anyway.
I used to love it. I used to wear one a lot overseas. Not so much in England, but overseas, try and protect the neck. The heat getting onto the back of your neck when you stand at fine leg. As much as you possibly can to keep the heat out.
I prefer a bat and a cap.
Yeah.
But
never done that. Always had a
Graham
helmet
Thorpe, Dean Jones both would use the wide brim
white
sometimes when they were
yeah.
batting against spinners.
We've got a high-vis on the field providing a drink for Rishabh Pant. 15 minutes into the day's play.
Yeah.
Might be a drink and a pill, I think.
Well, could he not have taken the pill 15 minutes ago?
I mean, you're right. I think that's what Paul Rifle's body language is trying to say.
Well, he needs to use his mouth.
I mean, he might have as well. To be fair, as you know, Paul Rifle doesn't say a lot.
Oh, the 4 fingers in the thumb. You just steer where you are, my friend. Yeah, off you go. Kevin Peterson dismissal. Off you go. Just go away.
Right, we've got another different field now for Rishabh Pant. We've got a deep back of square leg, a deep square leg. Just one catcher in the cordon as Pant comes forward and plays defensively. And no, I feel like I'm missing someone. There's the wide slip. He's a kind of a forward second slip. 3 men on the offside, saving 1. Who am I missing? I mean,
two in the deep.
2 in the deep. Yeah. Long leg, deep square leg.
Yeah. Which is an interesting thing when you've got the keeper up to the stumps as well.
Well, they don't want him charging, do they? Or they want him to think about running down the pitch to Chris Woakes, as he has done once already. Woakes in again, bowls. Pant who's forward and plays defensively. I know that it sounds as though we're making the point about the unpredictability of Rishabh Pant, but I genuinely do believe that he doesn't treat the deliveries on merit. Sometimes I think he blocks half volleys.
It's a play by number a little bit.
I was going to say, I think sometimes he commits to what he's going to do well before the ball is bowled.
This whole concept of treating it on merit doesn't exist for him, and he uses his feet now and takes a half step down the pitch and then defends.
Not sure
he slipped, didn't it?
Yeah, I'm not sure he wanted to defend that. I think in the end it wasn't quite where he wanted the ball to be. But yeah, no, I do think there is an element of, and I think Stuart Broad talked about this on Sky on one of the earlier Test matches. It's what makes him so hard to bowl to, is he's playing by numbers, but generally, and you and I have talked about this before, Manners, when a player plays by numbers, it's usually block, 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 slog, block, 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 slog. He has no pattern.
No, random, totally random. Here's Wokes again. Pant defends, pushes it out to Crawley at mid-wicket. No run.
He can be slog, 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 block, 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 slog, block. There's nothing that the bowlers can get used to, and so he does cause a lot of extra issues, I think. As weirdly enough, Jamie Smith's going back. Is this just to get into Rishabh's mind that they might be dropping one short?
No, I think I might be inviting him to, right, you've blocked a few, you're in a bit of a rut, come on, let's see what you've got. Do you want to try and hit the big shot, come out of your crease? We're giving you it.
Here's Wokes again to Pant. No, back and across. Defends resolutely, pushing it out onto the offside. You know, we've just heard that day 5 is sold out.
Yeah.
This is a completely alien concept to me. I'm not even familiar with tickets being sold for day 5 of a Test match. A sellout?
£25, I think. £25 and £5, which is great for. I mean,
£5?
£5 for children.
Kids.
For kids. £25 for adults. I mean, 25. But whatever you get, whether you just get a one session, it's worth coming to this historical venue, especially if the sun's out, for even if it's just for 2 hours. £25. I think that's good value in the world. Yes, you're going to see the end of the Test match. You might get a full day. You know, who knows? But yeah, a full sellout is amazing.
And it is extraordinary. Here's Wokes bowls to Pant again. He defends. No run. Do either of you know when the time wall was instituted behind the grandstand? It's quite recent, isn't it?
When you say time wall,
Well, you haven't seen it then. It's a whole montage of the 100 most significant events in the history of Lords. It is extraordinary and captivating as well. One of the I took some photographs of it and put it on my blog, and one of the moments, Jarrod.
what's your blog called?
Never mind.
It's called Manners on Cricket at Substack, isn't it?
Well, one of the events that has been commemorated, Jarrod, and this would put an ironic smile on your face, is 1998 MCC votes to admit women members. Like, you wouldn't be proud of that, would you? You wouldn't want to put that on your commemorative wall. 1888, maybe. Here's Jofra Archer again, bowls to KL Rahul, pushes away defensively, and there's no run.
I remember in about 2010 when I started in cricket, I was talking to someone from Lords, and they were telling me all the progressive things that Lords was doing, and I said, yeah, but it's not that long ago that women became members. And he's like, I can't believe you're still going on about that. And I was like, it was 12 years ago. You only let women in as members 12 years ago. Rachel Hayo Flint literally built Cricket World Cups, and you never thought to yourself, does she deserve a membership?
We'll give her a gate.
I bet years after. I think she was in the first 3 women members at Lords, wasn't she?
She was. Here's Archer again from the pavilion end. Bangs it in short, doesn't bounce much, doesn't get up. Rahul has all the time in the world to defend.
It does tell you a lot, though. The first 3 World Cups were all played here. So the finals were here in the men's tournament. And they were still like, what about that woman who's... No. She can go in the outer.
The first Women's World Cup was before the men's.
That's what I'm saying.
Yeah.
Like, she literally pioneered the format in the game. And it wasn't the sole inspiration for the men's tournament, but it was a big part of it.
Here's Jofra Archer, turns again at the top of his run-up. Straight approach at the crease now, hits it hard, and again this ball is just bouncing like a ball of wool, and there's nothing in it. Rahul plays defensively. I must urge you, I think the time wall is really very recent, because obviously neither of you have seen it.
I've not seen it.
I urge you to.
I
It's
don't think I've
behind the
walked out there
grandstand.
that often.
Yeah, I'm trying to think of a time where I've
It
ever
is
walked around
fascinating,
there.
and there's
Edgbaston at Headingley this year, I walked round the ground quite a lot, but here I've not had a chance to walk round the ground.
And it extends for probably half the grandstand, and it is, I say, it's captivating as Archer is in again, punched off the back foot up towards mid-on, and it commemorates like the first, what's the village tournament called? The
Village Cup.
Village Cup,
yeah.
Right, well, obviously.
I was going to say, yeah.
It commemorates the team which won the first Village Cup final, which is played here.
Much Eton Harrow stuff is there?
The first Eton Harrow match.
Sadly, not the last Eton Harrow match, because they've voted to continue those, haven't they? Last I checked.
Of course. 158 for 3. Pant on 31. Rahul 54. Archer in once more. Bangs it in. And it's pushed out on the offside.
Have they got many plaques about all the Middlesex women's games that have been played here?
No.
Funny that.
Oddly, I don't recall seeing any of those. But there are massive moments. I mean, there's obviously the West Indies triumph in the 75 and 79 World Cup finals, and there are individual performances which are commemorated. I think.
Have they got any the game where the two Australian bowlers took 19 wickets against them with WG Grace? Because that's a very important game.
Outside the off stump now from Archer, left alone by Rahul. I can't tell you for sure, Jarrod. I didn't memorise all of them, but
1880. It was.
But the other thing is that for a few quid you can have. So they've got these 100 big sort of plaque, commemorative plaques, and for a few quid you can have a little blue one personalised. So there's in loving memory of Dad, who was a member here, for that sort of thing. And there's thousands of them. Maybe it's just a good way of raising a few pounds.
Money, yeah.
Isn't it it's a Hollywood Walk of Fame, which is like, we all know about the Hollywood Walk of Fame, but you actually have to buy your plaque on it. And so there's some really random Hollywood Walk of Fames where someone just bought. I think there's some brands that have Walk of Fame things, and there are really famous people who don't have it because they refuse to be involved in paying the money for it.
This is a strange concept, isn't it? So here's Wokes. Jamie Smith standing up to Rishabh Pant. Pant forward again, plays defensively. And there's no run. Zach Crawley, sun-hatted again, still. 158 for 3. We haven't had a run for 15 minutes.
No, it's been, the reason why we've been talking about plaques and walls of fame is because England are building a nice wall themselves. Archer started really, really well. So has Wokes. Set the tone for the day very nicely. England are just trying to play a little bit cat and mouse to Rishabh Pant. They're offering him some space to hit.
Works again, bowls, Pant forward. Plays it defensively once more.
I think we might have picked this early, Harmy, that I think that's what England are thinking. We could hold in here for, the good part of this session. Although, I was going to say 30 overs in this session. It'll be 30 overs might get us through to tea at the rate that we've had this test match. But you know what I mean? We can hold in for a little while and Pant doesn't go nuts. KRL isn't going to suddenly start scoring at 4.5 runs and over. And then they're not that far away from the new ball again. And hopefully they can nip one out on the way there.
Here is Wokes once more. Pant is again defending out to duck it backward point.
Yeah, I get what you're saying, and I think in a normal day I wouldn't disagree with this game plan. My only concern with this game plan is, like we said at the top, England to win the game from here needs 17 wickets. And you've got a man like Jofra Archer who's played one 4-day game he's bowled one innings in 4 years in a red ball game. Stokes, you're not sure on body wise. Wokes and Carson playing back-to-back test matches. If England play the long game, have they got the energy to take the 17 wickets?
Wokes round the wicket. Pant leaves alone. Jamie Smith is inconvenienced standing up to the wicket by that one. Bounces a bit more, doesn't take it cleanly, but he hasn't hurt himself.
They also have to take 2 or 3 wickets with that second new ball, otherwise it doesn't help them at all, does it?
Well, they could do with a couple of wickets with this old one first.
Well, I think they need probably at least 1 before the second new ball, and obviously 2 would be ideal.
And another issue, and you're here to flag it up because you don't want to be sort of overly critical of the spin bowler, but we haven't got the spin bowler where you go, right, he can take a lot of pressure off our seamers. India have got Jadeja, they've got Sundar. Bashir's had a struggle.
Outside the off stump, left alone, taken by Jamie Smith. By the way, there's I don't know whether you've glanced at any back page headlines in Indian newspapers, but the Hindustan Times has amongst a number of Indian publications which are running hot with the theory that it was an umpire-inspired ball change yesterday after 10.3 overs.
I think we now believe that as well, don't we? Was that at the press conference we heard that?
I think that is it. So I've got an apology to make to Mohammad Siraj.
Here is Wokes again. Reverse sweep from Rishabh Pant, extraordinary. Misses it, taken by Jamie Smith, but that is just out of the blue. That is that's just what? He's blocked 2 overs and he breaks it with a reverse sweep against Chris Wokes.
That's outrageous. I'll save the apology for Siraj a little bit later when there's not much happening. But wow, what a decision that is. You know, what is he thinking here? What is he thinking? He's thinking, right, he's bowling a nice line, a nice length. I've had to defend for about 10 or 12 balls. I've had enough of this. I mean, that is playing by numbers. I mean, that's outrageous. If he comes off, yeah, it's great.
But that's not even a number on the roulette wheel.
Yeah, true.
What?
Yeah, he's gone for the 0 there, hasn't
Double
he?
0.
Yeah, double 0.
You do get some roulette tables with a double 0. Have you ever seen one? It's bizarre. Here is Jofra Archer. Can he make the breakthrough? No, not this time. KL Rahul up onto his toes again, plays it straight back to the bowler. So if that's the case, and I'm not 100% certain that is.
No, I believe we.
I think it is.
But see, the umpires check the ball. Why it doesn't make sense is that the umpires check the ball at the end of every over. This was after 10.2 or 10.2.
But this is also it's they check the ball once the ball has left the perimeter of the field. So the ball went into the stand. The umpire then has to check it, and I think the umpire has checked it and gone, right, we're not happy with this.
Here is Archer again, bangs it in. Rahul once more defends. So in other words, it had a gash in it.
So it must have had he got into the big. He bashed into the big stand. It's obviously hit some concrete, and the umpire's gone, I don't like this. So all that stuff about India last night, we have to, apologise and take back, because at the end of the day, we were accused of India of changing the ball, and they didn't change the ball. The umpires changed the ball. So for me now, I didn't have any sympathy with them then, and me and Bumble were quite strong on that. But I have a huge amount of sympathy for them now, because if that's what's happened, the ball that they got. The ball that they got back was nowhere near up to the standard. The ball that replaced. It still
doesn't explain why it was in the middle of the over.
It went out the ground.
It went out of the ground in the middle of the over.
Went out the ground in the middle of the over, and
so the umpires checked it when it came back. Here comes Archer again, bouncer, very, very short. I honestly think that may have pitched in his own half, and it's flown harmlessly over the left shoulder of KL Rahul, ducks underneath it. 158 for 3. So in other words, it's not controversial then, because the umpires are duty bound to check the ball, and if it's damaged, they will replace it.
No one's having a go at that. What Shubman Gill was saying, and now we understand why he was so angry, is because he was saying, okay, you had to change the ball, but this ball is clearly older than the one that we wanted, and it's also doing nothing. We don't care if it's older. Can you make it swing?
Archer in again. Bangs it in short. Rahul sways out of the way of it, leaves it alone. 158 for 3.
Which is, sadly, I mean, this is what happens. You know, generally, when you replace a ball, it helps the bowling side, right? Because it means that the ball is a little bit more hard. It might have more of a seam or more of a shine, or at least be in shape. But it doesn't always go that way. Like, it can change the game quite dramatically, as we've seen the 44 ball changes so far in this Test match.
Is it 11, apparently? Is that right?
120 quid a pop for a Dukes, isn't it? Or it's 140?
Yeah, I think it's closer to 140. Another bouncer from Archer to KL Rahul, but it's too wide of the off stump, and he leaves it alone, ignores it. 158 for 3. Runs have dried up completely after the first 10 minutes. Pant 31, KL Rahul 54. India resuming at 145 for 3. Added 13 in the first 10 minutes and then none since.
Yeah, and that's largely down to the way England have bowled. I think England have bowled nicely this morning. Archer's now just changing his plan. England have set a ring field, haven't been over-attacking. Chris Wokes has had the keeper standing up. So, yeah, I think England have bowled well this morning.
short mid-wicket and a leg slip. Archer in another bouncer. Now that's, I think that's 4 in the over, isn't it? No ball is called now by umpire Shafadullah, so he's keeping count, and that is a no ball because it was a bouncer.
No ball wide, wasn't it? He give wide first, then he give no ball.
Because it was over the head, so yeah, the no ball is over, because you can be dismissed off a wide, but
Yeah, so the wide.
How's that scored?
I was just about asking.
no,
that.
it'll just be a no ball. He would,
So
because he never actually, the square leg said it was a wide.
No, Shafadullah give wide first.
He moved his arm and then he just held out.
No,
one
no,
arm.
he,
It
no, no,
looked
he
like
did,
he signalled.
no, he signalled wide. Did definitely signal wide.
Here is Archer again. Short one, not a bouncer, sways out of the way of it from Rahul. The
Signal-
scorers might be thinking,
Well,
hang on a
signal
minute,
wide,
so which
then
one
give
is
no
it
ball.
then?
It'll be a no ball
It's only a no ball,
because
yeah.
the no ball
Can't be
supersedes it, doesn't it?
But
So-
the wide comes first.
no, because then the no ball takes over, doesn't it? Because of the height.
Such
And
things
he was
become
wide-
very important in the absence of runs.
He was wided for height, wasn't he? He wided for height, then no ball because he had bowled too many in and over. I don't know. Good luck, Jon Norman.
I've never seen a 3-man or 3-person commentary team depart the scene quite as quickly as Neil Manthorp, who's already out the door. He's taken an early lead. Jarrod's just been held back by Jeremy Coney, and Harmy now following Jarrod out the door. Shut the door, lads. Thank you. I know Harmy's back in. Oh dear. Well, not a lot of runs to reflect on at the start of my commentary stint this session. 7 overs, 14 runs. Most of those came from the first over. India 159 for 3, and Rishabh Pant has missed out here. Chris Oates continued to bowl from the nursery ground with Jamie Smith stood up behind the stumps, and this was short and wide and toe-ended to cover from the bat of Rishabh Pant, who is 31. Rahul at the other end, 54, and India trail by 228. England bowling dry, and it is dry in this country, and if there was any surprise to how England have gone about things today, as Rishabh Pant comes forward and just pushes this out to the offside, then you weren't listening to Joe Root. Speaking after yesterday's play, he of course hit Test century number 37. Extraordinary number. Quite a slow, turgid pitch, difficult to score. There's no pace. The ball is getting soft quickly. This from a guy that scored 104, and he said it's going to be hard for India to score. You've got to let the natural conditions. So this is left alone by Pant, not that far from off stump. Got to be smart, got to be creative. Sometimes let the natural conditions work in your favour. So that's how Joe Root suggested England were going to go about things today. Let the natural conditions work in your favour. So they're just going to bowl dry, hang it outside off stump, prevent the singles, and try and let the batters make an error. Smith now back, he's not standing up behind the stumps as Rishabh Pant, 31 not out. He's ready with Wokes in. And this is a full toss. Pant is about 1.5 foot outside of his crease. And he just defends back to the bowler. Jeremy, how are you doing this morning?
Morning, John. Good morning, everybody. What a lovely halcyon day, isn't it, here at Lord's. Literally from our vantage point at the nursery, and I cannot see a single cloud in the sky in front of us.
Works again, and again he goes form. It's just a loopy Yorker outside, off stump, a little bit of width, and Pant just pushes this. A touch of swing, just a touch of shape, but it's quite slow, 64 miles an hour. So very slow, a slower full ball, and Pant moves to 32.
I think England at the moment holding control in the match because they have those runs. The draw is probably favoured as well. Quite high because so many overs have been lost. 22 at the start of today's play, which is almost a session. You're getting towards a session of play, missed, and we'd only had 6 by the end of the day yesterday. So it's a very high percentage. Haven't known that before. Not quite that high.
Wokes over the wicket, and this is guided through vacant third. And away to the boundary. Rahul just opens a face and he uses the pace of the ball. And there's nobody down on the boundary. So Rahul moves to 58, the score 164 for 3. You're exactly right, Jeremy, because of course yesterday there were exactly 22 overs in that morning session.
Yeah.
So we lost a morning session over the course of 2 days. That's an extraordinary number of overs to lose.
Yeah, well, I think the umpires on the field have lost control of certain things in the game. And look, here we are. This is the second time we've had drinks brought out. The first time it was brought out, that was after 15 minutes at the start of the day's play. After 15 minutes. Here we're getting another one. And you can see Rifle, one of the umpires, has gone in and said, come on, get on with it. And that's a good move. They've got to start to do these things. I think scheduled drinks breaks, yes. Unscheduled, no. And I also think they need to control the ball changes themselves, take the players out of the game. It's umpires who, in my mind, should be entirely in control of when the ball is changed. The players are wanting to change it because it's not doing anything. But that's not the reason to change the ball. Just work with the ball that you've got.
Brydon Carr's replacing Jofra Archer from the pavilion end, and first ball is dug in and pulled by Rishabh Pant in front of square, and Zach Crawley hurls the ball in from the boundary at mid-wicket. 2 runs are added though, 34 Rishabh Pant, Rahul is 58, 166 for 3.
Drinks breaks should be scheduled. 2, I think the ball change should be in the hands of the umpires only. And 3, I think if you have an injury and you require treatment, leave the field of play and let's get on with it.
Here is Carse again, bowling over the wicket to Rishabh Pant, who clips this to the leg side and jogs through for a single. What was your thoughts on Jofra Archer's spell today, Jeremy?
Yeah, he's up in the high 80s and early 90s again. It feels like a batting day, John, to me. And that's why the first hour would be, is important, and India are heading that way at the moment. They're not quite there yet. But they need to get through that first hour, and then throughout the day force Stokes to keep going back to his main bowlers so that they don't get so many breaks and you use up their energy as quickly as you can. Rahul, I think, obviously these two are key parts of the day's play, Rahul and Pant, and then you've got Reddy, and then you've got Jadeja, and then you've got Sundar.
Here is Carse, and this is just glanced fine. Ollie Pope is going to run across and field just in front of us at fine leg, and another couple of runs. Just got a little bit of an increase, an acceleration. 4 from the last ball of the 51st over, and we've had 4 runs from the first few deliveries. My scorecard seems to have stuck, so actually there's a couple more than that. I think actually it's 5 runs from the first few deliveries of Brydon Carr's over.
I think Rahul, for me, because he's such a technician, is a key component of the Indian reply, really. They've got to first of all get past the follow-on, which they're very close to.
Here comes Carse again, and it's punched to the left of Zach Crawley, one of 3 fielders in and around mid-wicket.
Which would be, what, 188 at that stage, and that should be no problem for India. But the second one is, can they get up to and perhaps even get a lead? We'll wait and see. That will take them a bit longer. They've scored at 3.3 runs per over. I'm talking about India there. England score a slightly higher rate.
Here comes Cast with Rahul driving, punch driving through the onside, and that will run up the hill, pursued by a fielder, and it's another boundary. Rahul moves to 64, and the score 174 for 3.
Yeah, that's a good stroke, isn't it? Going for the Yorker and trying to get through the stroke of Rahul, but he couldn't, as you say, coming down very hard on that. Just a punch shot, using the pace of on the pitch itself, not getting onto the grass at all, and it's gathered pace. And Bashir, who was that? Was it Bashir? Anyway, chasing hard but couldn't make it. Look, see, they're asking for the ball again. No, umpire, I will look after this. Nothing's happening, you see.
Gary Morgan was saying in the 5th test in 2022 at Edgbaston, the ball was changed 7 times. Rahul is struck on the pad, and frisson of excitement. Got to change to the commentary team today. Sid Monga from ESPN Cricinfo will be coming in. No Bumble today. This time yesterday, Jeremy, he was in a little bit of trouble. I mean, for such an experienced campaigner to make the mistake of heading out into the night after a long day at the cricket with a renowned thirsty former England international. And Bumble came off second best, I think. Cast again, this time Rahul plays within the line. Phil Tufnell and Bumble Lloyd drinking late into the night, and Bumble was in all sorts of trouble yesterday. I imagine that you'd never make a similar mistake, would you?
No, never. Never. Thank you, John.
Quiet one, was it? Quiet one from last night?
Of course, yes. Tucked up in bed.
Tucked up in bed
very
by...
early. Oh, well, at some stage of the night. Yes.
9 o'clock? We're talking...
It was after 9, actually.
After 9.
Well, before 9 a.m.
New Zealand time.
Yes, that's right.
Harmy in good form?
He was good, yeah, he was.
Harmy was there, was he? He was
going well. Going well.
2-pint Harmison.
Yeah, well, it's
2 pints per round, that is. The white wine, was it of your
of my liking? Yes, thank you very much. I think we could end this now.
Down the track, Rahul Pant wants to take attention away from the Chardonnay. He's absolutely smoked Chris Woakes down the track. 4 runs from the bat, and this is whistled past Woakes, who's actually looks like he's got his hand out the way of the ball. 178 for 3, and
yes, it's the second time he's charged, isn't it, John, today?
Well, as you walked in, he attempted an ambitious and outrageous reverse sweep to Chris Woakes, and he missed the ball on that occasion. This is a little bit more traditional in approach, but yeah, using his feet well. No great pace from Woakes.
So up comes Smith because of the charge, trying to keep him back in his crease.
Let's see what Rahul Pant does here as Woakes continuing. Pitched up and defended, of course. So India trailed by 209. And yeah, we just had a flurry of activity. 3 boundaries in the last 3 overs have greeted our commentary stint. Jarrod and Manners couldn't wait to get out of here after theirs. They went about 20 minutes without a run being scored.
Well, we've got it going again, you're right. But it will probably take, I would say, the best part of today, if India are to catch up with the 387 set by England. It'll be most of the day, 70-odd overs, I would have thought.
I think if we were to assume, and we all know what assumption is, but if we are to assume, defended by Pant, if we are to assume that India are going to follow the pattern from which we've seen so far in this series, they will have set out this morning to bat all day today, and then just see where they are at stumps.
Definitely. They'll want to, as I say, get through this first hour without loss of wickets, and then keep asking Stokes to bring back his main bowlers. And and try and work their way through the day.
I've got a lot of messages through on the chat facility. As there's a shout for leg before wicket, as Rishabh Pant with his trademark, get this in the coaching manual by the way, because he does it so often. Essentially, he falls to the offside and tries to scoop the ball down to the unguarded fine leg boundary. He's actually hit on the body as he falls to the ground. He doesn't connect with the ball, but he's hit well outside the line of off stump. There's a half appeal from Chris Wokes. I mean, he does it so often now.
It's a calculated use of balance, isn't it? That's what he's doing. It's a calculated kind of balance that he's been hit in the midriff there, but he's missed the ball. Normally he'll pick that up.
Well, England have replied by putting in a leg gully. I mean, good luck catching that if he middles it. Joe Root. Is it Root? No, it's Pope, as it's defended by Rishabh Pant, who is at 39 not out. India trail by 209. We've got some guests in the back of the commentary box. I imagine there's a young Rishabh Pant here who's going to be doing he's going to be growing up doing these roly-poly reverse sweep shots when he gets of an age. This is what it's all about. It'll be normal by the time we're watching international cricket in 2035. Chris Wokes is going to switch. He's going to bowl over the wicket now. There's that leg gully in place and quite a deep first slip. Well, it looks deep because Jamie Smith is standing up to the crease. This is punched straight. It'll only be a single. No, it's going to be two. Jofra Archer collects the ball and the score moves on. 180 for 3 now, India.
Interesting, isn't it, that he charged Wokes and hit him back straight down the ground for 4. Up came Smith, the wicket-keeper, right up behind the stumps to prevent him charging. And so he has another answer. That's that calculating use of balance to fall over to the offside and try and flick the ball down to another area of the ground. So I've got answers, punters saying, if you're going to do that, Smith, then I'll do this. And so it's a nice little battle going on now between the bowler and the keeper and the batsman.
Saintly says, I kind of appreciate Gill's theatrics yesterday. He can fill the villain role left by Virat Kohli. I was part of me that quite enjoyed watching it as well. Jessica says, today Jarrod has decided to go with a white shirt and Steve has decided to forego the bucket hat. So, see, we weren't getting that in the first 2 matches where we weren't being able to visualise the stream. Let's have a look at some of the more recent comments. And there are a lot of them. As Bryden Cast continuing in from the pavilion end. He's pitched up and driven. It's now a short mid-off. There's quite there's a short mid-on or a short mid-wicket with a regulation mid-on as well. And there's also straighter mid-wicket as well as a cover point, one slip in place and a gully with fine leg for Bryden Cast. That Smart Guy Yay says that hi team, listening from Brisbane on his laptop down under, as Rahul almost shapes to cut the ball, but then it gets a little bit too straight on him, so instead just defensively blocks it past that very short mid-off and through to the fielder. No run.
Yeah, I think I'd be a bit wary about cutting Cast, who's bowling at the moment from the pavilion end. He has that feeling of bowling wide and coming back in towards you as a right-hand batsman. And cutting that is not a great idea.
Pushed back past the bowler where it's fielded by Stokes. My attention has just been alerted to an incredible stat there on the screen in terms of the average pace that Bryden Cast is bowling at. I don't know if Scott managed to get it down, but unless this is part of the plan. And Jofra Archer was bowling a good 3 or 4 overs under his average speed yesterday, but 60%, I think this is right, 60% of Bryden Cast's deliveries were over 85 miles an hour in the first test, 55% or 52% in the second test. Clipped away, and it's going to be 4 more. That's a good shot from Rahul. He's asking the bowler to come to him. The slope has just seen this ball drift onto Rahul's pads, and he's hit this quite firmly, actually, to the boundary and away for 4 more. He moves to 68, but to continue that, just 26% of Bryden Cast's deliveries in this Test match have been bowled at a speed in excess of 85 miles an hour.
Okay, so we're getting a falling percentage, are we?
Correct.
As with
But
the
quite
further, yes, quite a lot in the last figure you gave us. I was interested in the fact that they actually selected him for this Test.
Cut away.
Oh.
Rahul has just leant back. I'm not sure that's going to reach the boundary. It's a huge chase. It just about wins the battle. Harry Brook was kept interested all the way to the boundary. Down at third. But this runs continue. India move on. 188 for 3. The scoreboard is not caught up, I don't think. And Rahul into the 70s.
Yeah, he's had one on the pads, which he loves it there, and he's tucked it away. No one square by the umpire at all. He's well in front, probably 10 paces in front of the umpire. So he can hit that ball square, even though it went in the air.
Here comes Cast again, and this is clipped away again. Identical shot. I don't think it was quite his leg side. Rahul had to take a little movement down and to the offside, and then came through with the hands, full face of the bat, and this is whistled square of the wicket for another boundary. India, by the way, should be mentioned, that have avoided the follow-on score. They now trail by 195, 192 for 3. And this partnership is now starting to concern England, who would have loved to have taken a wicket, would have been hopeful of taking a wicket in the first hour of play. But as we push up towards the first designated and what should be a dedicated water break, India now 192 for 3.
Yeah, all off the back foot, those strokes, weren't they? So Cast just not only losing his line, just getting just a little bit leg side for Rahul, able to just use the pace of the ball. You harness the power of the bowler. You're using the pace of the bowler and just sort of guiding it. 2 boundaries to the leg side, and then 1 to the third man, which he didn't overhit. He made sure he got bat on the ball. That one coming back in, I think, is slightly dangerous if it squats a little bit. If the ball doesn't bounce quite so much, it can slide from your bottom edge onto the stumps. So you've just got to be a wee bit careful when you play an angled bat shot rather than a straight bat off the back foot.
Chris Woakes continuing from the media end, the nursery ground end, to Rishabh Pant, who pushes this out just backward a point where it's fielded by Ben Duckett. What is this spell by Chris Woakes? Because he's bowled 18 overs now, and he's been bowling all morning. I just wonder how many more he's got. My scorecard in front of me is not helping me out. But that was not the over England would have wanted to see. Jofra Archer, he's done for the morning. You would have thought he might come back if there's a breakthrough. Is that Rahul comes, or rather Pant comes forward, and it's fielded by Joe Root, who scored 104 yesterday, who is almost in the batter's eye line. So at a short mid-off.
Be interesting with Archer, won't it? Just how he manages the day, on how England keep an eye on him as well. It's the first time he's going to get through a full day. He didn't have a full day yesterday, but he's going to get that today probably.
Works again. It's 5 overs he's bowled this morning. This is punched out to the covers, no run.
And I guess the number of overs will be watched quite closely that he has, and that's why I say India want to force England to go back to him a little bit more, so they can kind of remove that threat if they can. The earlier they do that, the better. And just see how he arrives tomorrow at that stage after having a few overs and a whole day in the field.
Well, the same can be said for Stokes in a way. This is cut away. I mean, wristily played. It's a touch from the outside edge. There is a slip in place, Harry Brook, who's quite wide, almost a kind of third slip, I suppose. But this has gone down to the boundary, and Rishabh Pant actually is just flexing his hand there. That's the first time today it looked like a shot has caused him a little bit of pain.
Yeah, well, it's the bottom hand, and you know, with the ball getting up slightly, that will cause him a little bit of discomfort.
5.3 overs, 2 maidens, 0 for 16, Chris Woakes. And Rahul, that second time it's punt, it's clearly punt. How can you confuse KL Rahul and Rishabh Pant?
Well, one's a
Jarrod
left-handed, right-handed.
One is about 5'7", the other, I don't know, 5'11". One has a ponytail, the other one is clearly Rishabh Pant. And one's left-hander, one's right-hander. One's a classical opener, well, recently modified as. And Pant will take a single to square leg. There's 2 fielders out on the boundary there. And India will be quite happy. 197 for 3 at the end of the over. Chris Woakes 6th. The other point is exactly the same with Jofra Archer's. How's Ben Stokes pulled up after yesterday? Because, you know, there was that little incident with his groin that we were wondering about. Did it happen? He bowled well yesterday, picked up a wicket, of course, but we haven't seen him today.
Not yet. We should shortly, though, I think. There's been a flurry of boundaries, hasn't there, for just in the last 2 or 3 overs for India. And they're scoring probably more than England would like. You'd want to keep them as quiet as possible and make them work hard. Woakes, of course, 3 wickets, sorry, prior to this match at 90-something.
92, I think.
But he got an important one yesterday, didn't he, with Gill. And I thought Smith coming up to the wicket, and he kept well, actually, to him when he was standing up. And he was moving up and back, and so you're having to watch as a batsman all the time. Where are you? And takes your mind off just different things. And I thought he did a good job holding that catch off Gill. Important wicket.
Cast continuing, and he's on the pads of Rishabh Pant. Saw 3 successive boundaries last over. KL Rahul racing into the 70s. He's 76 not out, and Rishabh Pant is 46. These two put on 90 runs in 21 overs after that dismissal that you just mentioned. Shubman Gill caught behind by Jamie Smith, standing up behind the stumps.
Yeah, well, that's a decent rate, isn't it, really?
Yeah, I mean,
you're talking 4s there, aren't you?
Yeah, we've had 7 4s in the last 4 overs. 5 overs. As Pant pushes this out into the covers, where it's fielded by Ben Stokes. I just think we might be seeing him after the drinks break, possibly bowling from this end here, the nursery end. Chris Woakes has bowled 6 overs. He's bowled throughout the first hour of the day without success. It wasn't expensive though, but just in the last 3 or 4 overs, as the camera picks up on Rishabh Pant just wringing his hands again, started to increase. And also, India will be mindful that the second new ball is due in 25 overs, so they do need to capitalise on this period. This is cut by Rishabh Pant on the front foot, no timing, fielded just in front of point by Ollie Pope. And is that a no? Oh no, it's just going to be changing the angle of attack here, Jeremy. I thought that for a second the umpire was signalling a no ball, but it's actually just asking KL Rahul to move to the other side so that Bryden Cast can bowl around the wicket to the left-handed Rishabh Pant. He's got a slip in place, a gully with Ollie Pope at point. There's Ben Duckett down on the boundary at third, or deep backward point, and Rishabh Pant just eases into a punch cover drive, which is fielded up cover. Shoaib Bashir at wideish mid-off, with mid-on, deep square leg, and a fine leg, Jofra Archer, who opened the bowling with Chris Woakes at the pavilion end. I can hear my name being mentioned. I've got one of my headphones off. It's my nickname. It's Ben Stokes' nickname. Punched back to the bowler by Rishabh Pant. How many runs did you guys have in your opening commentary stint? We've had 7 boundaries in 5 overs. Rishabh Pant 4 away from 50. What a series he's had so far. And Bryden Cast bowling round the wickets. And he again draws that punt forward on the punch drive. The umpire turns round, and one of them turns round to signal drinks. Jeremy Coney, thank you very much for your time. I think Harmy's back. Sid Monga is back for his first stint of the Test match. ESPN Cricket Info, Sid Monga. I'm going to make way. Neil Manthorp has raced back into the commentary box nearly as fast as he raced out of it. And after a short pause and drinks here with India 197 for 3. The 3 guys I just mentioned will pick up commentary for the next half an hour.
Thank you very much indeed to Jon Norman and Jeremy Coney. It's hard work out there for England's bowlers. Interesting statistic, and it's not necessarily a reflection on Bryden Cast's physical well-being, but it could be. I'll ask Steve Harmison about it. 85 miles an hour is, I think, a benchmark for a fast bowler. I think below that you start getting into maybe fast medium. 90 miles an hour is the benchmark for really fast, genuinely fast bowling. So if you use 85 miles an hour as a benchmark, then Bryden Cast bowled 58% of his deliveries in the first Test match at Headingley over 85 miles an hour. At Edgbaston, that dropped to 60% at Edgbaston, 52%. I'll do it again. 60% at Headingley, 52% at Edgbaston, and 26% of his deliveries here at Lord's. 26% have been over 85 miles an hour. May well be, Steve Harmison, that he's bowling within himself. I don't know. Maybe sometimes bowling a lot of quick deliveries isn't suitable for a particular pitch. So is that just sort of physical wear and tear, or is that a choice?
Yeah, possible physical wear and tear, possible the actual surface that you're playing on. It's the ball's not coming off the speed gun is not picking up the ball coming off the the hand, and the surface is a bit differently to what it did at Edgbaston and what it did at Headingley. Headingley had a lot more pierce in the surface. I thought there was a little bit more bounce and carry, which gives encouragement and energises fast bowlers. And this is not energising. I mean, this is not even energising the medium pace bowlers sometimes, this surface. So, and back-to-back Test matches. We got to remember Bryden Cast is, he's not played a huge amount of international cricket, and I think the toil of the international cricket calendar now, Manners, because you know more than anybody else. Games now go in 3 days and games are going 4 days. When you're taking a Test match late into day 5 at Headingley, you're taking it late into day 5 at Edgbaston, and you're racking up back-to-back Test matches. The recovery is not as easy. So I think there's a lot in that from why Bryden possibly is a little bit down on pace, but I think the surface has got something to do with it. I think back-to-back Test matches have got something to do with it, and I think in this series so far, England have fielded a lot. In England, he's gone to the well quite a lot of times as Bryden Cast, and maybe he was the one that possibly needed the rest rather than Josh Tongue. But when you look at it and you see it and you think, going forward, I think you have to have Brian Carse or Chris Wokes in your side to balance the sort of batting and the bowling bit out. And at this moment in time, unfortunately, Chris Wokes looks the one that's more vulnerable than what Brian Carse is. And I'm just having this conversation and waffling on like I normally do, because we are having drinks, but we are watching a box of balls being brought out by the fourth umpire in Graham Lloyd, and it looks as though England have getting their wish and changing the ball again.
Well, we've on the bottom of the talkSPORT Cricket YouTube channel, there's a message panel, and DJ has just messaged us to say, well, I've been reading Siddharth Mongia for many years, but never got to see him before. Handsome chap, isn't he, DJ? Here he is, the Oracle. And he's one of the few journalists who still uses binoculars, as you may just have seen. If Harmy and I had been using them yesterday, we might have spotted that the ball change after 10.3 overs yesterday was an umpire-inspired ball change rather than a request from the Indian bowlers. We just saw Mohammad Siraj throw the ball to the umpire, but we couldn't possibly have seen the umpire asking to have a look at the ball, and so we felt
that's why an apology came from me this morning towards Mohammad Siraj. Because
I was
like, what on earth are you doing?
Like Jasprit Bumrah was swinging the new ball around corners, and suddenly it looked like Siraj had thrown it away and had said, look, the ball's damaged, I want it changed. But if we'd had Sid in the commentary box with us, he would have seen that. He would have spotted that, and he would have corrected us. Wouldn't you, Sid?
Yeah, but it was entertaining me ranting all day about how much had changed. So yeah, look, it filled some time on a boring game or a boring test. I mean, I'm more often than not I'm wrong anyway and come having to apologise. So the apology is to Mohammad Siraj. But I thought it was quite entertaining yesterday, us having a go at the Indian bowlers for changing the ball.
The plot thickens. The version that I have had, a conflicting version, is that Akashdeep first spotted it, pointed it out to Gill, who then pointed it out to the umpires. So you might just want to take back your apology, Neil.
Climb into him again then.
So I mean, either version is plausible, because the umpires do inspect the ball when it's hit out of the stadium or between overs. They inspect the ball, so they could have initiated it. But
absolutely, or if there's a wicket that has fallen, the ball goes back to them and they do inspect it. So we still don't know. And the teams yesterday, because yesterday it came down to an umpire's possible mistake in changing the ball to an older one, no team spoke about anything because they don't want to lose the match fee.
So infuriating, isn't it? It's like, why have the press conference? Why bother?
And the person who had no say in it whatsoever was the man that did the press conference in Jasprit Bumrah, who had it going round corners.
Here's Ben Stokes after the drinks break, and his first over after the break, and it's pushed away behind square on the offside. Well, just when we thought the plot had been unravelled, Sid has now come back and said
in the works.
yes. So it might have been. So Akashdeep spotted that the ball was damaged, but that doesn't answer the question. Why then ask for it to be changed with Jasprit Bumrah swinging it round corners?
I am not sure why, because usually you see the ball out of shape, you do get it changed. Probably
Stokes again bowls, driven by KL Rahul to extra cover. Brookfields.
I'm just trying to look at it from Gill's point of view. Probably he expected the ball now to stop doing anything, and he was trying to be proactive.
But wait, bowl a couple of overs with it. See if it stops swinging.
And Bumrah was stood at fine leg when all that happened. Bumrah, who was doing all the damage, he was at fine leg. Probably get him into it. Probably wait till the end of the over. That's also kind of experience. Just your third test match as captain and not having dealt with ball changes so often.
Here is Stokes again, bowls. KL Rahul guides it away nicely behind square on the offside to third man for a single. So, Harmy, can we put your apology in cold storage?
Yeah, I'm rowing it back again. Yeah, I'm about to have another go at Mohammad Siraj and Akashdeep. Akashdeep didn't. He got away scot-free yesterday.
Sometimes a damaged ball can, as we know, when it's been damaged,
I,
sometimes it can help the ball swing.
Yeah, but I look at it, man, as in if you've got a ball which is damaged, you've got a double whammy here. You're going right. If it's still moving, this is what we'd be talking about as bowlers. When bowlers are at mid on and mid off, if this thing's still moving, we have an honest conversation with each other and go, right, the minute it stops, we know for a fact we can get it to change. So while it's still going, let's keep a hold of it, and then when it stops, we'll get it changed, so we'll get the best of both worlds.
I'm sure that's a lesson they would have learned from it yesterday.
Well, let's hope so. I mean, if the ball's damaged, just see. Sometimes it makes the ball do funny things. Here's Stokes again, and a swing from Rishabh Pant, half a step down the wicket, and it was. One hesitates to use the word, but it was a slog. It was a dirty slog, and he miscued it, bottom edge, out to Harry Brook at mid-wicket.
I remember at Durham we played Worcester, and Shoaib Akhtar was playing with us, and the ball did absolutely nothing. It got belted off the concrete, underneath the picket fence, hit the concrete, it came back, had a little hole in the side, and Shoaib's eyes lit up. His eyes lit up, and the first thing he said was, "Do not show this to the umpires."
Here's Stokes again, turned away by Pant behind square on the leg side. That was before the days when the umpires had to inspect the ball every over.
Absolutely, yeah. At the end, the umpires got it at the end of the wicket fall. I mean, it knew road. Ball got hit through the fence, went underneath the fence, it got belted, and it went straight off the concrete. It came back a little sort of gouge in the side.
How long did it take him before he started swinging it?
It wasn't so much how long it took him before he started swinging it. He went from 78 mile an hour to 95 mile an hour in one ball. This thing just started going like an exocet sideways, and it was brilliant. After I'd had a little bit of a discussion and an argument with him to tell him to pull his finger out because he was bowling 78 mile an hour.
Here is Stokes again, bowls Yorker length outside the off stump. Rahul guides it away behind square on the offside to Zach Crawley at backward point to bring up the 200 for India. 200 for 3, resuming this morning at 145 for 3, so 55 runs added. And did he bowl Worcester out?
Oh, did he? I mean, did he? He changed. I remember in that game he changed ends 3 times because he said the wind wasn't suiting him. So it was about 2003-4 opening bowl for England, bowling at one end. Well, was it Dale Benke? It might have been Benke. It might have been before Benke. He's like, he wants to change ends. Well, fair enough. So he changed ends, and then he got to the other end, and it was like, no, I don't like this end. So I ended up going back to the other end.
You've only got 2 to choose from.
Yeah. So it was quite amusing. I think he had just had a big lunch, and I think he was looking for a little bit more than like 2.5 minutes between overs to get his breath back. So he was coming back from an injury show. It was an entertaining time, but I don't think it was much fun for a lot of teams playing against Durham. I was bowling at one end, and Shoaib Akhtar was at the other end. We had Liam Plunkett coming on his first change. I mean, yeah, there was some. We were going at 6 and over, but boy, we had some fun with some firepower.
Spread field now as Bryden Cast runs in from the pavilion end to Rahul. Short, and it's pulled away, sort of short arm jab, pulled straight to square leg along the ground, where Joe Root does the fielding and then does some energetic polishing. Interesting, Joe's theory to the ball malarkey yesterday at the end of his end of the day's play. He also spoke to the media, and he said maximum 3 ball challenges in 80 overs. That's the he said that's he just threw it out there. He said that's what he would do. He said it's just too many. You can't keep changing it or asking for it to be changed every half an hour. He said 3, you can change it 3 times, maximum of 3 times in 80 overs, and if you've got a bad one, you just got to carry on, plough on with it. Short, pulled away by Rahul once again, keeping it down and on the ground. Zach Crawley, sun-hatted, does the fielding. 201 for 3. Slow going, Siddharth Mongia, but are you intrigued by the cricket, or are we just sort of all digging in and waiting for something to happen?
It's par for the course for these conditions, isn't it? It's a flat pitch. It wasn't flat on the first 2 days, but it's slowing down, it's doing less, and India are still 170, 180 behind, so they cannot be adventurous England not getting much out of the ball. They're trying to bowl disciplined lines and lengths, trying to play on their patience because the pitch is not doing much for them. Funnily, this is the first time in the series that the both teams are playing according to the conditions, and we are now being shown the true nature of these pitches, and it's not very entertaining.
Here is Bryden Cast again. Oh, yes, it is. When Rishabh Pant's playing, he's just played the reverse pull. Yes, I think that would be a fair description. He just played a reverse pull down to what became fine leg for a single.
I've got no words. I really haven't. And that's that's hard for me. That's just no words for that. Really, he's got 6 fielders on the leg side waiting for a bouncer, and he's just paddled it round the corner, right-handed basically.
And he's tapped it on the top of the head, not try to hit it, just paddled it down the corner for a single. It's like a forward defensive or an off drive of a spinner.
It's extraordinary 6-3 leg side field now. Bryden Cast to KL Rahul. He backs away outside the leg stump and smacks it through mid-off for 4. That's a very clever improvised piece of batting from KL Rahul. As I said, it's a 6-3 leg side field, and so there are obviously not all the spaces and gaps are on the offside, and that's why he backed away to the leg side and has just, well, it's a baseball bat, did it through mid-off.
Flat batted. England used this tactic a lot when I think we were in New Zealand. Harry Brook played that way, and the best way to play the short pitch bowling, short ball, is to try and hit it flat bat style straight, because there's no fielders really behind where the bowler's coming from. So yeah, it looks like a big risk, but I think it's a calculated one, well taken.
Cast in again, bowls, bangs it in short. Rahul up onto his toes, plays defensively, drops it out to Shoaib Bashir at mid-off, no run.
These conditions are ripe for somebody like Neil Wagner. He was a master of bowling dry, of having of bowling short again and again, and
78 mile an hour bouncers.
Still, and his accuracy still was so good. He was never below the shoulder, he was never below the chest, and always and never above the head, which just asked you questions every single ball.
He was brilliant, absolutely brilliant at it. Here is Bryden Cast, pushed away behind square on the offside to Jofra Archer. Harmy will remember at Mount Maunganui as the one time that he was absolutely shredded. He was Joe Root sort of ramp pulled the first ball of the day for 6 over fine leg. Do you remember? And Kane Williamson was captain, and he just kept another one, Wags, another one, and he was going for 10 and over. He bowled 8 overs for 90 odd.
Yeah, he did. Harry kept flat batting them straight, didn't he? And then if he didn't flat bat him straight, he sort of, like you say, pick up, pull over. He was never trying to hit it down, always trying to hit it over fine leg. So New Zealand had a plan, but England had what looked like a better one.
One of the rare times that teams got better of Wagner.
It may have been the only time.
Yeah,
honestly.
He came in the last time we were there. He came in and sort of discussed and talked about it, didn't he, Manners? Because he had a book out, and he came in and sat with us for half an hour. Great man, Neil Wagner. Played with Durham at the back end of the year. Durham loved him. I think he enjoyed playing at the club. He enjoyed it that much. He tried to come back. He did come back the following year. So he was a one-off. Was Neil Wagner? He was like a Duracell battery that run up and hit halfway down the wicket and made it work every single time for him.
Ben Stokes has gone to plan G, or maybe plan H. Bouncer again to Rishabh Pant. So it's the short ball, it's the bouncer tactic, it's the short ball theory. And well, let's start on the offside. We've got a fly slip. He's a long stop, backstop we used to call that under 11s. 100 partnership with that single. Oh, that's a terrific milestone for KL Rahul and Rishabh Pant. Pant 48, KL Rahul 46. That's their contributions to this 100 partnership. So back to the backstop, then a backward point, a mid-off. That's it on the offside. Leg side, fine leg, long leg, deep square leg, and then 3 saving 1 on the offside. Not saving 1, there for the mistimed pull shot. Bouncer from Stokes again. Pant plays it defensively to backward point. So 2 men behind square on the leg side, and then obviously the third can't be, so he's just in front of square. Yeah, he's not going to be pitching any up.
No, he's not looking to pitch any up. Ball soft. It's not bouncing as much. And saying that last one, he got it in the right spot. He was wide at first ball. Well, it was ever got to 100 partnership. Ben Stokes wasn't happy, but it was a wide.
Stokes around the wicket, bowls short. Pant takes it on, mistimes the pull, may have gloved him. Trickles out towards square leg. Joe Root fields and once again polishes the ball.
He's got him with a good one here. That's on the finger. It's on the finger, so good job Bumble's not here.
Oh, it's the left hand as well.
Yeah,
that's the painful, that's the injured one.
It is. I mean, Bumble will be sitting in his front room now and he'll be throwing things at his telly. Here we go again. Another break-in play. This could take a while again.
Well,
we're
will be hoping it.
We're exhausted with stories. I was going to apologise to Mohammad Siraj again, but Sid's just killed it. He's gone. I was thinking I'm going to get some fans back in India because they were having a go at me for the last 2 days about slagging their bowlers off. I mean, now, this could be lunchtime.
You see, the umpires have become so emasculated. They in theory have the power, if that's the right word, they have the authority to say, I'm sorry, 3 minutes maximum, and then if you're still being treated, you go off. You retire hurt. They have that power. They never, ever use it because, well, not at international level, because they'll get marked down by the captains, and then the ICC won't. They'll end up doing the Asia Pacific qualifier Group 2 Division 4 in Oman for their next international assignment. And the umpires, yes, he's been hit on the hand, but we had Shubman Gill being treated for a lower back condition, being manipulated on the ground for 12 minutes, and he wasn't batting or bowling. He'd just been standing in the field anyway. But Pant, it's an existing injury. That's the other thing.
It's an existing injury, so you shouldn't, in theory, be able to get treatment on an existing injury.
Oh, Joe, 3 minutes.
Existing, but during the match, suffered during the match. He's not carrying it into the match. I just have a little bit of sympathy for the umpires. They do not want any spotlight on themselves. They want the best match for umpires.
Absolutely.
Is where they are the most inconspicuous.
Well, they're in the wrong job if they don't want the spotlight on them. There's 30,000 people and millions more watching on television. They're in the spotlight. Here is Stokes again, short down the leg side, pull shot attempted from Pant, half-heartedly taken by Jamie Smith. Do you know what I mean? Their job is to keep the game moving.
The way they say it, they came to watch Pant bat, not me officiate.
Yeah, but what they will say from a supporter's point of view is we were 15 overs down yesterday, 20 odd overs down in the match.
That's a sixth of the day's allocation.
You're officiating this game and you're not officiating it very well.
Of course, it's the perennial debate that they have to grapple with. Do you want 80 overs of high-intensity game or 90?
Another short one from Stokes, of course, and it's pulled by Pant, sort of paddle pull to Zach Crawley down at fine leg. They go through for a single.
80 overs of high-intensity top-class cricket, or 90 overs where 10 or 15 are bowled by part-timers with no intent, just to get the numbers in. Are we just punching numbers, or are we looking for the highest level of cricket, which is the debate that they have to grapple with all the time, more than us, because they have more skin in the game than us.
Well, you haven't paid £175.
Even if I've paid £175, I want to ask the patrons, what would you like to see? Would you want
a bit more cricket?
or exactly what it says on the ticket, what we get paid for, what it gets paid for, 90 overs in a day. I don't think that's too hard to ask.
Stokes in short, pulled away by KL Rahul, behind square on the leg side. Ladies and gentlemen, boys and girls, Siddharth Mongia here is playing devil's advocate. He's not advocating 75 overs a day.
I'm not, but I'm just looking at the possibility of 90 not being a realistic expectation when a lot of them are being bowled by fast bowlers, when the sun is out like this, when it's so hot. Perhaps we can lower our expectations down to 85.
Maybe we shouldn't have a 9-minute drinks break, which we just had.
That's because of the heat. And the ball change.
Here is Stokes again, short. Pant takes it on, hooks it away over fine leg for 6. That was always going the distance and more. Wonderful 50 from Rishabh Pant. Terrific stuff. Ben Stokes threw down the gauntlet. Rishabh Pant picked it up. And that's a wonderful way to reach 50. And India are 215 for 3. A sudden burst of entertainment.
Yeah, absolutely. And 17th Test match 50, and he was not for 1 minute there looking to hit that down. And he's been hit on the gloves. 3 men back on the leg side. It's a long way down the hill there. Ben Stokes got it high. I wouldn't say it was as high as he would want it. It was in the wheelhouse arc of picking up, pulling from Rishabh Pant, 86 miles an hour. 55 off 86 balls with a dodgy finger. He's playing an absolute gem of an innings, like he has done for the majority of this summer so far in England. And every time India are going through a quiet patch, he sent for Rishabh Pant, and he just makes the game going fast forward, but he's hurried it up a little bit.
Here's Bryden Cast, then another short ball field, and it doesn't really get up this time. It's around maybe waist height, tries to pull it, doesn't get much bat on it. Sid, how would you feel about 90 overs in the day, no time limit? Just bowl the 90.
I'm a big advocate for that. I'd rather see them play the full 90. They'll get round quickly if they're still on the field at half-7.
Yeah, it's the thing that you always wanted. It's a close parallel to this is when the ODI cricket was getting boring. There was formulaic field sets because of field restrictions and all. Ian Chappell used to advocate no restrictions, and you will see more aggressive cricket.
Here is Cast again, bowls, short one, pulled by KL Rahul down towards Zach Crawley at fine leg. So the usual scattering of boundary and leg side fielders, some on the boundary, some in catching positions, unusual catching positions. We had the long stop once again there, Ollie Pope, just to the sort of slip side of the wicketkeeper on the boundary.
The flip side, of course, is that they are competitive players, and when it suits them to bowl slowly and they know it'll get dark and the other team needs just 80 runs in the last hour, they will not bowl enough overs and it'll get dark and they'll walk away with a draw. So it's easier to manipulate that law. Otherwise, it's a very, very good suggestion that you tell me you have to do the work, no matter how many hours you take, I will do it.
Yeah, solution's got to be found. Here's Cast again, bowls, and wild swing from Rishabh Pant. Again, half a step down the track. Knows it's going to be short, taking it on, backs himself, doesn't care where the fielders are, doesn't matter to him. There's a mid-on, a mid-wicket, 2 mid-wickets.
It's an easier shot, Manners, from when Ben Stokes is bowling. Rishabh Pant downhill towards, just to the left of the that great pavilion. It's a bit different from Bryden Cast bowling from the pavilion end. Rishabh Pant hit it into the leg side because it's going uphill. There's a little bit, a little bit harder. He's got to hit it that little bit higher to go that little bit further. And it's interesting that Bryden Cast hasn't got 3 men back. He's only got 2 men back, and Harry Brook is a little bit in no man's land.
3/4 of the way back at mid-wicket. Short pull shot attempted by Pant down the leg side, and there's no contact made. So we've got a fine leg, very fine, almost like a fly slip really. Zach Crawley, he's 5 yards in from the rope. Ollie Pope is at fine leg. Again, 5 yards in. There's a man at 45 degrees. Well, there's 6 on the leg side. You can't describe these positions.
One thing
Spread out.
One thing that's been missing during this attack is
Cast around the wicket, bowls. Pant inside and hooks it out towards square leg, fielded by Stokes. It falls just short of him. Do you know, he didn't know where it was going and he didn't care. He's just backing himself. He's just taking it on and looking to hit it for 6.
I don't think Ben Stokes knew where it was going anywhere either, because he didn't pick it up. He's just thrown his hands in the air as to say he didn't see that, he didn't pick it up. That wasn't far away from the England captain.
I don't think he would have made the catch even if he had picked it. But just going back to what I'm missing in this attack is the bowlers, especially Cars, is not using the crease to its maximum. He's not changing his angles again and again, which, especially when you're bowling short, can be a big factor.
And possibly a bit like we talked right at the top of this half an hour, and Manners are talking about speeds and percentages. Yeah, there's a tired mind there with Bryden Castle, I would imagine, at the moment.
Here he is from the pavilion end. It's short and it's chopped away by KL Rahul. He's got the line wrong and it's running up the hill and it's going to run away for 4. Well, you've got a 6-3 leg side field, and I'm not saying it was outside the off stump at all, but it was probably on a line of off stump, and I guess it needs to be straighter and in at the body with that field. But it's a lovely shot from KL Rahul. Got 100 already in the first Test match at Headingley, and he's well on his way to a second. 89 not out, KL Rahul. 221 for 3. Rishabh Pant has 56, and time for a change in the commentary box. The boss, Jon Norman, will take you through until lunchtime, which is keenly anticipated as always. Absolute culinary pleasure to be at the home of cricket for lunchtime. Ben Stokes is about to carry on. Here's Jon Norman.
And it is Stokes who is set to continue. Another short delivery with Rishabh Pant takes on, and he's been wrapped on the finger again. Any normal batter would probably just start swaying. 1 run added to the score. Just going to get my stuff, Scott. Don't worry. I'll sit down. I'm not Andrew McKenna. Andrew McKenna fans, he's on talkSPORT, but you actually don't need to turn your radio on to hear Andrew McKenna half the time. It's quite loud.
Yeah, I hate loud people.
Oh, those 4-hour journeys back from Manchester in your car, Jarrod. Blimey. Deaf in one ear by the time I reached Penge. Jeremy's back.
I was just fact-checking Jeremy's shirt because it's got giraffes and tigers. We were trying to work out if there's any way that giraffes and tigers would ever be together outside of his shirt or a zoo.
Not for long.
That was Jeremy's joke, but I don't think they're from the same regions either.
So what, tigers are from what, India and
Asia? Yeah.
Giraffes are from Africa.
It's a lovely shirt.
I remember being in the outback and seeing camels for the first time, and I was quite surprised that...
Do you know why there are camels in the outback in Australia?
Traders?
Yeah, so
when they were building the railways?
It's the way they used to get the stuff from Darwin all the way down to Adelaide. So there was a lot of them. Is this a delay? Jeremy, I think this is a second delay.
Why else would we be talking about camels in the outback? I was always going to start with that. Heard Mel bristle at the suggestion that, no, I'll get this right, ostriches lived in Australia, or there were ostriches in Australia.
There are, because there's a lot of ostrich farms in Australia. But no, I mean, they're not obviously native.
Well, nor are camels, but there are camels in Australia. And there are ostriches in Australia as well. There's quite a lot of ostriches in Australia. Essentially, all you need is one to escape. There's a lot of land to run off into.
I think you need more than one to escape. I think you need one male and one female.
Well, unless the female...
And they've got to swim as well, quite a long way.
Unless the female's already met the male. And is headed off.
So we have a delay.
Tell us there's a delay in the cricket without telling us there's a delay in the cricket. Anyway, back to your shirt, Jeremy.
Well, it's fitting me okay at the moment, I think.
Someone was talking about your attire and you're on the chat facility. Is there another way of saying chat facility? Chat box on YouTube? Chat box? Shall I go with chat box?
Comments?
Comments. But where are the comments? Where are the comments?
In the chat box?
There's a microphone. In the chat box. Yeah, someone was picking up on your white shirt earlier today.
Is it too white for the screen? Am I overexposing the YouTubes?
Looking good. I was just hearing you saying that the betting markets now favour India.
Yeah,
over all the 4 results possible.
Yeah, I think they're favourites over England. I don't know if I checked all 4 results. I mean, I'm saying probably more likely than a tie. No, it is. They are the favourites in this game ahead of England to win or a draw.
Well, the interesting thing about that is that it's happened so quickly, really just in not even a session.
Yeah, you're absolutely right, because I think a draw was favourite over an India win. At one stage earlier this morning as Rahul paddle hooks a delivery from Ben Stokes, who's continuing with the short pitch deliveries.
It's also happened, Jeremy, without really dramatic batting. It isn't Rishabh Pant smashing them. I know there was a couple of sixes and everything, but it's not as if they've yanked the game away from England. They've just batted normally, but it is hard. I was sitting out the back with Nagaraj from Cricinfo. It is hard to see how England will get a wicket at this stage. They've tried the short ball tactic, and they're still on that for a little bit longer, but
yeah, England need to take 17 wickets to win this Test match, with less than goes for the pull again. He kind of aborts this. This is wide this time. It's not on the body, doesn't come in on the angle, and so Rishabh Pant, who actually pulls out of this shot in the end.
Rahul was doing a lot of talking to Rishabh Pant, isn't he, at the moment? Just come on, keep going.
Do you think that's what they say to him?
well, I can tell you in the Jofra over, you can just hear him on the stump mic in Hindi apparently saying, just play this out, this is good, play this out, and Jaiswal did not.
Down the leg side, that overcompensates to Stokes, and the ball is exaggerated as it goes down the slope and is fielded.
I think they believe that talking to Rishabh is a good way of keeping him engaged and maybe stopping him from going off into pockets of madness or anything. Not that I don't think they really expect him to listen, but they just want him to know that, you know, and Rohit used to do it quite a bit with Jaiswal as well. Again, just you don't need to do this. Just let's just stay here, and you've already got them where you want them. You know, just making sure that they understand that. And you know, in KL, he is the senior batter in this side, isn't he? Age-wise and experience-wise, I would have thought.
There's another little hold up there. Hold the front page. It almost looked like, I don't know if we've got the ladybirds back or something, but
is that the
Rishabh Pant is?
No, it's the,
the umpire. Oh, is this spider cam?
Yeah.
I think it was too low. Not quite square leg, but on the leg side. It actually looked from here like Rishabh Pant was telling Joe Root to move back 5 yards. Captaining the England field. Stokes again, short again, and Rishabh Pant kind of drops to his knees. Doesn't take the ball on, but instead of just ducking, he just kind of falls out the way.
Everything he does is with a flair, isn't it? That he's very hard not to watch. Now, some people will really love watching Rishabh Pant. I prefer, to be honest, as you would understand, KL Rahul to watch, and they're so different, both of the players. One a technician.
Stokes again, 4 fielders out on the boundary on the leg side, and Rishabh Pant it's kind of like definitely paddles this ball down to one of them, Zach Crawley, at fine leg for a single. 224 for 3.
Sort of taps it on the head as it goes past like a little pesky wasp. But he's, you know, you have a technician at one end with the emphasis on control and classical strokes and the ones that you'd expect all around the ground, whether they're drives or down the ground or tucks off the pads and down to third man. We've seen all of those from KL Rahul. And then at the other end, you've got this anarchic kind of disruptor. Left-hander, of course, swatting and slapping the ball hither and yon on the leg side, reverse sweeps off the quicks. It's kind of fire and ice at one, you know, the partnership really between the two of them.
No, it is. And I think the other thing I would say is, you know, I've been working on a piece for the last couple of days on how often Rishabh Pant creates his own length. So he plays that paddle shot off the spinners where he gets down, but it's not a sweep. He's actually pulling it. He's just dropped his entire body down to play that. And, you know, the way he uses his feet to the quick bowlers, he's like, I'll work this out. Whereas KRL is complete opposite. He's like, this is what has been given to me. and I will handle it in the appropriate manner as which I was taught as a young child. And Rishabh Pant's like, what if I reverse sweep this?
He is. It's sort of a calculated balance, though, when he falls, doesn't it, really, to get underneath it.
Going to see some spin down the track. Shoaib Bashir has been hit for 6 over long off. Ben Duckett was at mid-off, so Rishabh Pant comes down the track, and his first ball, Bashir, is hit for 6 into the members.
It's a good stroke, isn't it? He's used the bottom hand there as well to make sure it went the offside, going with the turn just a little bit if it didn't quite get there. But you'd think that might hurt that hand, that bottom hand, but he's got leg side of it and clouted it.
It's not often you see this, but, well, you do see Stokes following the ball, but usually he'll keep the carrot dangling, but he's actually pushed Ben Duckett out at long off. Tickled away leg side for another run, 231 for 3.
But that's another good case of Rishabh Pant coming down the wicket there and just changing the length and saying, doesn't matter where you're going to bowl it, my feet are quick enough to be able to make this into the ball that I want to play.
Which is why Jamie Smith behind the stumps made sense. I mean, obviously he's behind the stumps for a spinner, but he was just trying to prevent that kind of, with Woakes bowling at least, just trying to prevent Rishabh Pant from doing exactly that.
He did actually come down to one with Jamie Smith up at the stumps as well, because that's what he does.
Bashir this time to Rahul, who pushes this up to Duckett, who stays there. It's at long on rather than long off. The other thing with Pant is you can see, although his body is falling towards the ground like a tree that's been felled, he's watching the ball all the way onto the bat. You know, he's got such good hand-eye coordination.
It's a planned felling.
Whilst it looks dramatic, and it's a little bit like in white ball cricket, I suppose, as this is pushed back to Shoaib Bashir, when a batter essentially, Josh Butler or whoever, they watch the ball all the way onto the bat before they flick it over their shoulder or whatever. Bashir continuing, and he's pulling on the sweep. Is Pant on one knee and away for another single.
So that's exactly the shot I'm talking about as well, because you nailed it there. You said he's pulling on the sweep, because it is kind of a sweep shot, but it's not. It's what he's done is he's got himself down low and then he plays the pull shot. There's Sri Lankan batters are very good at that, at dropping their entire body down and then pulling you, even though you haven't bowled that short, creating a length.
Bashir and Rahul just glances this to Ben Stokes at mid-wicket. 233 for 3.
If you go through some of the old batters, certainly Bradman did this a lot, Jeremy. He didn't play the sweep, but the pull shot was his version, but partly because he was 5'3" or whatever, however tall he was. But he would drop his body down so he could pull balls that normal players just wouldn't be able to pull. And you have a look at some of the heights of those balls and you're like, if that was you'd be on the front foot to it, and yet he's all the way on the back foot. And it's something that Rishabh Pant's very good at, so that you can't find a length to bowl to him, because in the same over, he can turn your full ball into a short ball and your short ball into a full ball just because of the way he moves around the crease. It's a fascinating pattern. While KL does none of this. Just watches the ball, soft hands, appropriate shot.
But KL Rahul, though, I wouldn't say he's a makeshift opener, but I can't remember too many people saying that KL Rahul should be opening the batting for India. 6 months, well, maybe 6 months ago, 8 months ago, 9 months ago, this is pulled by KL Rahul. Behind square on the leg side for a single, 234 for 3. So it's not like he's been doing this for 15 years, is it, KL Rahul?
No.
Of his 50, I don't know how many tests he's got, 60, how many has he opened?
Well, he's certainly opened in England before.
Yes, he has.
And he feels
South
comfortable
Africa?
with the moving ball.
61.
Yeah.
There's not too much lateral movement, is there?
He's done it in South Africa, Australia. He's done it a little bit. Obviously, I think they were going to make him the opener, and then Jaiswal turned up. So, obviously he was going to get that spot.
He was nearly out the side on a couple of occasions. This is pulled to the boundary for 4, backward as square, and he rides the bounce, turns his wrists over the ball. This is cultured shot, completely safe, despite 3 fielders out on the leg side, 2 behind the batter, but he finds the boundary. The powerfully hit shot, And he's 95 not out.
Such a measure of control about the stroke, isn't there? That doesn't worry him at all. The bat's up there, he comes down onto it. No risk attached at all to that. Sort of a disdainful stroke too.
Stokes again, and this is down the leg side. And Rahul almost gets his elbow out the way of this. 238 for 3. He's had a terrific series as Rahul, 42 in the first innings at Leeds, followed by that 137. His only shortened innings, 2 from 26 deliveries in first innings at Edgbaston, but followed that up with 55, and now 95 not out here at Lord's. And it's Stokes who is bowling. Round the wicket to the right-hander, short again, and this is hit a little too hard. He almost overhits this, and it's fielded.
It is noticeable, though, that the ball isn't always coming off at the same pace, and that's one thing that we've seen at Lord's a couple of times in the last few years, where when you bowl bouncers, it's not that the bouncers are good or are hard to face in any way. It's just that the ball doesn't always come on at the same pace, and we saw that incredible 2023 Test match where the most bouncers were ever bowled in a Test, when both sides did it. You can see there, just the two that he's faced on the leg side, one came on and one didn't.
Stokes again, and again he takes the pull shot. This time wristily played. It doesn't go through with. It's not muscled around the corner. It's almost flicked. It's like that wasp is back.
Yeah, it's
just
a guide.
flicking it out of his face.
It's a guide, isn't it?
One more run to score, and I think Stokes has bowled faster than Jofra Archer and Bryden Cast today. 87 miles an hour, that delivery.
If only we had a Gary Morgan to check that for us. But one thing I would say is he must have a magic groin, because he couldn't walk on day one. And he's bowling Neil Wagner spells on morning of day 3.
Yeah, well, Steve Harmison had a thought about that, didn't he? Rishabh Pant sets off quickly here. He fancies 2. He's taken Stokes on the pull shot, but it's fielded. So end of the over, and India have ticked along really nicely here at Lord's on day 3 of the 3rd Test. Rishabh Pant, who was 19 not out overnight, is 68. He's faced a century of deliveries, and alongside him Rahul, 4 away from what would be his 2nd century of the series. India 240 for 3, so they trail by 147.
I think the fact for me, just looking at that last over, was the control from both batsmen, really. They're not being concerned and worried. Yes, I agree that some of them are coming at different paces, and you've got to watch the ball very closely to make sure you don't hit too early. But none of them went in the air. Not one of those shots. If any player is going to hit it in the air, it's going to be Pant, I think, because he comes from low to high. But certainly Rahul doesn't.
Shoaib Bashir then continuing from the pavilion end, defended by Rishabh Pant. Just going through KL Rahul's batting record since his debut, and he's been playing for India for 11 years. And I'm quite surprised by something I've just picked out. Defended again. Centuries. KL Rahul's centuries. He's a little Harry Brook-esque. So far, he seems to be much more successful overseas than at home.
Yeah, that's one of the reasons they've kept him around. Some of it is his flexibility, but also where he makes his runs in Australia and South Africa and England.
Defended again. His first century came as an opener at the SCG back in 2015. His next on it as an opener in Colombo against Sri Lanka. His 3rd century, again overseas, in Jamaica back in 2016. This is a touch leg side, and Rishabh Pant gets down on the sweep to just try and clip this past Harry Brook, who runs across, and actually I think he gets his pad on it. It's nobody down at fine leg by the boundary, so only needed to get a little bit of bat on that, and that would have come down here for another 4. But he's still there, and Bashir comes forward and defends. So that's his first 3 centuries. He then hit 199 against England in Chennai. There was quite a gap between 2016 to his 2-year wait before he again scored a century at the Oval. Bashir again, this is short and wide and cut to point for a single. He hit another one against England, against Lords in 2021. A couple in Centurion. He's only hit 1 century at home. I am surprised. I didn't know that.
He struggled a lot in India. Remember that for some of his career, the wickets have been ragging, and I don't think he plays spin as well as he plays pace. I think if you watch him in T20 cricket, he will often play within himself, even against spin there. I think he prefers the ball coming on, specifically when it comes to England, and you could probably throw South Africa in there as well. I think the lateral movement bothers him a lot less than it does other Indian players.
Which is unusual, isn't it?
Yeah. He would have... He's from Bengaluru, so I wouldn't have thought the wickets... you can get some lateral movement there, but they're not known as big seaming wickets or anything.
Yeah, it's Rishabh Pant facing up as Stokes is in. Short again, and this is guided to third. What a shot this is from Rishabh Pant, who moves to 73. The ball has tailed into him. He's kept his body shape and then just raised the bat, horizontally played, perfectly straight actually, and just guided it down through vacant slip cordon. And there is a fielder at kind of a very deep first slip, or a fly slip, but that was hit powerfully. And 4 more to the score. 73, Rishabh Pant. 245 for 3. Top edge has been brilliantly caught by Zach Crawley, but in tumbling over the boundary, he's hurled it in, and the body language to me suggests that Crawley might have overstepped before he manages to get the ball inside the boundary. We'll have a look. Either way, superb athleticism from Crawley. He's taken the catch above his head, but in falling over, he's had to throw the ball back in, so it's not out. It's just a question of whether it's 6 or 1.
It's in his hands here, and I think he saved it. I think it's a single. It was excellent effort. I was actually more afraid that he'd hurt himself, because he took the catch, and then as he flicked back, he wasn't really ready for what his feet were going to do. But it looks like his athleticism allowed his body to turn in air, and maybe saved him from what could have been a hyperextension to his knee or anything there, Jeremy.
That's an excellent piece of fielding, isn't it, really? Because he's right beside, he knew where he was, right by the Toblerone, if you like, and he knew he had to go backwards to stop the ball, and he lost his balance.
Stokes down the leg side, it's short again, and Rahul opts not to pull, fearful possibly of getting a little glove through to the keeper. He's pretty much, as you've been saying, just let the ball come to him, and then he deals with it in classical style. Wasn't there questions to Rishabh Pant? I was listening to you guys or Jeremy talking about the difference between the two styles. Wasn't there questions that you felt about his love of heavy metal? Am I completely imagining that?
Rishabh Pant likes heavy metal?
Yeah. Well,
don't know. I'd like to find out.
Do you remember when Jeff Lemon used to ask bizarre questions at press conferences at the end of the day? Short again, but this is on the body of Rahul, who pulls quickly and powerfully, but it'll just be a single. He moves to 97 to score 247 for 3.
He likes John Denver.
John Denver's very popular in Sri Lanka, isn't he?
I don't know.
Is John Denver's Country Road?
Yeah.
Oh, they play Country Road on every radio station, in every airport, at every bus terminal that you're in Sri Lanka. Big fan of that one particular John Denver hit.
Well, there you are.
I see him more of I see Rishabh as more of a System of a Down fan. You would have listened to them, Jeremy.
Stokes continuing with Rishabh Pant, 74 not out. It's a short pitch delivery which Rishabh Pant ducks under.
Megadeth?
No.
Okay. Ramstein?
I don't know what you're
Du
talking
hast
about.
mich?
Are these sentences, or are they just singular words
Cradle
thrown around?
Cradle
in the
of
air?
Filth? No, none of these? Okay.
Do you take requests, Jeremy, when you're playing in the bars and clubs of Wellington?
Well, provided
Picton.
Picton, provided it's between the 50s and the 80s.
You do take requests. Well, Megadeth was in the 80s. short again, and Rishabh Pant just doesn't duck, just falls.
More 80s. What about the hair metal? No, not a lot of hair. Not a lot of Skid Row. Notley Crew. Damien Fleming's a big hair metal fan.
Yeah, well, it would have been in that era. I mean, Australia was a few years behind as well. So
I can't think of that many cricketers who are heavy metal fans, though. But I'm now going to Google it and see if there are any.
Wasn't Mitchell Johnson a heavy metal fan? He was a rocker.
I
think he was.
I think
there must be some heavy metal. The AC/DC came from Melbourne. There must be a few.
Sadly, they didn't come from Melbourne.
Oh, didn't they?
They came from Adelaide, I think.
I thought one of their first ever gigs was in Melbourne. Maybe that's what it was.
People come together.
Cherry Bar or something. Do you know that one?
Yeah.
I went there for a good night out once. Tell me there's a delay in the cricket. There isn't actually a delay in the cricket. 247 for 3. Then Rahul facing 97 not out, and it's Shoaib Bashir who comes in, and Rahul steps away from the crease and cuts this square of the wicket and comes through for a single. He moves to 98. The score 248 for 3 in India, 3 minutes away from a wicketless session. How many of those have there been in this series?
I think it says quite a lot, doesn't it, that he's 98, so he's a 97 before that ball, but there isn't the tension because he just looks like he's batting in a zone. It doesn't look like he's panicking or he's changed his tempo. He's just batting completely normal.
Bashir again defended this time by Pant, who's 74 not out.
Yeah, but no semblance of an opportunity, is there? I mean, at least Rishabh Pant nearly got out, as I say, hitting from low to high.
The only moment of concern was that it must have been in the second over of play, as Bashir again comes forward and Pant has to hurry, and actually what a throw! It's Ben Stokes, it's been knocked into mid-wicket, and Rishabh Pant is thinking the danger end is at Rahul's end. I'm not sure that he has run as fast as he could, and Stokes has been aware of this, and instead of throwing down the stumps at the end that Rahul is racing to, he's switched, turned, and he's fired the ball at the non-striker's end, and is Rishabh Pant short of his ground. Yes! He's been run out! What an incredible bit of fielding from Ben Stokes, and Rishabh Pant has been run out for 74, and India don't enjoy a wicketless session. They've lost one on the stroke of lunch. Pant's gone for 74, and India 248 for 4.
It was a poor single, no matter how you look at it, because I think Rahul would have struggled to make it as well. From the moment he went for that run, I was like, this is going to be tight. But well done to Ben Stokes. Not just the athleticism, but he realised that Rishabh Pant called it and then jogged. I mean, jogged is the wrong way, but he wasn't sprinting to turn around and throw that, but also the luck, because I don't know how that ball missed Rishabh Pant on the way to the stumps. So I thought when he was throwing it was just going to hit Rishabh Pant and it was going to fly off somewhere, but instead he somehow managed to hit the stumps and go between his body or around his body and get it there. Just absolutely brilliant cricket, and they needed that because it was a pretty poor session up until that exact moment, Jeremy.
Yeah, what a piece of fielding. It's reminding me very much of the old times when mid-wicket was the key man, and quite often they would turn and throw at the the bowler's end, because you've got 3 stumps to aim at, you see. But Rahul was, you're right, absolutely right. He was struggling as well. It was a poor run, and it was a mistake, and it's been a costly one. It seems about the only way that England were going to get a wicket, actually, the way that they've been going this session. So a run out, and that'll do for them. They'll be very pleased to see the end of Pant.
Well, incredible end to the session. India would have been thinking they were going to get him without losing a wicket, but not to be. 248 for 4. One of the points that I mentioned, I think when we were on comms maybe, Jeremy, from an English perspective I'd be a little bit concerned, because they've needed something exceptional for 3 of the 4 wickets. An exceptional bit of bowling from Jofra Archer to dismiss Jaiswal, an exceptional catch from Joe Root, and now we've seen an exceptional bit of fielding from Ben Stokes.
They need 16 more wickets to win this game.
Yeah. So for all of the excitement, I still feel that as we have hit lunch here on day 3, this is a pitch which is going to need something extraordinary. if England are to win, to India to win, and we may get that.
16 more wickets for England. Even after that, it feels a long way away, doesn't it? Now, new ball is due in 15 overs.
Yes,
Yep.
new
So
ball next session.
let's say they don't take a wicket in the first 15 overs, which is very acceptable. If they can get 2 quickly, things change. But if they don't, India's looking at this stage, a substantial lead. And I thought they'd get wickets early this morning, England, and then India would pull back. It hasn't been the case at all. So been a very good morning for for India so far, and then a very good last ball for England.
But it's also continued a trend that this series has consistently conjured up, where India have gone through long periods where they're seemingly in control of the game when they're batting, and then they just contrive to lose a wicket. And it's happened again today, or in this session. So it does mean they'll come out, and obviously Rahul is still there, but with Reddy, who had 2 single-figure scores at Edgbaston to come, Jadeja, of course, who can fine batter, some batting to come, but there we are. Right, end of the session, and it's time for me to hand over to Jarrod. It's an Australian takeover here, as the grey cricketer who are in town. They're about to perform uptown in the West End. They should be in Jamaica, shouldn't they? Shouldn't you be in Jamaica, Jarrod? Doesn't the 3rd test get underway today? Did you leave your hotel when you were in Jamaica last time? Well, you can answer. You've got 40 minutes. Jeremy's making way. The great cricketer are in town. They're in the comms box. They're going to sit in as well. So just hold fire for 30 seconds or so as we move things around in the commentary box. Drama late in the session with Rishabh Pant run out brilliantly by Ben Stokes for 74. Rahul still there. England yesterday bowled out for 387, and in reply at lunch on day 3, India 248 for 4, trailing by 139.
Welcome back to talkSPORT Cricket as the band is out there in full regalia on the ground. It looks very hot, if we're being honest. I'm not sure that I'd be happy dressed like that, but talk about 2 men who like to talk about how players dress and their rigs and everything else. I've got the great cricketer here who are... You guys are at the Apollo soon. You've got a big show. Talk us through that. Here you go.
Thanks for having us, by the way, Jarrod. And let's talk about Australia generally speaking. Let's get into the real stuff. Now, the West Indies. What's that pitch going to do in Sabina Park?
Yep. 25 minutes on that.
Yeah, that's right. As I look at a marching band here at Lords, parading in front of the suites. This is real cricket out here.
They are performing for Ravi Shastri's boss. I gotta say that's the Ravi Shastri street right there. I think he purchased that.
Yeah, you know what? We're all performing for India one way or another. So now our live show tomorrow. Yeah, we're really looking forward to it. It's Hammersmith Apollo. Sort of a full circle moment for Pez and I. We've seen some unbelievable acts there over the years. Obviously, Pez and I have spent a bit of time in the UK living here at different stages. So, and now people get to see the great cricketer there. So,
is that a step up or a step down?
Oh, way down.
Well down. In the basement, I would say, and beneath.
Yeah. But Stuart Broad's on stage with us. He'll be joining us. So, it'd be nice to catch up to see what he's been doing post-retirement. No, we're really looking forward to it. There's still a couple of tickets available. If people want to come along, it's greatcricketer.com if you want to buy tickets. And if you don't, then don't bother coming.
Yeah.
But it's going to be fun. That's why we're here in the UK rather than the Caribbean. We're doing these live shows. We did one in Birmingham last week with Jimmy Anderson, and we got this one tomorrow night, Sunday night, which we've timed perfectly for the Wimbledon final, which I've only just realised literally this morning that was on as well. So yeah, if you're bored, TGC, come along.
I think that the history of you two guys is fascinating because it springs up as a Twitter account, right? Is Twitter still a thing? X, whatever we call it now.
It feels weird saying X,
Yeah.
doesn't it? Still, I'm
Let's call it
not
Twitter.
there yet. Yeah.
We're all Twitter people.
We're Twitter
that's
people.
right.
Yeah. It springs up as that you're playing club cricket or grade cricket. Sorry, didn't want to slag you off there, guys. In Sydney at the time. How does it sort of form? Like, what's the idea? How do you end up with a Twitter account?
I guess, Higgos and I have about 25 to 30 years of combined grizzled grade cricket experience, and we would have joined that competition in Sydney at the age of 17 or 18, and so we were impressionable young men. They're like all men need role models. Our fathers can be distant at times. Everyone's had those situations. Men have generally fled society, but in a grade cricket context, there is just this combination, this phalanx of dysfunctional male togetherness that that you are impressionable to. You play with them on the field and you learn a lot off the field.
There's nothing like the fatherhood of a 4th 11 captain.
That's exactly right. And so while we were playing and chasing dreams of going further that really should have, should have had a stop put to it at age 15, we learned a lot about masculinity, about how to conduct yourself, and as we get older we realised that they were all really bad lessons. But at the time we were in a sort of education, a university for this particular thing. I think once I stopped playing, we just started exploring it. We started writing about it on Twitter anonymously. It resonated with people because men being men, we don't talk about things. So there was some voice put to it, and it resonated. It took off a little bit. So we just kept exploring this character or these characters through different forms.
It's also worth saying that Australian grade cricket and club cricket works very differently to English one, where you turn up once on a Saturday, you play and everyone sort of disappears. It's Tuesday training sessions, it's Thursday training sessions. And was grade cricket Saturday and Sunday?
Often Saturday and Sunday. Yeah.
So you're looking at 4 days of the week hanging around with these new role models.
Well, and when we played, this was like the apex of Australian cricketing exceptionalism. Early 2000s, mid 2000s, when the Australian cricketing pyramid was very, very reinforced. It went from very sturdily grade cricket, or they call it Premier cricket now. We lobbied against that unsuccessfully. Grade cricket into state cricket into Test cricket. So everybody there is in the pyramid. They're fighting to go up levels, and that creates all sorts of conduct that we still mind today.
Yeah, I mean, we've seen Gus Atkinson playing his club cricket today, I suppose. Who's he play for again? Spencer?
He
Spencer,
plays for
is it?
Spencer because Cameron Ponsonby plays for Spencer, and he's mentioned it to me 4 times.
So basically,
Okay,
that means Cam Ponsonby plays for England.
Yeah,
Exactly.
I think that's how it works.
That is how it works. I mean, Pez mentioned the University of Life that we were sort of doing without realising. I would recommend to people to actually go to university if you can.
Of course.
Rather than doing this, because this is a very specific set of skills that is not applicable to any stage of life, I would suggest. But yeah, I mean...
it is a PhD in toxic masculinity, though, isn't it?
Exactly. That's exactly it. And people want to hear it. I mean, it's so far. So we've benefited from the fact that a lot of the presentation of cricket at the highest levels is done by ex-professional cricketers who are saying things they don't really think. And we, on the other hand, get down there. We try and present a prism of the game that maybe club cricketers recognise. We run the international game through the club prism, and people so far like it.
I think that was the thing that I first noticed with the Twitter account, which was, it just got to the point where we'd started sort of talking about global cricket, right? So before that, everyone's focused on England or India or New Zealand, whatever their team is. Then we get into global, and then you guys come in and we're like, actually, there's a huge percentage of people that love cricket who don't even watch the national stuff, right? They're maybe not even that directly interested in it. And until sort of the grade cricketer came on, now you've got cricket district as well. You've got all these different things. It's like, it makes sense. But when you guys did it, I was like, that's really, really clever. And then Sydney grade cricket is a bit nuts, right? I think even within the Australian culture of being a bit nuts, it's more nuts than the others.
I believe you're referring to Sydney Test cricket, Jarrod.
That's what we call it.
Yeah, yeah, that's right. I mean, when we were playing on your Saturdays and your Sundays, even though you aspire to, make it here, right, make it at Lord's, you don't actually pay attention to the national side, and to actually be interested in cricket is to your great detriment. If you reveal that you like cricket, that's a little bit rare. Now, sure, you spent
went to 2 days of the Test match. What's wrong with you?
Now you have just spent 25 to 30 hours a week, basically a part-time job, doing this thing. But to like cricket is a little bit rare.
Or to show outwardly that you like cricket, even though every action you take suggests that you do love the game, is an enormous mistake.
$700 on a bat.
Yeah.
But you don't like the game.
Yeah, we've all spent 30 hours a week,
Yeah.
but if on Saturday afternoon after the game you speak with other club cricketers and talk about cricket, you are ostracised for eternity for like daring to say that you like the game.
Yeah.
It's a tough set of rules.
Yeah.
It's tough to navigate. It's a tightrope, but that's what we try and do with the grade cricketer. Just try and explain how you're meant to conduct yourself.
It's also, the cricket side of it is funny, but also the emotional side, because it's hard to explain to people in England and other countries what club cricket in Australia is like. But it is, everyone thinks they are in a Test match, even if it's fourth. You guys play grade cricket. Like, I started off playing really low-level cricket, and the plumber turns up 5 minutes beforehand, but he's yelling at everyone because they haven't done stretches, right? Like, who ran laps of the ground to prepare for the day?
Yeah.
What do you mean you won't bowl 15 overs into the wind, despite the fact you've been a landscape gardener all week? Like, it's not like in English cricket, everyone's making an excuse. He probably can't do that because, he's hip. And in Australian cricket, it's like, we can't pick him anymore. He's got a dumb hip. He's done forever.
Yeah, that is exactly right. I mean, also you're just mimicking what you see on television. I remember just being told to sledge when I was like 19, just because that's what Steve Waugh did.
Yeah.
So I don't know why I was doing it, but I was just doing it because that's what the national team did, despite also at the same time not being too interested in selections or what was happening with the national setup. So it's all very confusing. I suppose another element as well, that in grade cricket you play Saturday. Like, there are 2-day fixtures, right? So that is a weird one, where one team will bat on one Saturday, then you come back the following week, and then it's your turn, more or less. And some weeks or some stretches you might not bat for like a month. And this goes on for like 7 months while all your friends are at the beach. It's it's
trying to
painful.
explain to a new girlfriend that if you're a specialist batter, you're going to go for about 60 or 70 overs and stand in the sun, not do that much, maybe field it mid-off, right? When she wants to go away for a weekend. It's not the easiest conversation, is it?
No, it's not. And I think the English, they, as a nation, do know how to enjoy cricket at a holistic level. I mean, grounds are well appointed, people are included, partners can come along, there's lovely things to do. There are verdant greens and hills and beautiful afternoon teas, whereas Australia is like, it's rock hard outfields and everybody pretending it's a Test match, even though you're a fourth grader.
Even though the council hasn't even mapped out the pitch correctly.
Yeah,
right?
Exactly. But we feel like it's our constitutional obligation to be very good at cricket. So the attitudes are completely contrasting to different places. But again, it just bubbles up a whole bunch of conduct that is kind of rooted in brutality, tragedy, pain that we've just tried to tap into through these various forms.
And there's some elements as well which make you feel so far away from the game. Now, that might be like being asked to score, or being asked to help move the sight screens, or a hungover groundsman rolling the pitch who does not care. Or one of our favourites is like a ratepayer who lives nearby will walk across the field
with their dog.
With their dog.
Because that's what they do every single
what
day. They pay council taxes to do that. And we think we're playing a Test match. Someone just cuts across like long leg, and in unison, everybody in the cricket, like playing that cricket game, oh, got off the field, and this person's just got a paper under their arm and a dog just going, hang on, this is my local park. So sometimes you have the bubble burst from a Test match, like in the ways Higo said, scoring, moving sight screens, getting rid of ratepayers, that bring you back to earth pretty hard.
Were you surprised at the fact that this translated outside of Australia? So I remember going back, so your first book came out in 2015, and I remember that people who I'd grown up with who don't watch international cricket had your book and were talking to me about it, and I realized why it meant to them, because they had grown up with the yelling at the guy with the dog, right? Like, they're all used to that. Are you surprised how well it's translated to other cricket cultures that are nothing like Australia's cricket culture? It is really, a culture of its own. Did that surprise you guys?
Yeah, I suppose so. Like all we've ever done is put our work out there and seen if it's going to fly or not. Like we don't retrofit any of our ideas to new audiences. We just cover the game, speak about the game in a way that's authentic to our experience. If it works, it works. If it doesn't, it doesn't. But I suppose we've learnt pleasantly that there are a lot of universal experiences of cricket that transcends the cultural mores of nations, So whether you are English or Indian or Australian or South African or whatever it is, like people still experience pain in cricket. They experience strange byplay between teammates. Cricket is an inherently selfish game. It's a self-interested game that masquerades as a team game, and that creates political situations that we just mine for comedy. So it doesn't really matter where you're from. The game inherently throws up a lot of comedy, particularly long-form cricket. I think the thing that's not so much threatened TGC, but...
Are you saying T20 cricket's not funny enough?
Yeah, absolutely.
It's not funny.
It's the least humorous game, and one of the biggest threats to our business is professional players figuring out in T20 cricket that it doesn't matter whether you get out or you hit a six, to just stay level with it. So you don't see, players don't seem to mind either way whether they succeed or fail. And we've got real problems with that when we do a SWOT analysis of the great cricketer because it's all about how you deal with pain and how you mind that. So yeah, we've been really fortunate that, I suppose it just speaks to the layers of the game itself and the way that it's been made, that there's so much comedy in there because it elicits so many emotions, There was one time at a live show at the interval where we had Justin Langer downstairs. I don't think he'd mind me saying this. And he went downstairs at the interval and he started looking straight on his phone for BBL scores. And I said to him, like, JL, are you really into it? Because a lot of professional cricketers, off camera aren't into it. And he stared up at me with those intense dagger eyes and said, like, I love it, Sammy. Do you love it? Do you love cricket, Sammy? And I said, it's a complicated thing, JL. It really is. It's hard to say. He's like, no, do you love it? And I was like, yes, Justin. And then I was just Homer into the hedges out of there. Love is, I think, too superficial a way to talk about cricket. I mean, cricket is just the ups and downs of life, and we just try and cover that.
One thing I noticed, the difference in club cricket here, I was lucky enough to play 3 years down in Surrey 15 years ago now, which is painful for me to say, but... And
you average 45 there as well. You mentioned that on the show a few times.
I will link up the stats later, yeah. But
if anyone could just Google play cricket while we're live.
Higgins.
People really enjoyed playing here. Their Saturday was about community and getting to the club. You're having shandies in the clubhouse. The community would come down. People from the community having tea, watching the cricket at the local park, right? Whereas in Australia, no one was enjoying it. You were there to win. Yeah. That was the thing. And I think a lot of people were playing.
And hope that your teammates fail too. By the way,
well, there's that.
That's one way you go up. It's a zero-sum game.
You're also checking the grade beneath you to see if that young talented guy has actually succeeded. Yeah. In which case your spot's on the 3rd and 3rd grade. I've never been through the harshness of the winters here, right? So I'm not sure what that transition is like, but you sort of understand it about the 3 p.m. sunsets here, during the winter and the pain of that. Then the sun's out like it is in the last few days here at Lord's, and it's just magnificent. Nowhere else in the world you'd want to be than in the Northern Hemisphere when the sun's shining. And cricket, it just makes part of it's culture, it's family, it's community and all that. In grade cricket, you're just doing it because that's what you do in the summer, and also you're there to win, and if you're there to have a good time, all the best. Yeah. Change clubs.
Yeah.
I remember when I grew up, and I didn't realise that everyone didn't go to cricket all day on Saturday. Do you know what I mean? I've told this story before. There's a great story with Charles Darwin, where one of Charles Darwin's kids goes next doors, and he's saying to the kid, "Where does your dad keep his barnacles?" I was that kind of kid where I was just like, "What do you mean you went away on the weekend? How could you go away on the weekend?" Do you remember, in Melbourne, there was this big thing of you could only get married on 2 weekends of the year because it had to be between cricket and footy season.
Right.
Because you couldn't miss a game to get married.
Yeah,
and imagine taking half the club away to get married. It's disgusting. Yeah. So it's not the way that these things go. So it's very, very different. So I think all that's fascinating. Just on the grade cricketer side of things, you tried the book and that works. Sensational. What's the idea with the podcast of we've done Twitter, we've done a book, we need to find the next level?
Pretty much. Like that. I mean, when these things started to emerge for us, we all had full-time jobs elsewhere. Like we didn't sit down with a business plan or a strategy or a 5-year horizon or anything like that. We just enjoyed exploring the character and talking about it. And when the podcast came up, it really was nothing more complicated than like we'd like to keep doing this, and with a little bit of help from people who'd enjoyed the book, we were given a platform. We were lucky insofar as we had an existing social media following, so we weren't starting a podcast from scratch and no one had heard us or anything like that. And us, like I think the thing that's probably less interesting to talk about is that there used to be 3 of us, now there's 2, but like we always enjoyed communication separately. We'd all had time on local radio, we've all written before, we've studied things in and around that as well, so I think we did bring a bit of skill to it as well. Like for example, once we released our anonymity, there was a lot of first graders and higher level cricketers who would come up to us and tell us what our jokes should be, because they were better at cricket than us. Therefore, they were better writers than us. But
I think that's how it works.
And better people.
I think when you're a better cricketer than someone, you're a better person than them, and you know more about life. So yeah. So the podcast was just another step where we're like, we just enjoy doing this, and but we worked hard. I mean, at the time. Higgos and it was Dave at the time were living in Sydney. I was living in Melbourne. I would fly to Sydney every week on, a cheap Jetstar flight. We'd do it all in purpose.
At the Geelong airport?
Avalon, go down to Avalon, get it done.
Yeah,
so we've done a lot of hard yards. We've done a lot of very bare bones editing of stuff. We've had garage years. We've recorded podcasts with doonas over our heads in cars, early in the morning, getting away from babies crying. So we've really put a lot of work in to get to where we are now, and I'm sure we'll ruin it soon and get cancelled by saying the wrong thing, but it's been a great ride.
I remember actually being on your podcast once, and I don't think I've ever told you guys this. You asked me on, and I had been doing lots of swimming around Australia, and I had infections in my ears, and I couldn't hear a word that you guys said, so I did a whole episode of your podcast. It was like 40 minutes from a hotel room in Sydney somewhere, where I had no idea what you guys were saying. So you must be like, why is he being so random? Like, why is he trying? Comedy's our thing. We're better at cricket than he is. From there, what I find really interesting from a cricket media perspective is, there's something about the Australian cricket media where they're just like, okay, well, the great cricket, we're going to bring them in. And you do end up getting involved with Channel 7, and you are a fairly, major part. You've got a partnership with, Gideon Haig and Peter Lawler now, and all these different things. The Channel 7 thing really changes it from people in the know to kind of like my dad knows who you are right now, and he can't Google anything. He hates everything from Sydney, if we're being honest. So
he wouldn't be the only person from around Australia. That's a default position, isn't it?
So Channel 7 really takes you from podcasters and Twitter to something else, right? And a lot of that is the player interviews, yeah, because the players actually, for whatever reason, I don't understand it, seem to want to talk to you.
Thanks, Jarrod. Yeah, Jarrod's actually doing this interview with a gun to his back from his producers.
I asked not to do it. But
yeah, I'm so sorry, Jarrod.
Well, Jarrod, I've been swimming around the country, so I can't hear a single thing you're saying. No, we've been really lucky because this current generation of Australian players, which have been playing for 15 years for Australia, basically, they all went through grade cricket. And that is the avenue to get to state cricket into Test cricket, right, or the white ball setup. So it's probably less and less these days. They're playing less and less grade cricket to get into academies, into the system, so to speak. But there was a kinship there because we're broadly the same age as Usman. So it's there was a sort of a recognition there, I think, of shared experience, even though these guys were genetic freaks and, we just gave it a go and paid to play ultimately. So, I think there was a kinship there to begin with. So there was, but then just to make players laugh is gold for producers. Now, if you can do that, then that's very giving of the players as well, right? Because that takes trust in them that you're not going to make them look bad. And we've never tried to do that at all.
Well, they're in on the joke, right?
They're in on the joke.
They're not the joke.
Yeah. No, I mean, I think Higgos has said it correctly, but I can't really speak for players, but I'm presuming they enjoy engaging in interviews with people who might have shared a similar cricketing experience to them through grade cricket, and I think a lot of them are keen to impress on audiences that they have been in those those foundational rootsy situations as well, and they've come through with similar humour and that kind of you know, abrasive experience that you have through grade cricket as well. So I think we're able to get on a good level with a lot of them, have a laugh with them, and I think ultimately they know that we're not really going to ask them a whole heap of gotcha questions, only occasionally, you know. So that it is nice to do that.
It is. It's not that you guys don't do journalism, because quite often you will break news, right? But it's actually that you're not asking questions like cricket writers, right?
Yeah.
So you're not saying, how do you feel about that last failure, or, you know, it's a tough tour coming out. Like it's coming at it from another area, so it's allowing them to have conversations, which professional athletes don't always get a chance to have conversations. It's why so many of the American guys have their own podcasts, right? So they can just talk about what they want to talk about, and you guys sort of allow them to do that, and it is a, you know, they know there's going to be gags on there and everything else. Like, it's a looser thing. It's a much different thing than normal cricket media.
Yeah, like, and from our perspective, like, I think that whether you're a cricket writer, you're a TV presenter, you're your social media first storyteller, I think we're all here just to narrate the game for people. I mean, people, like cricket, sport is two things. It's what happens on the field and all the talk that happens afterwards. We're just part of all that talk, and if people want to have us as their chief narrators of cricket, they like a bit of comedy with it, they can have us. If they like something a little bit more considered or statistically driven, there's a lot of people there for that as well. And I mean, what we enjoy doing is speaking to players through you know, a grade cricket perspective, and yeah, sometimes that will throw up a story that perhaps other reporters haven't been able to get. So I mean, he goes a couple of years ago when we were speaking to the players, the Aussie players after the 2023 Ashes, we just gleaned that something had happened in the long room during lunch after the Bairstow incident. Someone had.
Is this an exclusive?
No. This is he goes kind of got it, but there was mention of it, and I won't say who the player was who kind of dropped it, but he goes just followed up on something that was mentioned about it, and all of a sudden someone spilt the beans about the whole scenario of Johnny Bairstow coming in steaming after the dismissal. They were playing the replay over and over and over, and Bairstow looking at the Aussie players and saying, "Are you guys happy with that?" To which David Warner responded, "Yes, very." And so once that one player dropped that story, every new player came into that content capture day, we had the story and just asked them about it outright. So they knew, well, if this is out there, we'll just keep telling the story. So every single player put their perspective on it. Travis Head and Mitch Marsh were talking about how they'd spilt soup on themselves. They were laughing so much. I think the only people that upset was the Amazon documentary people who weren't releasing for a year, and they wanted that one for their doco. But yeah, so occasionally it can... that story went humongously around the world, and Piers Morgan started sledging us on Twitter.
Piers Morgan picked it up. So then, like, everyone's playing their part. You know, we're just laughing along. You know, the Australians are ugly, nasty, brutish, thuggish convicts.
Yes, anti-intellectual as well.
And Piers Morgan's chipping in. So it's just the Ashes, baby. You know what I'm saying?
He really doesn't like that stumping of Johnny Bairstow, by the way.
Well, he wouldn't be the only one, to be fair to him, but
he is the loudest. Although I suppose he's the loudest on many things, so that's fair. One of the things I thought was really interesting now is I think I told you guys yesterday when we were chatting that I remember, like, the first time I got like a settle down champ in the comments. Now, champing is obviously, we all grew up champing, and we, as Australians, we know about it, but I don't think it was ever really discussed. I feel like you guys sort of brought the discussion about champing. Can you explain to the worldwide audience of talkSPORT here exactly the subtle art of champing?
We do have a glossary at the end of our first book that goes through some of these words. So how would you define, like, to be champed is when somebody's speaking to you. For example, if you order a coffee from somebody and the barista says at the end, "Here you go, champ," you just feel like they've subtly patronised you or been condescending towards you. You know, like, your name is on the cup. They could call you by your name, but instead they call you champ, and it's condescending because clearly you're not a champion of any in any way, shape, or form.
You're just someone who bought a coffee.
That's exactly right. I just bought a coffee. So it's a word that we observed was turning up in a lot of those contexts within cricket or life. And we just kind of kept writing about it. We popularised it a little bit, and it turns up all over the culture now. Like, it was in Mr. In Between, like, it was which is a great Aussie TV series as well, where, like, somebody in jail says to another criminal, you know, "Here you go, champ." He goes, "What did you call me?" And then there's a massive fight in the jail. So like, we're just it's not like we invented it. It was more just noticing it, bringing it out into the world, talking about it, and people can enjoy it that way.
There's so many words in cricket that are ruined, like they're ruined words, you know what I mean? And like champ is definitely one of them, because to be champed it absolutely rocks you, and it just shouldn't. But like when it's like. I don't want to it is the boomer generation, unfortunately. You know, like it is when someone rocks you with an unironic champion. It's like, oh God, you've absolutely done me there. Now they don't know what they're doing; they're just being nice and genial.
Championship,
but they're not. Yeah, championship, Champs-Élysées,
Champions League,
champignon,
beef champignon.
Yeah.
So this is the linguistics of grade cricket.
The other big one that I remember, which again was something that I grew up with and understood, but I'd never really thought about bringing out, is rig.
Yeah, the rig.
The rig, yeah. Rig. So the rig is the specifically male torso, and having a good rig, having a tight rig, a rig that you can wear a training singlet to training to show off the pipes, that being the biceps and the triceps. These are all ridiculous things which aren't important, but they are important because, you know, now back in the day, there's not really a pinch hitter role anymore, but sort of 15, 20 years ago, the idea of being suggested that you might be able to pinch hit is just a recognition of the hard work you've been doing at the gym, not of any sort of ability with bat and ball.
The other one that I had, and I think it's in your first book as well, is like talking about the circuit.
Yeah, circuit's the word that's used for, like, you know, going out to various pubs after play, pubs and bars or whatever. And I guess the circuit is an analogy for the Formula One circuit. You know, going from race to race to race. So the circuit's really important in grade cricket. It's a very important part of the ecosystem, the environment. You play the game, you circuit afterwards. What's the circuit tonight?
I remember as a young kid thinking that it was a nightclub or a bar called the circuit.
Yeah,
I didn't realise there were multiple options.
Yeah, I guess you have the ATP circuit as well. I mean, it's just poetic analysis and analogies within cricket. So, I mean, for example, I don't know how appropriate this is for talkSPORT, but you have the Triple C, which is like it's the ultimate attainment within cricket, which is century, circuit, and then what we would call chop. Now, I'm not going to go into what that is, but
it's in the book.
It's in the book. You can read it. Dump this if you need to, but yeah, the unattainable Triple C is really what everybody's trying to play for in grade cricket,
and that's why the long form it needs to be held together,
and protected.
It needs to be protected. Yeah. That's right, because guys are just bored.
Yeah.
We're just bored.
Well, they invited us to World Cricket Connects at Lords a few weeks ago to lobby for the protection of long-form cricket so that we can keep the Triple C and things like this.
Yes.
Because this is what gives the game richness and culture, you know, to the everyman
it's a real shame
out there.
Jay Shah wasn't there to hear about.
That'd be the first thing I'd be saying to him. You understand we must keep long-form cricket for these reasons.
You need to make cricket great again.
Yeah. I think he'd understand the circuit. I think he would get...
I reckon he'd be good on the circuit, Jay.
He would definitely champ you, though. There's no doubt he would champ both of you. Your careers have changed. I mean, your careers have been going in a direction for a long time, but they've changed a lot recently. Obviously, you've got this Apollo gig, which is over 3,000 people are expected to be at your gig. You know, 1,500 of them happily taken there, and 1,500 by a friend who's this like.
Thanks, Jeff. See, and that's what we call our friend.
That's good. That's a master at work.
That's very good.
Yeah.
And you played at the Apollo a bit,
champ.
Yeah.
You could have champed.
Yeah.
But I think because you can get to that new audience, there will be a lot of people that'll be brought there for the first time. But the other thing is India, right? We both of us have YouTube pages that are quite big on the back of one India series going wild in Australia, and suddenly the algorithm's going nuts. But that takes you to India, and you do shows in India. And on top of that, you were in India for the IPL. You ran afoul of the BCCI briefly, and you were there for a war. This is not exactly. I can't remember what your job was. You go, well, weren't you knocking around in PR or something back in Melbourne?
Yeah.
It's a bit different, isn't it? Suddenly dealing with BCCI lawyers and trying to get out of a country that might be going to war.
Yeah, well, I mean, we're really proud of the work we've done into India. So, yeah, I mean, the same as you. When India defeated Australia at the Gabba and, they broke the fortress, it was so rich with symbolism, and there really was a feeling that we were calling at the time, that the Asian century has arrived. It was a moment where Australians were going, okay, finally, the avalanche of Indian people, the way that they've organised themselves, they've corralled all their talent from around the country, means that nobody will ever beat them again in cricket. They're simply too good now that they've beaten us, the exceptional Australians at the Gabba. And
we are the final gate holders.
That's right. We were the final boss of cricket, and now they'd been broken.
To be fair, they did walk around with a massive Indian flag and did a lap of the Gabba. So
I think that flag's at Lords now. I think they planted it. But
I think Graham Souness is out there.
Yeah. But so we were like, let's have a real crack at telling stories about cricket in India. We didn't know if it was going to work or not, but it turned out like there was a material enough amount of people who were interested in the way we were telling stories about cricket into India. So we've covered the IPL for 5 years in a row. We've toured there 2 or 3 times to like 7 or 8 different cities. We have a substantial audience there, and it's given us this amazingly rich opportunity to learn about another country. You know, you can't really tell jokes in any insightful way without understanding history, without understanding context. So yeah, we didn't realise when we were playing on, you know, syringe-filled, rock-hard outfields at Ryde Oval in threes, that would kind of be a foundation for us learning about, you know, the history of a country as rich as India.
Yeah, no, it's been an incredible trip so far. Obviously, the Apollo on Sunday night during the Wimbledon final. I'm sure everyone will turn up.
Yeah. Again, and what's been your experience with that at the Apollo?
This guy is good.
Yeah.
But I was about to say, but you've got another book coming out soon. Like, it keeps going.
Yeah.
The great cricketer cannot be stopped.
Yeah, thanks, Jason. We're really excited. We just keep on churning things out and hoping people turn up when the tennis isn't on.
Yeah, and you should do a book too. Anyway, you'd be really good at that.
One day.
Yeah,
one day. Thank you very much, great cricketer boys. You can find them on all the social medias. You can find them at the Apollo, and they quite often in the UK as well. Like me, we've basically taken over the Australians over here.
Yeah, but now the Indian team is about to walk out, I think we're behind them.
You say that. I see us very much as the Jay Shah of online cricket media.
We need to work on our Insta reels.
Yeah.
You know what I'm saying?
Slow motion.
Yeah, slow motion stuff. Yeah.
Thank you very much, guys.
Thanks, JK.
Thanks,
Cheers,
Jarrod.
mate.
The cricketer will be back on in a moment. I think Manners is going to take over on commentary. India are 248 for 4, and we'll see you in a couple of minutes.
Welcome back to Lord's. It's time for the afternoon session on day 3 of the third test between India and England, one that finished in sensational fashion with Ben Stokes' magnificent swooping direct hit run out to remove Rishabh Pant on the stroke of lunch. In fact, 3 balls before the scheduled lunch break, and so we will complete the over from Shoaib Bashir with the new batsman at the crease. Shoaib Bashir is going to be bowling, however, to KL Rahul. Ravi Jadeja has come out at number 6, ahead of Nitish Reddy, who was initially advertised to do that, fulfill that role. So it will be Jadeja at number 6, but it'll be KL Rahul on strike because the batsman crossed in attempting that quick single. Absolutely brilliant run out from England captain Ben Stokes. Here is Bashir up to the crease then to complete the over, and immediately whipped away by KL Rahul for a single out towards Zach Crawley at deep square leg, and KL Rahul moves to 99. 172 balls. It's been an innings of magnificent composure and no less importance for India. That terrific partnership worth 141. 249 for 4 now. Rishabh Pant gone for 74. Jadeja takes strike. The last 2 balls of the over, the left-hander. He's got a 6-3 offside field, catch and cover, deepish mid-off. Orthodox extra cover, backward point, sweeper on the cover boundary. Bashir in, bowls to Jadeja on the back foot, whips it away past mid-wicket. And chase on at long on. And they're going to come back for 3 runs. So Jadeja off the mark with for 3, with Chris Wokes having done the chasing out there towards the boundary. Brings a 250 up for India. Just a bit too short from Shoaib Bashir, and Jadeja very quick to seize on the length and move onto the back foot and whip it away. So can KL Rahul get to his 2nd century of the series with this delivery? He's in no hurry. He's been in no hurry throughout his innings. There is a leg slip in place, Ollie Pope. Orthodox slip in Harry Brook. Catching extra cover, catching mid-wicket. Here's Bashir, bowls to KL Rahul. Forward he comes, blocking this one defensively out towards mid-wicket. And it's Ben Stokes, the man who may have changed the course of the innings in that moment of brilliance, throwing one-handed off balance as he twisted and turned at the non-striker's end. Magnificent piece of fielding. 252 for 4, Steve Harmison.
Yeah, good afternoon, Manners. Yeah, it was a brilliant bit of fielding. A wicket that I think England obviously needed. It was a slight indecision from I think it was Rishabh Pant at first. I don't think KL Rahul was ever in disagreement that there wasn't a run there. I think it was Rishabh Pant looked. I didn't see it first up. I was in the lift going downstairs, going down from the press box to the ground, his edge. And when I seen the replay again, it looked as though Rishabh Pant set off for the run but didn't really believe there was a run, and I don't think there was any question in in KL Rahul's mind that there was a single there. So yeah, I think that was a huge let-off for England. I think if India had gone in with Pant at lunchtime, don't think the narrative would have been exactly the same, and I'm not sure Jofra Archer would have been bowling right now. I think he'll be waiting for the 2nd new ball.
Here is Jofra Archer then, just a quick burst, and to the new batsman Jadeja. Oh, and they take off for a quick single again. It's this time the fielding is Bryden Cass, who throws at the non-striker's end. It was a very, very quick scampered single. Well, as you say, just maybe a 2 or 3 over burst. 2nd new ball is due after 80 overs. We're into the 67th. So actually, wouldn't be surprised if Archer only bowls 2 here.
Yeah, that's it. 2. Can you get KL Rahul after the break? Can you get Jadeja out and get into the all-rounders? I can't see it being more than 2, because England probably will want for at least 5 with Jofra. So that would be 7. You know, you're looking at that. You'll be looking at 7 overs. 7, possibly 8 overs out of, what, 14 from one end in this session. I'm not sure Jofra's body's up for that one.
Yeah, 5 with the 2nd new ball. Here is Archer, bowls to KL Rahul. Forward comes the right-hander, playing defensively up towards Wokes at mid-on, but it's intercepted by Stokes, running in from mid-wicket. The England captain applauds Jofra Archer's effort. 253 for 4. He did say quite vehemently and convincingly before the Test match, this is Ben Stokes, that he had no preconceived ideas about how he would use Archer. He'd use him as and when required, but he knows, being a fast bowler himself, that there's only so much and so many overs you can bowl. Here's Rahul on strike. Archer in, bowls up onto his toes he goes again, and Pushes it out to Ben Duckett, cover.
I like the decision from Ben Stokes, because I think England had to risk something. For England to win this Test match, we've talked about it many times. They've still got 16 wickets to get to win the Test match, and they won't want to be on there. They won't want to be bowling more than 100, 110 overs, because if they do, their ability to recover and come back in 2 days' time to try and finish the Test match off won't be there. So England need to get Rahul out. They need to get wickets in this session, and they need to make the new ball count.
Here's Archer again, bowls to Rahul. Forward he comes, driving up to mid-off and completes a single, scrambling through, running his bat in, and some deep breaths for the ever-calm Rahul. But finally, he will allow himself the chance to celebrate. The helmet comes off, the briefest of kisses to the badge, and now he's celebrating, now he's acknowledging the applause. Took a while to sink in, but it's century number 8 for Rahul, the second of this series in his 61st Test match, and he has played an absolute beauty, and I think that it could go on. The more that he stays there, it's his 10th Test 100, I beg your pardon, the longer he stays there, the more chance India have got of taking some control of this Test.
Absolutely, Manners, absolutely. He wasn't slow out the blocks. He was slow to take his helmet off. He took the applause, and boy, does he deserve that applause. He's putting India into a magnificent position in this Test match.
Here's Archer around the wicket to Jadeja, bowls him a bouncer, and it's very well avoided by the left-handed Jadeja, ducking underneath it.
Talk about that's 10 Test match hundreds. Question marks about the numbers of Rahul coming into this series, as well as Shubman Gill. Shubman Gill was averaging below 40. Rahul averaging 35. Great players like Virat Kohli and Rohit Sharma have left the scene. Who's going to open the batting? Do we take Rahul from the middle order? Well, the two players that have replaced them, Gill at 4 and Rahul at the top of the order, really have stood up and be counted in this series.
Here's Archer again, bowls a bit of an in-swinger to the left-handed Jadeja, plays it away defensively on the offside. Shubman Gill has utterly transformed the look of his career. He was averaging less than 35, Harmy, at the start of this series, and he's now averaging over 42 and a half. So that, I mean,
the opposite way around with England, isn't it? Normally you build your average up because you come to England and the ball nips around a bit and you get nicked off as an overseas batter. Last few years coming to England seems to be it's a graveyard for bowlers, and it's a way to make hay for batters who are going to put 5 or 6 runs, or maybe more, in Shubman Gill's case, on there.
I mean, that if you look at his stats before the series began, 33 Test matches on arrival in England, average under 35, and yes, 700s, but you thought that is underachieving. He has not done himself justice. You look at his record now and you think, good player.
Yeah, absolutely.
Here's Shoaib Bashir continuing. Edge gone! Harry Brook takes the catch. Rahul's gone! Straight after reaching his 100. Shoaib Bashir with the straight honour hits the outside edge. Harry Brook gobbles it up at slip, and the milestone strikes, as does Shoaib Bashir.
The milestone does strike. We talk about Shoaib Bashir being an ability to bowl wicket-taking deliveries. That was a beauty, it really was. A little bit of pace off that. He's just flighted it lovely. He has. It's just gone down the hill a little bit, not much. It's not turned off the straight or anything, or any sharp spin. But I think he's done him in flight there, complete and utter flight. That's all that's beaten Rahul there. He's enticed him in. There's a little bit of drift. It's just gone off the straight, and Rahul's innings comes to an end. 100 exactly off 177 balls. An excellent bit of bowling from Shoaib Bashir. Good catch from Harry Brook in India now at 254 for 5. The new ball 13 overs away. Have England wrestled the initiative back in the space of a run out, and a good bit of bowling by Bashir.
You and I can only speculate as to what it must feel like to get it out straight after reaching your 100. but it's probably not a very nice feeling.
No, I don't think it would be a nice feeling. Yeah, I can imagine it not being
Particularly hollow, do you know
yes,
what I mean?
Yeah, and I can't even reference it to bowling, can you? Really? Because if you bowl,
yes, you can.
if
You've
you
just knocked out the middle stump. It's gone cartwheeling to the keeper. You're absolutely euphoric, and then you realise the umpire's called no ball.
no ball. Yeah, Steve Orr in Melbourne for me when Nasser, caught Steve Orr off I think it was about a 90-odd mile an hour thunderbolt, hit it straight to him, and I was one of the first ones to see. I think it was Russell Tiffin with his arm out. Nasser was giving it the large one, big one. He nearly did, run around the field, Monty Python style, until he also seen Russell Tiffin with his arm out. So yes, I can get that. I can relate to that. It wasn't the greatest of feeling, but a great feeling for Shoaib Bashir. We talk about this young man not having the best of series, but the one thing that Ben Stokes will always throw back at us, we see him as a long-term work in progress. We see him as somebody who bowls wicket-taking balls. Well, he's just done a batter who's got 100 of 177 balls by flight, just in a lovely bit of flight there. And it was an excellent bit of bowling. Good catch.
And you can hear the cynics, can't you, saying there's Harmison and Manthorp praising the spinner for taking a wicket with one that didn't spin.
Yeah, it didn't, but that's an art to that as well.
Yeah, no, I agree, absolutely. I mean, I've talked all series about his variations and his changes of flight and pace, and here he is to the new batsman, Nitish Reddy, drives it up to mid-off, no run.
It arguably makes it a better delivery because there is no spin. There's not really that much spin on offer. So he's enticed a big drive off a batter who's going well.
Bashir in again, Reddy drives up towards mid-off. He's very impressive with the ball and spoke impressively about his determination to work on his bowling and to become a genuine all-rounder. It was him who took the first 2 wickets in England's innings, remembers, and he's now coming in at number 7 and playing defensively this time as Bashir forces him onto the back foot. 254 for 5. Wow, this innings has suddenly a very, very different look to it. Still Washington Sundar to come, and then it's 9, 10, 11 the bowlers. But plenty of work for England to do here, you fancy, as Bashir is in and defended again by Nitish Reddy. 100 on debut, of course, and I think India may have a gem in the blossoming with in Nitish Reddy. Really all-rounder, provides genuine balance as Bashir is in again, played away defensively by Nitish Reddy, and there's no run. And he's young as well, swing bowler, good enough to score hundreds, 100 on debut, and I think he may play a lot of test matches for India. I don't mean to put the curse on him.
I agree. I really do. I think he's got character as well. That's the thing that I like about him. He's got the game. He's got, I think, enough pace to survive in international cricket. He certainly moves the ball. We've seen that. He utilised the slow, but he also utilised the overhead, the warmer conditions to get the ball moving with a duke ball. And like we've seen in the Border Gavaskar, he's got game when it comes to batting as well, and I think he's got some fighting character and fighting qualities, and that's what you can also associate with England, because England have always had these fighting qualities. They've always had this ability when things aren't going so well to bounce back, and after that first session they'll have been saying put 2 on it at lunchtime and we're back in this game.
Archer around the wicket to the left-hander. Jadeja plays defensively out on the onside. We've seen that on a number of occasions. We've seen it in hundreds and hundreds of test matches and every other form of cricket, but we've seen, particularly this series, we've seen 2 wickets fall, well, not clusters, but we've seen pairs of wickets a lot. We've had 4 first ballers, so that's 2 wickets and 2 balls. 254 for 5. Jadeja forward, ready yet to score. 2 new men at the crease. Time for England to try and take control, grab the test match by the... Oh, that's a good bouncer from Jofra Archer. Very, very quick, just not straight enough. But Jadeja was airborne. It's got decent touch of pace about it when the batsman's got both feet in the air as he avoids it. 89 miles an hour, that one from Jofra Archer, effort ball. I suppose it must be quite nice, Harmy, to know that you're only going to bowl 12 balls, is it? I mean, you can just give it everything?
Yeah, give it everything. Well, there is that, but there's also You throw into the mix that in 4 overs time you're going to have to bowl a little bit more. So
Yeah, okay. New ball looming. Archer in again around the wicket, bowls to Jadeja. Looked like it hit him on the gloves.
with that though, Manners, it's one of them ones you go, when I've got the 5 overs to bowl, the bowl's a bit harder. And when I bowl a bouncer to Reddy or Jadeja and they just duck out the way and sway out the way and smile at me, I have to walk back to my mark, gritting my teeth, thinking, right, in 25 minutes time, if you're still in, that ball's going to be a bit harder, and I'm going to make sure I'm going to, stick it up you, if you know what I mean, for want of a better word.
Here's Archer again, and Jadeja plays defensively. It does seem, and he's not alone in the fast bowlers club here, but Archer's pace does seem to be associated with emotion. Like Rahul complained about the bandage or plaster he had on his arm and asked him to take it off, asked the umpire to ask him to take it off. The next 2 balls went over 90 miles an hour.
Yeah.
So
no sense of humour, have we, fast bowlers?
It's just, you need to be annoyed. Here is Archer to be at your best. Big appeal for leg before wicket. Big appeal from Jofra Archer for leg before wicket. And there's a throw at the stumps at square leg from, is that?
It's Ollie Pope.
Ollie Pope.
What is going on here? Nitish Reddy, what are you doing? Nitish Reddy, Jofra Archer, at least Jofra Archer's, the bowler that's run down. I mean, Nitish Reddy's staring at Paul Rifle as they're waiting for the death of the finger coming up. And
well, I think the LBW appeal was very optimistic, and then Nitish Reddy decided that he wanted to take a leg by.
Yeah, well, Nitish Reddy's standing watching the umpire, waiting to give the waiting to give the decision, either out or not out. And to be fair, after the ball's just whizzed past Jadeja's nose, Jadeja's thinking, as quick as I can get off strike here, I'll be very happy. I mean, he's not even in the picture when this goes past the stumps. Not even in the picture he's still not. Fine Leg's got the ball and he's still not in the picture. Complete communication breakdown there.
I don't know why Nitish Reddy was wanting to take the leg, but anyway, it doesn't matter. We're carrying on. They decided not to go for the review, and rightly so. I'm assuming that Jamie Smith, because Ben Stokes wasn't in line, Jamie Smith must have said no. The bowler's emotion in that LBW appeal. End of the over, 2:55 for 5. Good one from Jofra Archer. 94 miles an hour, fastest ball of the match, that last one.
94 miles an hour. He was, you talk about going with emotion. We're just watching this, again, and Nitish Reddy. I mean, Jadeja's passed him at about the 4 metre mark at the other end. I mean, well, I'm not sure what he's doing, but the actual decision itself from Rifle is really rattled. It really rattled Archer. He couldn't believe it. And I'm not saying he's got a point there, but obviously he's going down the slope from around the wicket. It would have hit leg stump, but only on umpire's call. It was a good call, good shout. Umpires give it not out, thinking it's going to go down leg side, and it would have clipped leg stump, but only just.
Here is Shoaib Bashir. Forward comes Jadeja, turning it on the leg side. There's no run. I was surprised by that, I must say. In real time, and then even in the first replay, it looked like it was missing leg stump, but as you say, just clipping the top of it. Jadeja forward again, pushing defensively, straight back to the bowler, no run. Just the slip in close catching position. There's Ben Stokes has got at shortish mid-off, there's a deepish mid-off as well, and there's an extra cover, backward point, sweeper on the cover boundary, man at deep square leg. Jadeja again forward, guides this out to Joe Root, who's fielding at mid-wicket. Is the man on the cover boundary, I know we call it politely insurance, back up, is he there for the bad ball? Is he?
So yeah.
Bashir in to Jadeja once again, or is it? Yeah, I suppose.
Yeah, I would give him that though. I would let him have that man out there. I mean, try and build Shoaib Bashir's confidence. He's bowled nearly 11 overs now. He's going at around about three and a bit and over.
Bashir around the wicket, sweep shot, nicely played by Jadeja. Big chase on for Harry Brook from slip, and I think he'll get there. That is a good effort. That evidently it only had a very small portion of the lamb curry, or maybe he didn't have any at all. Very quick across the ground. Maybe he's just enjoying the chance to run it off. 258.5. Lamb or butternut curry for you today?
I had lamb. I'm trying to find what the players had, because there was.
Oh, there's a menu, isn't there? They publish a menu.
I've got it here.
They give them a choice, don't they?
Choice. There was roasted vegetable soup, followed by roast fillet of beef, a fillet of salmon, lamb curry, which is what Scott's eating now.
Here's Bashir. Forward comes Nitish Reddy, no run. So
paneer and broccoli.
That's for the vegetarians.
Yeah, I'm not having that one. Spicy cauliflower. I think you can keep that one as well. Chicken curry. Oh, sorry, chickpea curry. With seasoned potato wedges, balsamic rice, broccoli, beans and peas.
It's like a full restaurant menu, isn't it?
I might have been there for two. I might have had 2 courses there. I might have actually gone for a whole 3-courser, because fruit salad or a bit Greek yogurt to finish. I know Sam Allard, who's behind me, is just. It's all down his face. It is. It's all.
So fillet of beef.
Mind you, he didn't. He's left his pudding. That's here.
Fillet of beef and fillet of salmon.
There's fillet of beef, fillet of salmon, a lamb curry, and 3 vegetarian dishes to choose from. Very good.
Sensational chickpea curry. Here's Archer. He's bowling a 3rd over, and it's fired in at the pads of Jadeja, and turns it with the angle down to long leg where Duckett fields. If you'd been in this situation now with the new ball looming in 9 overs time, and we assumed that Archer has come back because there's 2 new batsmen at the crease, just have a quick burst here, and if you felt really good after those 2 overs, and you said to the captain, actually, you know what, can I have another one? Here's Archer at full wide outside the off stump, left alone by Reddy. Would you, I mean, was that been something you did? I mean, you know you've got to come back with the new ball, but the 2 overs just felt really sweet. The ball came out really nicely. You had a good feeling. Would you ask for another one?
Yeah, I think as a captain, I'd be asking him for another one. I'd look at the big screen of the last ball of the last over, 94 miles an hour. I ain't taking him off. I think from Ben's point of view in this session, with a second new ball due, I'm probably looking at 8 overs for Jofra.
Archer in again, full outside the off stump and left alone.
So in that 8 overs, you have to work out how you see them 8 overs. Do you have 2 with the old ball, try and get him a 6-over spell with a new ball, or do you have 3 and a 5? And I think what Ben's done is here. It wouldn't surprise me if he has another one from here as well. He's got a good bit rhythm here going. He's bowling his last 3 balls of in excess of 90 mile an hour in this. I think he's done 2 91s and a 90 mile an hour so far. I'd keep him going. Potentially bowl him another one, because if you get another wicket here before that new ball, you can get right ahead of the game.
Here's Archer again, bangs it in short, up onto his toes goes Reddy. But surely Jofra, like all fast bowlers, would prefer a harder, newer ball.
Yeah, he would, but I think if you work with the theory that if he gets Reddy, or just say for instance England get another wicket, Reddy or Jadeja here, that harder, newer ball is Washington Sundar, Akashdeep, Jasprit Bumrah and Mohammad Siraj. In them next 4 overs at 90-odd plus mile an hour, you'd back Jofra, Bryden and Chris Wokes in a 12-14 overs of brand new ball to bowl them out.
Full and wide outside the off stump, and that's left alone. A reminder that KL Rahul completed his century shortly after the lunch break, before immediately edging Shoaib Bashir to slip.
So another one at 92 miles an hour, man. He's 92.
He's coming out nicely.
He's coming out nicely, and I'd go with a, I'd ride the wave. I'd ride the wave with the way he's bowling. I think You know, while he's going like this, just keep him going, and worry about the new ball when it comes around.
Here is Archer, and forward comes Reddy, guides it into the covers, sets off for a single, direct hit, and he was gone. Absolutely furious with himself, Ollie Pope. I mean, he's had, what, 3/4 of the stumps to aim at, and he's furious with himself. That was a crazy run. Reddy has just pushed and gone, and Jadeja thinks, well, if I send him back, he's definitely run out, so I'm going to have to take my chances. And Jadeja's set off for the run, and he's now having words with his young partner. He's walked all the way down there and said, what are you doing?
Yeah.
What are you doing? Calm down. He would have been run out by, what, 4 or 5 metres.
Well, he would have been out close. He would have been closer than the one he was before, because this time he was in the picture, but he was only just in the picture. Great pressure from England. Really good pressure from England. See that, what the Jofra Archer effect is. When you're bowling 90 mile an hour, it does weird and wonderful things, you know, to batters, you know, movements, and you know, the way their minds think. It's been really, really good for England after lunch.
Bashir around the wicket to the left-handed Jadeja, defends, and there's no run. So you didn't make comment on the roasted vegetable soup, because I discovered something I never knew about you on our recent trips to India. You're a soup hound.
Oh, I do. I like a soup. I like making it as well.
Here is Bashir again, short and wide and cut out towards Zach Crawley on the cover boundary. Was it because the soups were particularly good in India? And they were. They were outstanding. Remember that sweet corn? That
Yes.
sweet chicken and
Where
sweet
was that?
corn
In
soup?
Hyderabad?
Yeah, I think
It was.
so. Yeah.
Hyderabad is lovely.
We had about
wasn't it?
4 bowls of that.
Very. I just kept going. Yeah. We paid for a buffet and just had 5 bowls of soup. It's like Scott had dry pasta and I had 5 bowls of soup.
Kept it simple. Here's Bashir, not keeping it so simple. Lots of variation, changes in flight. That left alone by Reddy outside the off stump and taken by Jamie Smith. There might just have been a bit of turn there, I think. Given its nice air. Just loop.
Just floating it nicely. Giving Reddy a sniff. Do you want to hit it?
Bashir in again, much quicker one this time, targeting the pads full and straight. And I was defended by Nitish Reddy, and umpire Shah Fatullah seemed to be, maybe he was just swatting a fly away. He was making a signal that I didn't understand.
I'm sure he was telling
Bashir
Bashir to get off the wicket, but he had to go and get the ball.
Yeah, well, exactly. As Bashir is in again, driven nicely by Reddy up towards mid-off. Wokes Fields, 260 for 5.
Better tempo for me on Bashir. That one turned that little bit more. That was out the foothole. A better tempo, a better rhythm to his bowling run up, to his gather, to the way he's letting go of the ball.
Bashir in again, and Reddy comes forward, pushes defensively out towards mid-wicket. No run. Ollie Pope Fields got through that over very quickly. Maybe we might even keep up with a semblance of the required rate with Shoaib Bashir, but he's going nicely at the moment. I mean, he seems to have good rhythm, Bashir.
He is, yeah, good rhythm. He looks as though he's got a good tempo about his bowling action. His head's up, his head's still. That's the thing. His head's really, really still when he's at the point of delivery. It looks as though he's got a nice rhythm going with his action. His run-up's nice and smooth. He's releasing the ball at a good place. It's been a really good start, both by Shoaib Bashir and Jofra Archer, but also by England. England have been right at it. I mean, you can look at 2 run-outs and say, you know, they've got to hit the stumps. It's not as easy as that. And the pressure and picking the ball up, creating the pressure.
Here's Jofra Archer, bowls down the leg side, quicker. It's his 4th over in this spell now. Jadeja tries to glance, doesn't make contact. Do you think that the combination seamer off spinner is like Mike Watkinson? Like, I mean, you can name them on the fingers of one hand in the last 3 decades. So it's how rarely it happens. Bo Webster, currently for Australia, is a right-arm seamer, but does bowl off spin as well. I mean, what is it a reality? Here comes Archer again, and that's pushed away defensively by Jadeja, who scurries through for a single, turns around, looks at Reddy and goes, now that is a quick single. What you tried wasn't.
Yeah. What you tried definitely wasn't.
I mean, do you know what I mean? And if it
Depends on actions. You know, some people's actions might just. You see, a few seamers when they're, having when the rotation of their body, you can see them bowl and spin at the end of their career because of the way their action is. Mike Watkinson was somebody that come in wide of the crease. You could possibly see Chris Woakes doing it.
Okay. Here is Archer again, much quicker delivery, and he holds his arms out there. I think Reddy got a little inside edge onto that before he hit the pad. It was full and straight. Archer was all ready for the LBW appeal, but he heard the nick. It's just, I've always been slightly surprised that there aren't more. I mean, there are plenty of fast bowlers or medium pacers or seamers who bowl a few overs for a bit.
Yeah, they're both fast off spinners. But they're just, I think it comes down to the action that you have. You say Woakes, a big angle, gets close to stumps and goes off, and the rotation of the body. I can see that going into spin if he wants to.
92 miles an hour. That one from Archer, and another quick one. Bouncer. Reddy is seriously hurried by that. That was quick bouncer, and Reddy didn't know whether to play it, duck it, or just duck.
Oh, he's lost it here, Reddy. He really has. He's gone here. He's really gone here. He's pointing at Jofra Archer. He's pointing at the umpire. Jofra Archer's gone into his face and give him a few words. There's nothing wrong with what Archer's done here. You look at what Mohammad Siraj does. Mohammad Siraj is nearly standing side by side here next to the stumps sometimes. Jofra Archer's gone straight through and give him a volley.
Here is Archer again, bowls to Reddy, gets tucked in behind the swan and guides it up to Chris Woakes at mid-on, and Archer is still pausing at the top of his long follow-through at the batsman's end.
There's a contest going on here. There's, Reddy's 0 off 19 balls. Archer's bowled a 93, 93, 92, 91, 92 mile an hour. There is 5 deliveries so far in this over. I mean, this is good. This is what we've missed. This is box office. When anybody worries about when Jofra Archer's been aware, look at this. When Mark Wood's bowling, when Jofra Archer's bowling.
Here's Archer, bowls and a bouncer to complete the over, and I'm pretty sure that was over 90 miles an hour as well. What an over. That is, as you say, Steve Harmison, absolute box office, compelling viewing. It was 92 miles an hour, and Nitish Reddy, if he wasn't warm
before we leave, we were talking about it earlier. I think what Jofra might be saying is, right, you've got 7 overs, I'm coming back, and the ball that I'm coming back with will be a little bit harder, and it'll be coming a little bit faster, and it'll be bouncing a little bit quicker. So if you fancy staying around for 7 overs, don't worry, I'll be back.
Well, pressure can do funny things to you, can't it? I don't think many people were expecting the score to read 254 for 5 shortly before the lunch break, and that run out as Jadeja facing, can't divert the ball past Bryden Cass at backward point on the cut. Bashir, who is the only bowler to have picked up a wicket today, getting the outside edge of the bat from Rahul just after he'd passed 100, caught at first slip. But pressure on India here, 261 for 5. Jadeja's going to take at least 2 here. Just glancing the ball down. Fine. And that brings the score to 263 for 5. Jeremy Coney is alongside me, and also Siddharth Monga from ESPN Cricinfo. And yeah, the pressure of the situation that really has all come from that run out just before the lunch break. Rishabh Pant removed for 74, then Rahul just after he reached 100, edging to first slip. The nerves are clear and evident when Nitish Reddy is facing. He's not at the moment. This is straight and just pushed out to mid-wicket, but suddenly the body language of the England fielders, Siddharth, they're up. They're in the face of the Indian batters. They can sense that Reddy, who was dismissed for 1 in both innings, I think, in the last Test match, is very, very keen to get off the mark. This is cut away, bit too short actually from Shoaib Bashir, and Ravindra Jadeja seizes on the length and just pulls back and smokes this up and over mid-wicket for a boundary. So just a little release of the pressure. He moves to 16, the score 267 for 5. Hope you're well.
Yeah, just recovering from the combination that always gets me, quick singles and milestone watch. It just annoys the hell out of me.
Bashir again, this time is defended. Say that again. What gets under your skin?
Quick singles.
Quick singles.
At any level, in any format, I do not like quick singles.
You don't appear to be the man who's taken, you're a very relaxed individual. Pushed out to the offside. Even when you face 20 deliveries and you're yet to get off the mark, still not that.
No,
don't feel the tension rising at all.
Risk and reward don't add up, and we've got all week long. The pitch is doing nothing. It's a nice sunny day. Just take your time. You could have gone to lunch on 98 not out. There was nothing wrong in it.
No, well, that's an interesting one, isn't it? I mean, Pant and Rahul were in complete control for the majority of the first session, and until just prior to lunch. Now, whether Pant decided to try and get Rahul on strike to get him to his 100 prior to lunch, does it matter? No. You're out there and you're going to get the chance after lunch. There's plenty of time after lunch to get that single, and as he did. And there is an element of self-infliction, I think, about India's position.
Absolutely, and the lead up to that run out, on the first ball of that over, last over before lunch, it was short and wide. Rahul went to cut it, but there was a deep point in place. He got just a single. And Pant, actually, you could hear on stump mics telling him it was a bad ball. It was supposed to be hit for 4. Rahul said, yes, I tried, but I couldn't.
Brydon Cast is replacing Jofra Archer, and again, it's a quick single. And Nitish Reddy calls Jadeja through, he's alert. And Nitish Reddy, at the 21st time of asking, is finally off the mark.
Yeah, and then, of course, the dismissal of Rahul. It was a goodish delivery, let's be fair about that, and that's great. Well done, Bashir. But it was floated up outside, the off stump. The drive was an invitation to drive, but it wasn't a wicket ball, I didn't think. It was up there, but it wasn't worth Rahul's wicket, I don't think. And I think he'll feel that himself when he's back in the shed. And then since then, we've seen crazy running, really, haven't we?
2 missed run-outs.
Yeah.
Both involving, would have both seen the wicket of Nitish Reddy. Cast in, and he gets one to bounce a touch more. His pace seems to be up a fraction. No, my eyes are deceiving me. It was in and around 83 miles an hour, and the ball goes past the outside edge of Jadeja's bat.
A wicket either side of lunch when things were looking healthier for India. So well done, England. They grabbed those chances. And then really now, if they've got now sort of 8 or 9 overs or whatever it is, it's not many. If they can pick up another wicket now, then get a new ball, game changes.
Cast again. This is pitched up, but too wide. Even if they don't get another wicket, India are going at 3.5 and over, so they might hit another, 15. Say they hit 20 runs. Let's just say 288. They're still 100 off.
Yep.
And then the new ball will be due.
And after this, just the bowlers.
Well, Sundar came back, can't he?
Yes, everybody. Yeah, okay, actually, yeah, I apologize. I forgot about Washington Sundar. Yeah, he came back.
But yeah, the point is that they're going to be coming in against a new ball, edged through vacant second, pushing third slip down to the boundary. Got one to lift up on a length as Brydon Cast has gone past the outside edge. This one has taken the edge, and Ben Stokes applauds this delivery from Cast, which has drawn a false shot. 272 for 5 India, and the nerves continue.
And not for the first time in the series, India, when they're batting, they've looked in control, but they've somehow let England back in when they were again in a position to bat England out of this.
Yes, it's been incredible how many times that's happened. This time Jadeja does meet the ball with the meat of the bat. It's pushed out to the offside, no run. 2.72 for 5. Jadeja's 20. Nitish Reddy has reached the score that he registered in the last test twice.
Jeremy, you have played international cricket. So risk and reward for a quick single just doesn't add up for me.
The one that you're talking about, I imagine, is the one just prior to lunch,
Yeah.
and Rahul was struggling as well as Pant actually to make that home, so it was a very tight single.
Cast continuing, and again this goes past the outside edge. He's angling it in on off stump. Jadeja's trying to defend the line, and he's beaten. 2.72 for 5.
They also selected a fielder, actually, who's very strong. You know, he's quick, strong, athletic. Made a good decision to turn and have a crack at the 3 stumps because that was a better angle, kind of, really.
Yeah.
And then while Pant got on his horse towards the end of the run, he was a little slow going away. Didn't think it was going to be his end; it was going to be challenged. So there are quite a few little errors in that little piece of cricket, actually.
Yeah, and it also reminds me of the one time when in Sydney, Pant was on 97. It was the 80th over of the innings, and the new ball was around. And Pujara, who was at the other end, he just reminded him the new ball is coming. Just watch out this over, and then we need to be at the wicket when the new ball is taken.
Bashir continuing. This is pushed up to long on by Nitish Reddy, who doubles his score. He's 2 not out. Jadeja 20.
And Pant tried to get to the 100 before the new ball, and he was caught at point trying to hit a 6. And he was not happy with Pujara for having cast doubts in his mind by just telling him that the new ball is around.
We had that situation, didn't we, with Joe Root, who was 99 not out overnight, and there was a great little passage of play involving Jadeja, who's rolled the ball on the ground and just tempted him back for a second. Joe Root, quarter of the way down the track, has clipped to the leg side. And Joe Root did speak. He said he went home after the game, and he was up thinking about all the shots that he could have played that would have got him to 100. And then he just got to a point where he thought, stop making it about me. It's about the team.
That's what it's about.
Yeah. And as soon as he did that, he went to sleep.
And he's done it 38 times now.
Yeah. She's just popped up a touch with Bashir bowling over the wicket to the right-handed Nitish Reddy, who there's a touch of a leading edge there as he tries to clip this to the leg side. He's picking up on KL Rahul's records. Runs here for Reddy. Chase on for Jofra Archer, is it? Does really well running along the boundary from deep point. Prevents 4. So it'll be 3 more to the score. 277 for 5. Good diving, sprawling stop from Archer. KL Rahul, that was test match century number 10, and 9 of them away from home.
And the first time he scored 2 in one series.
I didn't pick up on that one. And it was still 2 matches to go, of course. But just to have been so much more successful overseas, I just found surprising that I hadn't picked up on that before. Now, as Shoaib Bashir just got this to go past the outside edge of the bat of Jadeja, who's got a leg slip and a slip. No, he just watched it turn away a fraction and go down the hill past off stump. This is pitched up. Oh, there's a dicey single as well. I mean, both batters are home, but there's a mid-wicket and a mid-off, and well, I guess he's in a perfect position to see where this ball is going, but from back here it looked like he was hitting it straight to mid-wicket and then taking the run.
It wasn't a million miles from the mid-wicket, and the mid-wicket was again Ben Stokes,
who checks notes.
You get the sense too they're not calling very clearly. I mean, it looks like they're having to watch each other to see, are you running with that stroke? That was quite tight. And
Jadeja has this habit of just every time he hits the ball, he just runs with the stroke. So you have to be a little watchful when he is batting with you. You have to tell him to be clear with his calling.
Well, you just let him know straight away. I think it's a no. Very loud no.
At 278 for 5 then, and got some tension in the game. It was missing for much of the morning. Cast in, and this is pushed to the right of Ollie Pope, who's spurned 2 golden opportunities to run out Nitish Reddy, the second of which, by the way, he had much more time than he realised, didn't he? He did the kind of pick up, turn and throw in one motion, but actually he could have steadied himself. Nitish Reddy had stopped and then tried to take the stumps down from a stationary position, but that chance went, and there was all sorts going on with the first chance, with Reddy hit on the pad, Archer up for the appeal, joined in with most of the fielders, and then Reddy set off, would have even got a run. Left alone and fielded by Smith, and again Pope with the opportunity at mid-wicket. 278 for 5 then, and Manners is out the box, and he's got very, very annoyed with me on 2 occasions the last couple of days because I've left my teacup. The last time he stormed off, spilt some on Scott, the producer's shirt. So when I go off comms, I'm going to leave it here, okay, and we'll see what he does. Yeah, put a raincoat on, Scott. Short delivery from Cass, who's looked far more threatening in this spell than he did in his first today. And it's left alone by Jadeja. Extravagant, almost like limbo. There's a big yawn from the back of the box there.
Anything that
from Sam Ellard, who's not listening to our commentary.
Anything that Manners does to you will pale in comparison to what's happening between Pant and Rahul in their dressing room, I can tell you. They must be sat at 2 different corners of the change room. Whose fault would you say that? Was it Rishabh Pant's fault? Yeah?
Yes, it was.
For the run out? Yeah. Oh, this is, again, just bounced off a good length, and Jadeja is called through by Nitish Reddy. But again, looks a little uncertain here. I'm not saying that Jadeja's looking forward to the second new ball, because possibly Brydon Cars is going to be out the attack, but certainly that angle is causing him a few issues. Another run, 279 for 5. India trail by 108.
It's very skittish cricket at the moment from India between these two. You're never quite sure whether they're going to. I mean, they've certainly alerted all the fieldsmen around in the circle that there's an opportunity and there's one awaiting.
Cass over the wicket. Ooh, and Nitish Reddy just withdraws the bat and leaves on length. I always remember, was it Ross Taylor and Kane Williamson? Whenever they were batting together, you always kind of felt that there might be a run out just round the corner. There's a great passage in there's a book written about Geoffrey Boycott some time ago now by Leo McKinstry, which is, if you haven't read it, read it. It's off the scale. Some of the stories in there are jaw-dropping. I can't remember the name of his Yorkshire teammate. As Cass is in again, and Reddy will take a single to the leg side. Towards the back end of the season, after being run out for about the 5th time by Geoffrey. He's in the dressing room and he's crying, and he literally gets to a point he has to say something. In the end, he's just said, "Geoffrey, what have I done to you? Why do you keep running me out? This has got to stop. It's the 5th time this season you've run me out." And Geoffrey Boycott wasn't even aware that he'd run him out once. Completely oblivious. These two have been known for skittish behaviour.
Jadeja is not the best runner between the wicket. Which is anomalous, because as a batter, he's one of the pure batters in this team, where other batters, they have trigger movements, they kind of try to premeditate a little. Jadeja just very organically just reacts to what is being bowled at him when he's batting, but his running is, as you said, skittish, where every time he touches the ball with the bat, he takes a couple of steps and if you're not accustomed to batting with him, you are caught in 2 minds whether he's coming or not. So it requires very clear communication between them. The non-striker has to tell him, "I don't know how you bat, please call clearly."
Interesting. I'm just going through his list of dismissals. It doesn't appear to have been run out, but what it doesn't tell me, this list, is whether somebody else has been run out playing with him, pushed to the offside by Reddy, who's 6 not out.
Tell you what, he has run a few people out when he's in the field.
Well, yes, our champion at backward point. It was a huge surprise when he put down one, didn't he? Down the track it comes at Reddy, and Shoaib Bashir has been swatted. Hasn't hit it cleanly over mid-wicket, but it's going to reach the boundary. Reddy moves into double figures. New ball is 2.5 overs away. Two overs and 4 balls. And India moved to 284 for 5. They're within 100 of England's first innings score. 103 away.
Didn't quite get it, did he? Didn't quite get there. He went down the wicket. But he immediately thought it was 4 and then suddenly realised he might have to run it out a bit.
This time he's playing in his crease, and the two batters nearly collide mid-pitch, which really would cap everything off and prove to be a photographer's delight if you're stationed at square leg, I imagine. They've had to veer out of each other's way because both are ball watching. Duckett coming in off the boundary, and it's just a run.
Wonder who'll take this new ball. You'd think Archer might, and certainly it looks as though Stokes has been warming up quite dramatically for about an over and a half now. Whether he takes it instead of Wokes, it might be a possibility.
Here is Bashir, defended this time. Well, it's a hugely important 10 overs,
It
isn't
is. It certainly is.
And Chris Wokes has picked up 1 wicket, 1 for 73. He's bowled 19 overs.
What has he got? 4 for 360 so far in the series.
Down the track again, and he's been dropped, has he, by Bashir? I tell you what, as well,
Is it a
as
run
Bashir, I think Bashir might have injured himself here. It's been hit very, very hard, and you're right, Sid. I have a feeling not only has he hurt himself, I think that at the other end, Jadeja might have been out of his crease, and that ball could have deflected back onto the stumps.
Yeah, the bail didn't come off. Anyway, it's a very, very tough chance. It was hit really hard at him. He's unlucky to have got his fingers in the way. Actually, it might have just cannoned into the stumps at the non-strikers if he had not come in the way.
Down the track, and it's been, it's hit him on his left finger, deflected down onto his boot, and then bounced away from the stumps. I don't think Jadeja was behind the crease. So again, it hasn't gone close to the stumps, but on another day. Bashir is walking off the field. He's just reaching those steps now. The physio, what would be slightly concerning is the physio come to meet him at the gate, and he's just turned around and they've just walked straight up. So that was hit, that was hit very, very hard, low, and I think it's the ring finger on his left hand and maybe his little finger that has taken the brunt of that. It's his little finger, isn't it? It's
there was a dislocation there.
Yeah, Joe Root's going to finish off the over. They're bowling from the pavilion end. That's really unfortunate for Bashir and England. But they do have a worthwhile substitute in Root, who will bowl the final over, or final delivery of that over. 286 for 5. 286 for 5. There was a run taken there as well.
When you get hit in that manner, you are almost hoping immediately that it starts bleeding instead of not bleeding. And we saw, I think there is a dislocation on the finger where he was hit right now.
It's not his bowling hand, should add, which is kind of important. And I imagine he might have only, in fact, that would have been his last over as well, because the second new ball is due after this over. But yeah, he'll go in. Oh no, he would have had one more over. But anyway, 286 for 5 then. Jadeja facing, 24 not out. 2 slips in place as Cast continuing with this angle, but gets this a touch too straight. And Jadeja is able to clip this away for a single. He moves to 25. And very slowly, and not without incident, Jadeja is just weighing in with another one of those quite important innings for India in this series.
He looks much calmer now. He's just reacting, just purely reacting to what is being bowled at him. He's not looking frenetic. His running has also calmed down a little. he's looking much better than Reddy is. And as Jeremy pointed out in the last over, that shot was more of get out of jail shot than of conviction, and he ended up dragging it over mid-wicket while he was looking at mid-on.
Well, even the one that injured Bashir was technically a catching chance, wasn't it? He didn't, on the pads and played defensively up to mid-on. No run. Mitchell Reddy remains 11 not out. And if he looks like this against a 78 over ball, we'll see how he looks against a new one.
Well, certainly that's what the game has moved to a point now where these next 15 overs perhaps in the next hour with that new ball is going to be absolutely key to where this game is heading, what the direction and the narrative is going to be.
Cass, it's pitched up on off stump, and it's driven by Reddy just for a second though. Looked to just be tailing in just slightly. But no, he's hit with the meat of the bat and pushed up to mid-on again. No run, 86 miles an hour. So this spell from Cass is faster on average than the one we saw earlier today, when his speeds were the wrong side of 85 miles an hour. You work for ESPN Crick Info. When I go on the website, and at what point do you, with the description of the bowlers, does it change from fast, medium, medium, fast, medium? There must be pitched up again and driven to mid-on, no run. There must be a point. Anything above 90 miles an hour, fast.
Yep. 85 and above is
Fast, medium.
And I think 85 and below is
medium, fast.
But you have to be
I knew you were the person to ask.
You have to be there consistently, though.
Well, that's the other thing as well, isn't it? Just seeing the odds for this match. Well, the percentage, and it's split on WinViz between England, India, and a draw, all hovering around 33%. Again, on off stump and defended by Reddy. What are you pointing at, Scott?
So it was when the fifth wicket fell, WinViz had England as 52% favourites, and after 35 runs added for this partnership, it's 33. And England win, India win, and the draw are all equally favourites, around 33% now.
So basically nobody knows.
That's very helpful information.
It's a conversation starter.
And stopper. Full toss on off stump, driven, no timing from Reddy. It's an old ball now. Maybe against the new one that would have raced away, but he's just clothed it to extra cover, and that's the end of the over. And Joe Root is going to bowl the final over before that second new ball is taken, with India trailing by 100.
It was an impressive spell by Kars. He was not looking. He was not filling up for the new ball. He was actually looking to get a wicket. He was bowling attacking lengths and high pace, higher pace than he did with the new ball itself.
I thought he was getting the ball to tail back into the right-hander slightly as well when he bowled full and gave it the full chance to do its work and its movement. So quite useful, I thought, too. Root's going to finish off the 79th, 80th over.
Yeah. Jadeja, 25 not out, just pushes his first delivery back to Joe Root. No run. Just fired in, really, from Root. I wonder if we're going to see a bouncer. We sometimes see all the tricks, don't we? As this time Jadeja tries to access the leg side. There's fielder's quite close to the bat. Get it through there. There's a chase on for the fielder at deep back with square leg. A little hold up. Roots continuing round the wicket, and quite round arm action there, and wide of the crease as well. Fields from his own bowling does Joe, who's a top scorer in the match with 104. Another big yawn from the back of the box. It is a touch fuller and pushed up to Chris Wokes at mid-on. It will be interesting to see who takes the new ball. Archer has bowled a couple of spells today. Stokes has bowled one. And Woke started out with a 6-over spell this morning, which was inexpensive, but a touch unthreatening as well. This is down the leg side, and it's played from the face of the bat, not that far from the leg gully. There's also another fielder behind the bat on the leg side who can field, and it's another couple of runs to the score, so the deficit is under 100 as we're on the verge of the second new ball. 2 wickets falling today, both overnight batters, and it's Nitish Reddy, who could have been run out twice, facing Joe Root, who's bowling over the wicket. He's tossing this ball up, fielding with his right boot. And that is the end of the over. 290 for 5. And I think we've got a change in the commentary box. We do. All change. Sid, Jeremy, thank you for your time. We are all going to be replaced. Jarrod's about to come in, Mann is about to come in, and Harmy with 290 on the ball. We've got a little hold up. We've got drinks. And India trail now by 97 with Nitish Reddy and Ravindra Jadeja at the crease.
I feel that with the YouTube, people can just see us changing, so you don't need the smooth changing of radio where everyone's rushing in to try and grab the microphone. People can understand just how long it takes Neil Manthorp to put piece by piece of it. It doesn't come together quickly. It's a ritual. Have you apologised to Scott, the producer, for spilling coffee on him yet?
I can't see it.
It is very hard to see. When he said he spilled coffee on him, I'm looking at going, it's the white T-shirt with nothing on it.
290 for 5, and Jadeja 26, Nitish Reddy on 13. I think, not fortuitously, but conveniently, Harmy is sitting down again with exactly 80 overs bowled, because if Jofra Archer is that 2-over spell that Harmy and I confidently called that Jofra Archer would bowl turned into a 5-over spell, 4-over spell. So he's not really had much of a break. That was only half an hour ago.
Not a bad thing, though. It's not a bad thing. You want to be in the action as a bowler. You want to be in the action. I think you've got to be, obviously, from Ben and Jofra's point of view, you've got to be careful of how much cricket he's come into it. But as a bowler, I'd want to be bowling. I want to be action. I want to be warm. I want to be loose. The weather's helping for you to be warm, so that's a given. And then 4-over spell. I mean, your body shouldn't have slowed down or shut down in that 4 overs that I had off from one end. So I think from Jofra's point of view, he'd be ready to go. And what will perk him up a little bit was at the end of his 4th over there, he had a little bit of a ding dong and a battle with Nitish Reddy, who give as good as he got. And I think Jofra's now thinking, right, let's see what you have got. I've got a brand new ball in my hand. It's not gonna bounce as softly as what the last one is. And I think Nitish Reddy might be getting a few worn on the body and in and around the chest, and testing them gloves out. Let's see what the sort of tick is made of, or the bravery is made of, because I think this kid's got a bit of character and got a bit of fight.
He's only 21.
He is, but Jofra's bowling 95, 91, 92, 94 mile an hour.
No, I was just, it's life's easier as a 21-year-old if you are subservient and you just keep your mouth shut and, let the big boys. I'm not saying that you bow down to them, whatever, but he gives a bit back, I mean, he was, in fact, I think he instigated.
He instigated it. He was the one that pushed Jofra away. He looked as though he was like the sort of in the schoolyard telling the mistress, he's bullying me, he's picking on me, and he didn't really have a leg to stand on the way Mohammad Siraj goes all the way down the other end. So interesting. Bryden Carse has taken the new ball, so that would mean that Jofra. Well, it doesn't mean that Jofra isn't, but
it probably means that he isn't.
Yeah, but
so Wokes will take it.
You'd expect Wokes to take it. If Wokes doesn't take it, that's not a very good message.
It's a remarkable situation we find ourselves in this game, that India should be massively in front at this stage, but they basically lost 2 wickets trying to get KL Rahul his 100. They lost one beforehand with the run out, and then he got the 100. He relaxed and went out straight away afterwards. Also, the run that he took for his 100, again, it's just not a run that you need to take in Test cricket. Really put themselves under a lot of weird pressures here. 100 should be banned.
Such an integral milestone, probably the milestone, isn't it, really? I mean, it has more spectator kudos attached to it than 5-wicket hauls. Here is Bryden Carse, and with the new ball, pushed away up towards mid-on and fielded by Jofra Archer. Have they actually taken the new ball straight away?
They have.
Okay, all right. Just wanted to check that.
The umpire was holding it up. Must have been rifle.
Jadeja 27, Reddy 13, 291 for 5.
Paul Rifle was pretty handy with the new ball.
Paul Rifle?
He bowled quite a bit in one-day cricket with the new ball, but eventually when Fleming was fit and they had some other options. But he could bowl with it. He nipped it around quite a bit.
Here is Bryden Carse from the nursery end. Bowls full and wide and drive and a miss from Nitish Reddy. It's half volley, to be honest. If not even closer to being Yorker length outside the off stump. But Reddy's gone for the big booming drive. They were just... did it just nip down the hill, or was that... It didn't swing, did it?
Yeah, a little bit of shape. Not as much as what Nitish Reddy did. It might be a little bit seam. The actual seam position was angled for it to swing. Yeah, maybe he's just gone down. It's perfect, beauty, absolute beautiful seam position. Just seen it there again, and then it did nip down the hill.
2 slips and 2 gullies now. Here is Carse again, another beauty. It's gone once more, whipped away past the outside edge into the gloves of Jamie Smith. So Root and Brook at slip, and then the opening batsman in the gully, Ben Duckett and Zach Crawley. Zach Crawley still stubbornly alone in opting for the sun hat. Really, it's been 3 screamingly obvious sun hat days, and yet Zach Crawley's the only one who's taken that option. Everyone else sticking to their traditional blue England caps. Crowd are enjoying this. 2 past the outside edge, beginning to cheer now and clap as Carse is in 2 wide outside the off stump and left alone. Jadeja 27, Reddy 13. Those 2 wickets that Jarrod was referring to, the run out on the stroke of lunch, 3 balls before the scheduled lunch break. Brilliant effort from Ben Stokes. Absolutely magnificent, running in from cover and twisting and throwing as his body was contorted at the non-striker's end. Direct hit, and Rishabh Pant was a completely unnecessarily risky single, but nonetheless magnificent execution from Stokes. And then moments later, after KL Rahul got to his 100, he edged Bashir to slip for exactly 100, but Carse in again once more outside the off stump and left alone by Nitish Reddy. Are you reading Archer's body language? Is he? Where's Wokes? Is he? Who's going to bowl the next over?
Wokes is warming up, isn't he?
Yeah, definitely going to bowl the next one, Wokes.
Wokes is warming up. And actually, from Ben's point of view, this might not be a bad thing. Carse he's got this ball swinging. He's bowled some nice deliveries there. What is it? 5 balls. He's asked questions outside off stump. Wokes can come on from either end, and imagine from Ben's point of view, if we get a wicket, potentially get a breakthrough, then Archer really does probably have the bowlers to go at.
Here is Carse once again, another away swinger, and just starts 2 wide. Seemed to swing a bit earlier from the arm than the previous ones, which swung late. But that was an encouraging first over from Bryden Carse. Yes, 4 were left alone, but only 2 of them, or 1 of them really, was harmless. Didn't ask any questions at all. 291 for 5. So the deficit is still a considerable 96 for India, but
it's Archer. It's Jofra. Yeah.
It's when Jarrod said he's definitely bowling the next over. That's when the doubt crept in.
Well, he was warming up.
He was.
He was warming up.
I think he might have thought that he was.
I think he definitely thought he was bowling the next over.
I mean, there's no way that was just play acting. I think works.
I mean, I
This
like.
could have been a very sort of last-minute decision.
It could have been, yeah.
Archer from the pavilion end. Maybe just like maybe Ben just said, you know what, Joff,
Wait a minute.
actually.
Just warm up.
Until he's bowled this ball, still a chance the Works can take it. I was watching both of them. There was only one of them that looked like he was about to bowl, and it wasn't.
Joffre was just being his languid self. Wasn't
Maybe
he?
he's already warm.
Well, he was bowling 35 minutes ago, so he should be loose. Slip and a gully. Sorry, 2 slips and 2 gullies. And backward point as well. Here is Joffre Archer, bowls down the leg side to Jadeja, helps it on its way down to the fine leg boundary for 4. Not much that... Jordan Cox. Is that Jordan? Who's that? Fielding down at fine leg.
It does look like Jordan Cox. It is Jordan. No, Sam Cook.
Oh, sorry, beg your pardon. Sam Cook's on the field.
It did look, we're just looking obviously the number.
Who's off? Whoa.
Shoaib Bashir.
Shoaib Bashir, of course,
his
right,
finger,
yes, he can with his finger injury. 295 for 5 with those 4 runs. Jadeja into the 30s, 31 not out. Here's Archer again, bangs it in short. Jadeja pushes it to cover and sets off for an impossible single. Ben Stokes, the captain, is now at cover point. He does the fielding. He's already struck once. Chris Woakes is still warming up. I think
He's warming up more now.
it's down on what
He's definitely
doing, the
bowling the
hamstring.
next over, though, Manners. I think we can all safely say that.
I think he's expecting to bowl quite soon. Maybe it was a last-minute thing. Ben Stokes said, "You know what, Joff? If you're up, if you're good, actually, why not just see how one goes, how it feels, and maybe you can take a wicket." Here's Archer down the leg side. Jadeja flicks and misses, taken by Jamie Smith. Grandstand away to our right, and the mound stand and the tavern stand just beginning to fill up again. Stands that we are in between in the media centre, the Compton and Edrich stands, are the last ones to fill up after the lunch break, because it's right next door to the nursery ground, which is where most people spend their lunch breaks. The members in the pavilion end go into the rose garden behind the old pavilion, now 128 years old since the pavilion was built, but people now gradually regaining their seats. Here is Archer again, bouncer, no, back of a length outside the off stump, does bounce quite a bit though, and Jadeja leaves it alone. 36-year-old has had a very impressive last couple of test matches, Jadeja. After a quiet start at Headingley, he just seemed a bit out of sorts and a bit remote, really. Didn't look quite right. Wasn't fielding at cover, wasn't really in the game, but an immense performance from him at Edgbaston. And now 31 not out, building a useful partnership with Didish Reddy. Here's Archer. Oh, that one hits the leading edge. Try to turn it on the leg side, hit the leading edge and bounced up to Bryden Cast at mid-off.
It's interesting that he's bowling from the pavilion end, because he looked in great rhythm this morning from the nursery ground end. Got the ball to shape. Well, wasn't so much shape. I think he was just using the angles and the slope. And he found the short ball was bouncing. There seemed to be a little bit more velocity on it this morning than there was in that last short ball from around the wicket from the pavilion end.
Here is Archer again down the leg side this time, so not his best, not as good as the last 4 that he bowled from the nursery end. 295 for 5. Quick change of subject, and there's no reason that either of you should be in any way well informed on this subject, but do you either of you know anything about ticket touting?
A little bit. I wrote about it quite a bit when I came over to the UK.
I find it fascinating that the walk from St John's Wood Station to the ground, there's probably a dozen men going, and they're not saying anybody who want to buy a ticket, they're all saying any tickets for sale, any tickets for sale. So why are they all buying tickets? Well, surely the idea is to sell them to make some money.
They buy them so they can sell them, but it also allows them to know there might be a legal loophole there as well, because it's a bit of a, it's illegal in Australia, isn't it? You can't do that in Australia.
Is it not? Is it not illegal here?
It's a grey area, I believe.
Really? Bryden Cast, I'd like to know more. Here he is once again, up to the wicket, bowls and driven by the right-handed Reddy up to wide mid-off. So how so, Gray? I know it's a mixture of black and white, but how?
So I haven't done research on it since 2009 Ashes. I wrote quite a bit on it around the 2009 Ashes. But yeah, where you stand, how you stand, what you say, I think you have to be very careful with all of those particular things because you're selling things on the street, aren't you?
Right.
But they're not. They're buying things off people off the street.
Yeah, I see. Okay. Two slips, two gullies, as Bryden Cast is in once again and steered away by the right-handed Reddy to Ben Duckett, and it's 295 for 5. By the way, the ground for the 5th day is sold out. I mentioned this in the
Are you
in the
sure?
morning
'Cause
session.
you told me this in the morning, and I went to the ECB, and they said no.
I got told it was sold out. Who came in?
Yeah.
Okay.
We were told officially.
Lizzie
Okay.
came in. Lizzie came in and said that.
Yeah, the ground's sold out.
Only because I asked the ECB, and they said no, it's not quite sold out yet.
Oh, not quite. Okay, all right. Well, all but.
Yeah, so I
Right.
mean, maybe it's close, but
Okay.
I'm not fact-checking you two. I'm sure you're both right.
No, well, I'm not sure. I'm just repeating. Down the leg side, poor delivery from Bryden Cast. Didn't swing. I think maybe he's just overcompensating. Is that what he was doing, Harmy?
Yeah, overcompensating. He's trying to push that up the hill to see if he can get it to swing and bowl that $1 million ball. Yeah, I'm struggling to understand Bryden Cast from the nursery end and Jofra Archer from the pavilion end for the way Jofra's bowled from the nursery end and the way Bryden's bowled from the other pavilion end. Chris Woakes is still doing some looseness and still warming up, and I just wonder if this is a message to Chris Woakes that he hasn't bowled as well as he would like in this Test match, and England are desperate to make this breakthrough, and they've gone against the two. They've gone against their, what you would say, the only really time he's actually relevant is when the ball is new, and that's Chris Woakes opening spells.
Here is Bryden Cast up to the crease again. Bowls. Good leave from Nitish Reddy. That's better delivery just outside the off stump. Reddy leaves it alone, and it's 299 for 5.
I think there's also just an element of he was just too wide in that first over, wasn't it? So he's like, okay, I just need to get it back towards off stump. Maybe it is going for the magic ball, but as much as anything, he's just trying to get a little bit straighter, and then it's gone wrong. He's not a brilliant swing bowler or controller of the ball. Who's the best you've seen going for the magic ball? Fleming, Hadley? Stain's pretty good too. He didn't slip down leg that often, did he?
Yeah. Alan Donald, pretty good. Here's Bryden Cast again. Bowls wide of the off stump. Got to make this new ball count, Bryden. He can't be bowling wide. It's left alone by Nitish Reddy.
I only saw the end of Hadley's career, so it's a little bit different. And Kapil Dev might have been similar, but Damien Fleming was one for me that the amount of times he would bowl someone on the outside of their bat by like angling the ball into middle and leg and still taking out off stump. I think he did it to Hickey and maybe Gooch in a Test match. His ability to do that without slipping the ball down the leg side, it was remarkable, because mostly when you're trying to bowl the outswinger and you try and bowl it too straight, it just stops swinging back and you end up just onto the pads.
Here's Bryden Cast running away from us. Past umpire Paul Rifle now up to the crease and bowls, and Reddy plays inside the line of it. It's another away swinger. Cast is frustrated. He knows he's close to the perfect ball, but he's just a little bit too wide, and this can be very frustrating when a batsman is in good leaving form. Jadeja 31, Reddy 17. It sounds counterintuitive, but sometimes the skill with which you don't play the ball is as important as the skill with which you do. And Cast is just looking a bit.
Yeah, it's frustrating a little bit. It's the size of Bryden Cast, and if he's trying to push it up there, it's not natural for him to bowl that little bit fuller. And like I said before, I just wonder if his end was the pavilion end, running sort of down the slope, pushing it towards off stump, and if he gets any swing and shape like he's getting there now, then he'd be a hugely different proposition, because the batter would feel as though he has to play it there. If it's a little bit wider, it's going down the slope.
Here's Archer again. Oh, sorry, Archer. Here's Archer from the pavilion end, and it's left alone by Jadeja outside the off stump.
We've got an update from Gary Morgan. We are now both right. It wasn't sold out, so Lizzie Ammon was wrong. We can go tell her that in a little while. But it has been sold out in the last hour.
Right, you go and tell Lizzie then.
Well, I'm not going to do that, obviously.
So
Exactly.
I'll do it on air.
It was obviously all but.
Yeah.
So
It's
anyway,
geo-blocked. She won't find out about this for days.
She'll find out.
299 for 5. Still 88 runs behind as Jofra Archer is in again outside the off stump, and there's no run. Moving on from alternative ticket sales to the subject of security checks. Now, Lord's is unique in many ways and many aspects. One aspect is that you're allowed to bring your own food and drink, including alcohol in reasonable amounts, into the ground, and you can bring your own picnics, because obviously we all have at length about the beautiful nursery ground behind us where you can have a picnic, and some people bring quite elaborate picnic little hampers with cheese knives, and here's Archer again outside the off stump, left alone by Jadeja. So you can bring all of those things into the ground, most of which are on the prohibited items list, grounds elsewhere in England and certainly in the rest of the world. So what is illicit? What are they looking for when they check in your bag?
You can only bring in one cheese knife.
Okay.
2 cheese knives, obviously there's an issue with that person, isn't
Right,
there?
right.
What sort of person brings a backup cheese knife? Shoaib Bashir, well, John's taking the message away now. I was going to read it, but he hurt his finger and he's gone off.
Shoaib Bashir, it's update from Jon Norman, has just received that from the England change room. That's worked away by Jadeja for a single to wide mid-on, and it brings up the 300 to the cheers of the Indian crowd. England's spinner Shoaib Bashir is being assessed by the medical team after taking a blow to his left little finger. I'll update you when we have more information. That's from the best media officer in cricket currently and possibly ever.
I was thinking the same thing. That Danny Rubin. There aren't that many more. It was actually funny. I won't say which country it was, but recently I was with a bunch of journalists from a particular country, and I think we all individually thought that this press officer had an issue with us. And through the course of a lunch at this test ground, we realised that actually this person hated everyone in the media. We're like, well, how does he get by in this job? He or she, you know.
They. Yeah. Jadeja's single takes him to 32. Nitish Reddy has 17, 300 for 5. India now trailing by 87 runs as we go well into day 3 of this test match. Oh, big appeal for leg before wicket. There must have been some bat involved, or maybe it was just sliding down the leg side, but Archer was very, very excited, based possibly on the fact that he almost upended Nitish Reddy with a terrific Yorker length ball.
Well, I did think he hit it, but either way, Archer pointed down the leg side,
Yeah.
so it was a great ball. Because his head fell over, it made it look even better, but I think it was probably heading down.
I think it's hit the pad of the foot, but I think it's also hit the middle of the bat as well. So I think it's hit the foot or the pad first, which got Jofra interested, but I think it's going down the leg side on the slope. Just seeing it again, it's a beauty in swing, and yeah, it hasn't actually hit the bat at all. His bat is crunched into his leg, and his outside of his pad's got it down.
When you bowl an in-swinging Yorker that good, you're gonna shout, aren't you? You just celebrate.
Also, when the batter's falling over, like, there is an element of you're not actually sure where they are. It's one of the big things, isn't it? When you move that much after the ball, even the umpires get confused.
Wonderful delivery from Jofra Archer. England desperately striving to get themselves into towards the tail of this Indian innings. Last ball of the over, outside off stump, left alone. 301 for 5, just a couple of wickets today. One a magnificent individual fielding effort from Ben Stokes, a run-out direct hit to get rid of Rishabh Pant, and then Rahul completing his second century of the series. Did you see that he joins 3 other visiting opening batsmen to score 200s at Lord's? Do you see that? Graham Smith?
Ponzi?
No, opening.
Oh, opening batting, sorry. I know Bruce Mitchell's got a lot
Greenwich.
from South Africa. Greenwich, yeah.
Was it Greenwich?
Gordon Greenwich.
Was it Greenwich?
Yep, and
He's on the board a few times.
Greenwich has 600s in England, most by a touring opening batsman. Graham Smith has 5.
Yeah. Bruce Mitchell on that list, he'd have to be high up. He made a lot of runs against England and none against Australia. And I think a lot of his runs were in England. Pre-war South African batter. Incredibly slow scorer, wasn't he?
Yes, there weren't too many rapid scorers.
I think he was
time,
thought
were
of
there?
as slow within that, though, wasn't he? But I think he had 4 maybe?
Wokes is into the attack now, and that's first ball, swings away. There are no runs. We were talking about off-cutters a little earlier, and Gary Morgan sent through one of the most extraordinary statistics I've ever seen. A list of bowlers who've bowled most off-cutters in their careers, and he includes Mustafizur Rahman there. He is a cut bowler. Go complete that list, having found it.
Yeah, Gordon Greenidge was 6, Smith was 5, Rahul, Bill Laurie and Bruce Mitchell were 4.
Here is Wokes once again. He's certainly got the ball swinging, and that's pushed away by Reddy behind square on the offside. Once a single, he's stranded again, and he's running is poor, to say the least. Nitish Reddy, he's just very skittish, and that's pushed him to the gully. Duckett had a shy at the stumps, didn't hit them, and he's again fortunate to survive.
Is it Reddy that's poor, or is it
Jadeja
that's
well,
poor?
you know, that was another interesting
He's been
stat.
involved in
Jadeja's
them
been
all.
run out once, but he's been run out once, but involved in 9 run-outs.
Yeah, so Jadeja's the Nasser Hussain of Indian running. I mean,
Slightly different athletes, aren't they?
they are very different athletes. Definitely different athletes. England, that's 3 now. I mean, it's a hard one because Duckett's off balance. He's lying on the floor and he's got to, get himself on his knees to throw it.
2 slips in the gully. Here's Wokes again, and that one almost gets through past the inside. Hits an inside edge onto the pad, trickles out towards Jamie Smith, but Duckett saves him the trip, running in from gully to pick it up and do the fielding. Joe Root's still overall officer in charge of ball maintenance, isn't he?
Yeah, Joe and Harry Brook, I think they're both ball shiners. I think
I assumed that, because it'd be quite hard work, I assumed that Joe was still overall officer in charge, but had designated some of the hard work
Yes.
to Harry.
Yeah, I think the hard yard ones is Harry. Look, by the looks of his trousers, Joe just sort of buffs it up nicely off his shirt.
Here's Wokes again, and that's pushed up on the onside. I played in a club game once where a bowler was injured and unable to bowl, and his injury was caused by over-efficient shining. of the
Overshining.
ball. He did his shoulder.
Too much shining of his balls.
Yeah. Just tried too hard. We were like, Eric, relax. Just like give it a gentle, just a gentle rub.
Also doing that, the worst way to injure yourself in a club game.
Yeah, quite. He's determined to. I think he just learnt the art of swing. His Wokes in again, pushed out on the onside to Ollie Pope at mid-wicket, no run.
Well, we did have the great cricketer boys in. I was telling you the story the other day in the chat as well, when there was I sent you a European cricket over where there was 1 million wides bowled, and I was saying I played a game where a guy just came in and he bowled 8 wides, and then he
Took his jumper and left.
Yeah, he just went straight to the umpire was so confused of what was happening. I think the umpire thought he was going to have a go at him for the wides, but he didn't. He just took his hat off. We never saw him again at the club. It was like the 5th game of the season. He paid his dues.
Here's Wokes once more, and Nitish Reddy takes advantage of the fact that there's a man sweeping at deep backward point and pushes it straight to him. And they go through for another single, and Nitish Reddy keeps the strike. 19. Is there a sense, Harmy, of because of the way that the Dukes has been in the last couple of years, particularly in this series, is there a sort of a sense or a danger that there's a sense of desperation when you take that second new ball? We've got to make it. We've got to try too hard.
Yeah, try too hard. I think there's quite a lot of factors in that. I've mentioned it quite consistently throughout the day that it's important the way the makeup of this bowling attack is. England probably do need to strive for take a few risks and try a bit hard when it comes to the second new ball, because Joffrey's into his 21st over now. Wokes is playing back-to-back Test matches. So was Carse. We all know the injury body of Ben Stokes. Shobashir, I mean, hasn't really been that effective in this series so far, and he's now gone off. So it's so important that we make this new ball count.
Jofra Archer in. Oh, that's a beauty. Again, it bounces extra pace. Nitish Reddy sways out of the way of it, and Archer follows up with a volley of a different sort. After that was a wonderful delivery, and look, Nitish Reddy is uncomfortable, and it's just a question of whether that bothers him or not.
It's fair to say that Jofra didn't actually say anything. That was a very Kirtley-esque come down and smile at him as if to say, I can do that. Good luck.
Hit that. Come on, Nitish, hit that. You might have the silver chains around your neck, but I've got the gold ones.
We just confirmation he didn't say a word. Here's Archer again, and it's a similar sort of delivery, and Reddy does try to play it. He's too close to cut. He was trying to sort of chop steer it past gully, bottom edge into the ground, no run.
Jofra's in his head now. This is when Jadeja should really be coming down and talking to him and just be like, just bat. You don't need to get involved in this. There's only one winner here.
Yeah, but Jadeja will be also thinking, well, anybody else other than Jofra, and I'll come down and try and take some strike off you.
Yeah, he's not doing that.
I don't really fancy facing him myself.
Archer, and again, Reddy steers it away straight to point where Stokes fields. I was just about to say, it depends what kind of senior player you are. I mean, there's plenty of senior players who are going like, oh, this is a bit hot down the other end. I think I'll stay here.
I'm not saying come down. I'm saying come down and say to him. I'm not saying take the strike. No proper senior player would want to face Jofra Archer if he's bowling like this.
Remember Alex Stewart in Perth getting a single off the first ball of 3 overs in a row, and that's what I'm saying went berserk. When he had just put Tudes in hospital. That wasn't fun, and Stewie wasn't being a good senior player then.
Here is Archer again outside the off stump, and there's no run. Didn't bounce at all, really. But I mean, would Stewie have? It's quite hard to. Who was batting you?
Me.
Okay.
Yeah, three test matches into you.
Maybe he just trusted you.
Yeah, he trusted me. Yeah,
Seen you in the net.
He trusted me to get out of the way of it as a little bit quicker than what he did at 40 years old.
Who would you have been facing then?
Brett.
Yeah,
that was it. That was. I was quite happy facing.
Just gentle
Glenn.
outswing from Brett, isn't it?
I was quite happy facing Glenn McGrath.
Here's Archer again, and blocked full length by Nitish Reddy.
Glenn McGrath felt as though he was bowling Shane Warne's pace compared to what Brett was bowling that day.
You knew McGrath would probably get you out, but he wouldn't hurt you at the same time.
Yeah, he was going to make me look foolish, and so was Shane. But unfortunately, when he turned around and Adam Gilchrist is in a different postcode to you, then you realise Brett's bowling quickly. He's been here for the last 3 days. I don't know if he's still here. I mean, he might be struggling actually. He's been with Chris Gale for the last 3 days, so I imagine he's struggling at this moment in time.
Here's Archer again, bowls. Nitish Reddy defends it out towards Stokes at cover point, and there's no run. The over comes to an end. 302 for 5. Still 85 runs behind India, but 2 men, I think we can safely say, are pretty much in now. Jadeja and Reddy on 32 and 19. Another quick word from you, Harmy, or Jarrod, and then it'll be Jon Norman for the next half hour.
Yeah, interesting moment this, because they've got past the first 6 overs. I think England made a bit of a mistake with Cass having the... I can understand why they went for it, but I think they should have gone with Jofra from this end and Wokes from the other end. This ball is swinging though. It is occasionally bouncing up and moving around. There's plenty on offer right at the moment, but they also know they've only maybe got another 8 overs of this ball being rock hard, and they don't know how long it will swing. They don't know how long they'll be able to keep it, if we're being honest. Jon Norman.
Hey, how you doing? You're off.
Yeah, it's been a pleasure.
Didn't like my skittish Reddy.
I couldn't get it in. They were talking too much.
That was pretty good.
Some of your best work.
I'll throw that Jeremy's way. I hope it wasn't some of my best work. That'd be pretty damning, wouldn't it? 302 for 5 then, with Chris Wokes running in, and it's Ravindra Jadeja batting. 32 not out, pushes this out defensively again. Just 2 wickets falling today. We are past the halfway stage of this test match, Jeremy, and we've only had 15 wickets. That suggests to me that WinViz might feel that the odds on a draw might be starting to push out ahead of an England win and maybe even an India win.
Possibility, isn't it? Possibility.
We will wait and find out.
Yep. This should be the session. We'll get a good idea about that.
2 slips in place, and with hard hands, Ravindra Jadeja comes forward and pushes this square of the wicket on the offside and comes through for a single. It's been there was another little mix-up almost between these two batters a few moments ago. Don't know if you saw it out in the press box. Reddy, who could have been run out twice. Not sure if he would have been stranded, but again, just signs that the communication between these two isn't great.
No, Winvis would probably rate that fairly highly for the next dismissal, I would say. Run out.
That's a good call, because of course, of the 2 wickets we've had today, one was a run out. Oh, beaten, an outswinger from Chris Woakes at 80 miles an hour. And Nitish Reddy, who knows a thing or two about bowling outswingers at 80 miles an hour, follows it, but doesn't get anything on it. Goes through to the keeper.
Yep, no feet, just the hands going towards it, drawn towards the ball. Sometimes that happens with a slightly slower pace. No foot movement really whatsoever. Looking to run that ball down. Dangerous.
Very dangerous, but when you factor in his 2 wickets and the 62 deliveries he's faced, the runs he's scored, as he dead bats this delivery from Woakes, which goes gun barrel straight. He's 21 years of age, playing at Lord's for the first time. He's certainly provided the wickets and the runs that has justified his inclusion.
Yeah, well, India needed that, didn't they? They had a little bit of a problem at number sort of 6 and 7. Obviously, Jadeja was going to fill one of those spots, but the other one they weren't too sure about, and he seems to have sheared up that place at the moment with the batting.
Here's Woakes again. This is Fuller on the pads and driven by Reddy, but can't get the ball past Bryden Cass at mid-on, who gingerly walks back to his mark. He had a pretty blessed introduction to Test cricket, did Nitish Reddy. I think he played in all 5 Test matches in the border Gavaskar. He's only played in 4 of them. 40s in 3 of his first 4 innings, and an unbeaten 38, and then a century in the 3rd Test match. Didn't bowl a lot of overs across that series as comes forward, and Woakes gets one to go past the outside edge of the bat, with Reddy playing very defensively. Good over from Woakes, but no wicket. 303 for 5.
Looks like Stokes, doesn't it? I think that's probably the right move too. It was the Yorker that I was interested in, particularly from Jofra Archer. I thought that, I mean, he got it to swing as it happened, and it was going to miss leg, but that was the sort of delivery. And I wondered after the 2 short ones in his last over, first up, whether he might follow that up with a Yorker and somewhere in the next couple of deliveries, but it didn't happen. I think this is quite a reasonable move. So he's had 3 spells today, Archer. 6 overs, 5 overs, and now what's he had? He's had 3, has he?
I think so, but my scoreboard is not playing. It's not showing me the current spells on Cricinfo, which is a bit annoying. There's a chance he's going to move him round to this end, Archer, possibly, just for 1 or 2. But Woakes hasn't bowled many himself in this spell. But yet Ben Stokes, who actually bowled the fastest ball of the match in his first spell earlier today, faster than Archer and Cass, before Archer came back and started hitting 90, 91, 92 miles an hour. 2 slips in place in a gully. There's a cover fielder with mid-off, mid-on. There's someone back on the fence at deep backward point, as well as fine leg and deep square leg for the left-handed Ravindra Jadeja. Another double-figure score for him. And Stokes is in, and this is cut past Jofra Archer, and Ben Stokes doesn't look particularly happy with that. He's kind of reached out to stop the ball rather than diving, putting his body behind it, and that allows Jadeja to come back for 2, and another partnership for India, this time a 51 between Jadeja and Reddy, and a little smattering of applause here at Lord's.
Yeah, it's had its moments, hasn't it? But they're still both there, and very handy runs. They needed this, India, after the fall of 2 wickets either side of lunch.
And time as well, Jeremy. 20 overs faced, 20 overs taken out of the game, And Jadeja lets this ball go through from Stokes. And time is a factor, because we are past the halfway stage of the match, and even
And the series.
And the series, you're right. Yeah, absolutely. You know, do England... I mean, look, we can... It's quite easy to imagine how India or England can win this match, but realistically, taking time out of the game probably suit India a touch more than England. And then, of course, if India can get a lead, 50, 60, then there'll be pressure on England. Maybe there'll be an exciting run chase on day 5. We'll see. Left alone by Jadeja this time.
Yeah, well, Stokes likes to keep games alive, doesn't he? He's always making decisions about those kinds of things. He's got to leave enough time and overs for himself to bowl India out again. It's taking time to do that. We're getting on well into day 3 now, and not 2 innings complete.
Yeah, and it's just the nature of this pitch. We saw on day 1, England found it very difficult, pushed up to mid-off to push the run scoring. And, there was a lot said and a lot written that this was a different approach from England, going away from the Bazball nature to their game. But I kind of didn't really feel like that, because there was so few shots down the ground. The ball wasn't coming off the bat. It was a sluggish outfield. It was sticking in the pitch a touch. There was a lot of drives that were... weren't timed to mid-on, mid-off.
They were going square, weren't they?
Yeah, and you just think, well, run scoring isn't particularly easy here. Shots that would have picked 4 at Headingley were, crawling to mid-off. Reddy, 19 not out, and Stokes is in. This is left alone from the youngster, just 21 years of age.
Doesn't look happy, Stokes, does he? Looks turned around, didn't sort of complete his follow-through as far as you would think. He bowled a few overs of the short stuff this morning just prior to lunch, and he gave it a really quite a big workout, his body. And he might just be feeling the effects a little bit of it, but he hasn't quite found the rhythm yet in this one.
Yeah, we'll keep an eye on that. I mean, I don't know, you feel uncomfortable watching him bowl short stuff after all the injury problems he's had. He's just straighter, and Reddy is forced to play, but he does so with a straight bat. Just looking at the spells, Gary Morgan's just sent them through. So Jofra Archer's last spell was just 3 overs.
Yeah.
3 overs, 1 maiden, none for 6. But it will be Chris Woakes who continues. I wonder whether Archer will replace Woakes for a couple after this spell. It's just such an important stage of the game. 88 overs bowled, so 8 overs of the second new ball, and we know what happens when we reach about 30. There's not a huge amount happening before the 30 over mark either, is there?
No, well, Bashir out of the equation too,
yes,
isn't he?
That's a good point.
For the rest of the, how long that'll be, none of us quite know. But he hasn't come back onto the field yet. So it has to be the seamers. Perhaps Root has to bowl a few overs as well. I don't know. We'll see.
Yeah, we'll see if Root's bowling, and these two are still in, and India will be ahead of the game. Yorker from Chris Woakes at 78 miles an hour, and Jadeja just eases forward and takes a comfortable single square of the wicket. He moves to 37. There seems to be much more going on when Reddy's at the crease, because as relaxed as Jadeja seems to be when facing the non-striker's end, he's almost too relaxed, and he's either not communicating enough or he's not aware of what's going on. It's like he switches off a little bit. That's really what you want from your seasoned pro.
No, they've certainly got the jitters running between the wickets, one heading off and then the other one stopping, and then he heads off. A real mess.
Crowd trying to get behind England's bowlers, and this is going to be glanced fine. Reprieve for India. Reddy moves to 23. Score 311 for 5, and now Jeremy 254 for 5 when Rahul was caught at first slip from the bowling of Shoaib Bashir. You know, still a good 120 or 130 behind England's first innings score. Now 311 for 5, and you know they're within 76, 5 wickets in hand, and the second new ball isn't ahead of England, it's behind them.
They've righted the ship, haven't they?
On the pads again. They have, and this is how the series has gone, isn't it? A little flurry of activity, and then again just a slower passage of play. Trailed by 76. I mean, England, you never know what's going to happen. Nobody's foresaw Rishabh Pant getting run out and KL Rahul edging to first slip in the manner that they did, so close together, separated by the lunch break. So who knows what's about to happen as Wokes comes in and he's targeting that front pad of Nitish Reddy, who defends.
Not as much swing as the Indians got for England with the new ball. Of course, Bumrah seems to be a special quality. He got it to swing a little bit.
Cast got a bit of swing.
Cast did. Yes, he did. Yes, he did.
Just seeing a replay of that run out. Reminded me a touch of Freddie Flintoff, Ricky Ponting, 2009 at the Oval. Driving, and it's Harry Brook at second slip. That's gone square of the wicket. It was really in the air for very long, but just tempting him forward Reddy is Wokes. Trying to thread that through, extra cover, but in the end it's fielded at cover point. 311 for 5. And a fielder being put out at deep square leg. Did you notice something there, Jeremy?
Oh yeah, he's
just a field move, field change.
Whether he's going to bowl, I wouldn't have thought short.
This is a little bit of zip away from the right-handed Reddy from Chris Wokes, but too wide, left alone, and another over. The 9th with the second new ball has been completed with Jadeja 37, Reddy 23, the score 311 for 5. And are we going to have a little break? A little halt to proceedings. We are. Someone's coming on the field with a towel. What's going on here? Is that... I'm sure we're in an advert break, so we can't actually see. It is a hot day. Hot day out there. Not quite as hot as yesterday, I don't think. The Indian batters, I think, are just taking a quick drink. Yeah, they are, and the umpire's telling him, come on, get on with things. Get on with the game. I mean, tea is in 12 minutes.
Yeah, I'm sorry, I just can't agree with this. I know, as you say, the heat, and they're going to be concerned, but I mean, a batsman is quite capable of getting through this. Quite capable, I'm sorry.
It's not like we're in Delhi in November.
No, and you've got, what have you got? The Tour de France is on at the moment. Try pedalling up those mountains in the heat.
Yeah, I agree. I mean, it's not that hot. Is it 29 degrees maybe? 30 degrees? Anyway, there's a little breeze out there as well. We can see the England and India flags raised up from the balconies of their respective teams, fluttering in the breeze as Stokes is forward. This is punched to Jofra Archer at cover point, who hurls the ball at the striker's end. And I think Ben Stokes has had a word there. I don't know if it's with Archer or with Jadeja as he's ran past. Maybe we'll see here. He doesn't look happy. He hasn't looked happy. You picked up on that.
No, he doesn't seem happy at all, Stokes. Maybe he wanted to bowl at the left-handed Jadeja rather than the righty. We'll see. But Stokes always has this capability, doesn't he, of changing something, as he did this morning right on the cusp of lunch. He just has that knack of claiming something when you don't think anything is happening.
Yep. Yeah, we've made mention of that throughout the series. Just when you thought India was starting to ease away, England more often than not hit back. Stokes is in, and it's Nitish Reddy who's fallen to the floor. That's a short delivery, and it's followed Reddy, and it's hit him on the side of the helmet. So I think we might have just another little break in play. The concussion protocol. Stokes has just turned and started walking back to his mark. But that was a nasty bouncer that followed the batter, and he didn't deal with it particularly well.
No, well, he tried to evade it. Some people like to go under the ball. This time Reddy's actually sort of tried to sway, but because of the natural delivery from Stokes, which started quite wide and was angled in at him, kept on following him as he swayed, and he had really nowhere to go. So that's why it's hit him on the side of the helmet, which is just being checked now, as they always do. They have their protocols, and just takes a few moments, and they'll ask him a few questions.
Oof. I tell you the other thing, Jeremy, that ball bounced off his grill onto his arm, and
it nearly went onto the went near the stumps.
Went near the stumps, yeah. And he's just giving his cheek a rub. Is Nitish Reddy. 84% of Ben Stokes' deliveries today have been back of a length or short. And the physio's still out there, by the way. And the England fielders are now taking a drink, and they may as well, because there ain't no play happening. We've got 9 minutes until the tea break, and I just wonder whether Nitish Reddy is maybe in a little bit more trouble than we thought. Is he putting his...
He gave the thumbs up.
To the bowler?
Yeah.
Yeah. But that was it immediately afterwards, when you're probably still a little shocked. He's gone down on one knee now. Has Reddy.
It's a good bouncer, isn't it? It's a good
Very
bouncer
good.
because of the angle, always coming in at you and keeps coming at you.
He's still down on one knee. He's taken on some fluid. Jadeja standing with him with his helmet and gloves off. Just picks up a towel and gives himself a little bit of a rub, and the ice pack's out now. Yeah, I think this is... well, there's two things. First off, has he hurt the batter? He doesn't... The other thing is whether he is concussed. Because it's not hit the helmet, has it? It's hit the grill. So it's smashed him on the side of the face. It's hit him on the cheek. And usually by now, we're back and underway, you know, and everyone's okay, and the concussion protocol's been done. But it's now been a good 3 or 4 minutes since that bouncer, and Nitish Reddy is still on one knee with a big old ice pack next to his face. We are very close to the tea break. Is that Arshdeep Singh's down there? Arshdeep Singh, when the yellow bib seems to be signalling something up to the dressing room, the Indian balcony. Gautam Gambhir's up there. He's just turned to talk to somebody in the darkness. We cannot see who. But I think we've got a bit of a problem here. Yeah, or rather, Nitish Reddy does.
Well, I'm sure the umpires will want to move this along. So make a decision. If you're injured and you can't carry on, go off. And we'll have a new batsman on, please. But we can't keep just not making a decision about this.
How often, Gary can tell us, how often has an Indian wicket fell just before a break? It seems to my mind that it's happened quite a lot. Of course, it won't be a wicket, he'll be retired hurt. But happened a lot at Edgbaston, 2 quick wickets before the lunch break, I think. Happened again today, Rishabh Pant getting run out just before the break, and we've got
new helmet
on. It's taken 2. So that's what Arshdeep Singh was asking for.
Why didn't they bring one out with them?
I don't know the answer to that question. There's 2 more fielders now on, or support staff with yellow bibs. Paul Rifle saying, come on, let's get on with things now. I've had enough. 6 minutes until the tea break. And this hold up in play, we're just getting a little bit of the slow clap now. There's a lot of fans being fluttering, looking down at the crowd here. It is a hot day. And Nitish Reddy has just been hit on the cheek by a short delivery from Ben Stokes, who's ready to get on with things. He's got both hands on his hips, as is Chris Wokes alongside him. The slip corner are having a natter. And still we wait, Jeremy, still we wait.
Looks like we're away now, and Reddy's going to continue. He's got I think the new helmet. All the support, the ancillary staff are now disappearing, and we're going to start again. The umpire's throwing the ball to Stokes, the bowler, and we're ready to resume. It looks like we'll only get one more over now, does it?
Yeah.
Seems the way, John.
I think so. I was thinking the same thing. 4 deliveries left of this over, then 1 to come, which will be bowled by Chris Wokes. So 10 deliveries for India to get through. And it's Reddy facing Stokes, who goes short, and it's pushed off the hip by Reddy. Gets in line and gets off strike. I think that's what he needs to do. 313 for 5. Nitish Reddy 24. Jadeja about to face his 38. 1 wicket in the session. 2 today. Rishabh Pant run out in a stroke of lunch for 74. KR Rahul edging to first slip shortly after reaching 100. 254 for 5 at that stage. The second new ball was looming into view, but now it's behind England. 9.3 overs bowled, as Ravindra Jadeja just takes a while as well. He doesn't want to face any more than another over. 2 slips and a gully in place, and Stokes is in, and this is jabbed to Jofra Archer at cover. No run, as Stokes just has a word with Jadeja of what we'll never know, but can probably guess that Stokes'
the new
is
ball,
down.
John, I don't think it's quite worked for England. I thought that it might become the most important part of the day. We know we were waiting for it, especially wickets fell either side of lunch, and suddenly in the skittish running between the two Indian batsmen is
Skittish Reddy.
Yes, exactly.
See, I knew you'd like that. Jarrod just looked at me like I'd seen a ghost. Push to point, Archer feels, no he doesn't, he falls over, commando roll, picks himself up, now he gets the ball. Single completed, 314 for 5.
But there hasn't been the movement. There were a couple of deliveries you felt that tested the batsman. One from Archer that really took off, didn't it? And you know, very close to Nitish Reddy, and was trying desperately to get out of the way, but there wasn't quite that, you know, nip and tuck about the new ball that you would have liked to have seen from the English seamers.
I totally agree. I mean, you could say that really the moments of Stokes is in again. This is driven straight to Chris Wokes at extra cover, no run. The moments of frailty have been pretty much self-inflicted by India today.
That's right, they have. They have. Just prior to lunch, the punt call for the short run, when it wasn't really necessary, hit to a man who has a very good athletic arm and movement as well, turned and threw at the stumps at the bowler's end. He was short, so that was a piece of cricket that India could have done without, but well done England to take advantage of it. It was only just a sniff really in that dismissal, wasn't there, but they grabbed it, and you felt over lunch that it was going to might just possibly change things. And as soon as Rahul went straight after lunch, you thought, yes, this game is going to possibly move on.
That was the opening, wasn't it?
Yes, but it hasn't quite happened.
Can Chris Wokes fashion the opening that England desperately need? First ball, Jadeja comes forward. Is there a hint of an inside edge there onto the pads? Yep, there is. The ball just drops down onto Jadeja's front boot via an inside edge. He's been pretty resolute, 39 not out. You take out the running between these two and you'd say they've been very, very comfortable. That short ball, which It's taken 4 or 5 minutes out of the game. This time again, Jadeja pushes this straight to a fielder running in. Forward of point. He's sent back by Nitish Reddy. And we'll have a look to see if he would have made it home. But he's well down the track there. Is it Ollie Pope again?
Yes, it is.
Third time Pope's had an opportunity to throw the stumps down. I think Jadeja probably would have made it. He would. But again, Pope missed anyway.
Yes, he's almost having him on. He's looking both at Pope and then also at his runner. Yes, he would have been back, but now he'll take the single because there's no one backing up to prevent it as the overthrow as it misses.
You know the other thing as well, he didn't slide his bat in. Jadeja there, he dropped it over the line. Reddy blocks this delivery out from Wokes. I mean, that is the 4th incident in the session. Consider there was a run out in the morning session as well. It's incredibly bad running. As I say, Jadeja probably would have been home. Well, he would have been home. And Pope missed anyway for the 3rd time. Here comes Wokes again over the wicket, and this is driven and fielded by Bryden Cass, who had to use all of his height to get across and down. It's saved 3 runs. Once again, well, understandably actually, Jadeja was ball watching a touch. It's always going to be a single there.
Very well fielded actually by Cass. He's been a busy bowler for his captain today. He's got a wee bit of movement as well, just a little bit of movement with the new ball. Bowled perhaps 2 or 3 overs with that before someone else came in.
Around the wicket to the left-hander. This is well wide though, left alone. I don't think that Jadeja could have reached it even if he wished to.
Wokes is just not getting any movement whatsoever, really. Not from the positions on the pitch that he'd like to.
We are approaching the tea break. And we'll be back in 20 minutes or so time for the evening session. How many overs are we short today, Jeremy? Oh, it's okay. We only need the 43 in the evening session. This is down the leg side and fielded by Jamie Smith. And stiff. I'm sure they are all a little bit stiff. Hot day. And that is the break. Tea break here on day 3. Jadeja and Nitish Reddy, Ravindra Jadeja and Nitish Reddy have got through to the tea break after that dismissal of KR Rahul shortly after lunch, moments after he'd reached 100 for the 10th time in international cricket. Only 1 test century in India, the other 9 overseas. In fact, he's scored more test centuries at Lord's than he has at home. But he went soon after. Shoaib Bashir, the only England bowler to take a wicket today. The other being fashioned by a superb bit of fielding in the outfield by Ben Stokes to run out Rishabh Pant. If England thought that they'd open up this India side, they were proven wrong. 2 missed run-out opportunities for Ollie Pope, both when Nitish Reddy was on naught, having faced 6 balls and 12. But the 2 have just about got through to tee. And that lead on first innings for England, which was hovering around 130 when wicket number 5 went down, is now been reduced to just 71. And India, Jeremy, if they're still batting at stumps, went a bit early, they're going to have a lead.
Yes, they are. Yes, they are. Only 68 runs in that session from the 26 overs that England delivered. So between 2.5 and 3 runs an over. So it hasn't been the excitement, perhaps, that it's the wickets column that, as far as England are concerned, they'll be just slightly disappointed, I think, that the second new ball wasn't able to deliver for them. They're getting and they're working their way down the order, but we've still got Washington Sundar, who can bat, and then Akash Deep and the rest of the bowlers. So they're getting there, but of course, every run that India get, they're just whittling away at this lead, and they might just find in this next session they just claim a lead here, and that's exactly what India need and want.
Brilliant stuff. Jerry will be back after the tea break, so will I. Neil Manthorp, Steve Harmison, as well as Jarrod Kimber and Siddharth Monga from ESPN Cricket Info. But for now, thanks for joining us on the talkSPORT Cricket YouTube channel. Tea on day 3. India 316 for 5. They trail on first innings by 71.
Welcome back to Lord's for the start of the final session on day 3 of the third test between England and India from headquarters, and India inching their way towards parity, and then they hope a lead, and then perhaps even a substantial lead, as it looks like Joe Root's going to continue bowling after the tea break. Yes, it is, from the pavilion end. Shoaib Bashir is still having treatment for the injury to the little finger on his left hand, which he incurred while fielding a fierce drive off his own bowling. We've only had 11 overs with the second new ball, so I don't know that this will be a substantial spell from Joe Root, with his very, very capable but nonetheless part-time off-spin. A slip and a leg slip. You can't have the seamers bowling all the time with the frontline spinner off the field. That one is driven by the right-handed Nitish Reddy out to Ben Duckett at mid-wicket. Underarms it straight back to Root. At least this will improve the over rate, and well, unless Root's repeatedly hauled into the tavern and mound stands, that'll take a bit more time. Root in again, tucked away by Reddy once more to the right of Duckett at mid-wicket, but he prevents the run. Jadeja 40, Reddy 25, as Root's in once more. A little bit of a round arm to that action, and third time in a row it's defended to Duckett at mid-wicket. England have toiled away today. India resuming at 145 for 3, and they've been just 2 wickets for England to celebrate. One of them a brilliant run out as Reddy takes a single, pushing it to the right of Duckett at mid-wicket through square leg. Bryden Cass trots after it and retrieves it. Nitish Reddy moves on to a workmanlike 26 off 81. I say workmanlike very much with respect. Quite courageous as well. He was worked over twice by Jofra Archer. He was made to look very uncomfortable, and that's because he was very uncomfortable. Real pace. Jofra Archer bowled whole over of 90 miles an hour. Short balls to him outside the off stump, now to the left-handed Jadeja, leaves it alone, turns away into the gloves of Jamie Smith. Ben Stokes is doing some short sprints at mid-off, which suggests that he might be just making sure that everything's in working order for a little stint with this ball while it's still hard and new. 41 overs left in the day. Again, we can say with some confidence that we won't get them all in. 92 done in the innings, 317 for 5. Jeremy Coney, they often say that Saturday or the third day is a moving day in a test match, and if either team is moving, they're doing it quite slowly.
That's correct. That's absolute. There's some tortoise-like sort of movements right throughout the day, really. No side has quite managed to nail a dominance in this game yet. It feels like a batting day to me, Neil, but I think the Indian side have kind of shot themselves in the foot a little bit, with run-outs and just tiny errors when they were perhaps on the cusp of being a bit more dominant than they certainly are. They fought back after those wicket either side of lunch, but this is going to take more time out of the game.
Here's Ben Stokes, and has pushed away square of the wicket on the offside.
Do you feel that Stokes would be interested in doing something in the match?
There's generally speaking, Ben Stokes starts a spell when England really need a wicket. Do you know what I mean? When he brings himself on, because if there are easy wickets to be had, he'd rather everyone else help themselves to them. He doesn't often bowl at the tail, or if the ball's doing a lot, he'll see if the other seamers can get the job done before he brings himself on. So he's very unselfish in that respect. Here he is to Nitish Reddy again. It's defended out on the onside, and certainly it feels like England really need a wicket right now. 317 for 5.
Well, he did a lot of work, didn't he, with the short pitch ball prior to lunch. He sort of shouldered quite a lot of that, and so he's worked pretty hard today. He's had a couple of 2 or 3 overs before the tea break, and now he's come back after as well.
13 overs, 2 maidens, 1 for 50 at the moment. Oh, and that one hits the outside edge and flies away past Harry Brook at second slip down to the third man boundary. Zach Crawley's at deep backward point rather than third man. He just couldn't get there. Don't think it carried. Pretty sure it didn't carry, actually. I mean, even if there had been a man at gully or 4th or 5th slip. But certainly a genuine edge from Nitish Reddy. In fact, it went straight down, didn't it? Straight down and straight to the boundary.
Stokes always seems to me one of those cricketers. He just finds a way to get a wicket. You know, he's a dangerous bowler. You've always got to be careful. You can't take him easily at all. You can't think that I'm on top of him.
Just look at that deep backward point, just the 2 slips, and still no gully. Stokes in once more outside the off stump, and some shape away down the hill and away from the right-handed Nitish Reddy, who leaves it alone. It's full of compliments for Nitish Reddy with the ball, and I think he's doing an equal job of the bat here. Partnership of 67, of which his contribution is 30. Jadeja has 40, and England's last success came with the wicket of Centurion KL Rahul moments after reaching his 100. Edging Shoaib Bashir to Harry Brook at slip. It's down the leg side from Stokes, and a glance, little nudge from Reddy, doesn't make contact again. And
can you see Cass having another go at one end, perhaps? Would Root be just changing ends of bowlers? I don't know.
Well, it was a surprise to see him with the ball 11 overs old.
Exactly. Exactly.
Oh, that was a no ball from Ben Stokes. He'll have to bowl that one again. Away again, the seats away to our left in the mound stand and the tavern stand are largely empty as people make their way back from tea, as this one is clipped away out towards mid-wicket, fielded by Ollie Pope, and there is no run. It's pretty hot actually today. It's 30 degrees once again, and away in the mound stand with the award-winning canopy roof on the lower deck. They're largely in the shade in the upper deck, but the lower deck's mostly in the sunshine. It's pretty warm down there in those bucket seats, so people have I think preferring to watch a bit of action on the big screen at the nursery end, as that's outside the off stump from Stokes. Full, drivable, tempting but not tempting enough evidently for Nitish Reddy, who leaves it alone. Away to the right in the main grandstand and the Warner stand, that's pretty much all in shade, barring the bottom or the first 3 rows at ground level. They're in the sunshine, but mostly it's in the shade, and that's why the grandstand tickets are about £10 more expensive than the mound stand and the tavern stand. It depends whether there are some people who pay £10 more to be in the sun rather than to avoid it. 26,000 bottles of water sold yesterday, Jeremy. Sold, or I think some of them were given away. If you looked distressed enough, you were given a bottle of water. If you were just thirsty, you had to pay for it. I thought it was interesting. Joe Root is continuing. Short, pulled away by Jadeja, and well, there's a chase out on the boundary's edge for Harry Brook, but he's unable to get there. Sam Cook, actually, the substitute fielder, I beg your pardon, and he couldn't get there. That was too short from Joe Root. Bit of a drag down. Harry Brook is in fact doing cartwheels once more. He's fielding at slip, regulation slip to Joe Root. Every now and then when Harry Brook feels the need to lift sagging spirits, he does a cartwheel to show that there's plenty of life in the England team and spirit and belief. And I don't know how cartwheels convey belief, but pushed away out towards Ben Duckett at extra cover. It's been years since we've had such a slow-moving Test match. Yesterday,
Derek Randall used to do those sorts of things, didn't he?
Yeah,
do you remember that?
Yes, I do actually. That's steered defensively away by Jadeja outside the off stump towards backward point. He was just naturally effervescent and full of energy and eccentric.
He's finished with a pike.
Here's Root once again outside the off stump, left alone. Who was the one that lifted everybody's spirits when you were being ground mercilessly by, I don't know, who would have ground? Chris Smith.
Most sides.
Pushed out towards extra cover again, and there's no run. But who would be lifting the spirits now?
John Wright was always quite fun. He would always come up with a little joke of some sort. And
here's Root once again around the wicket to Jadeja. Backs away, gives himself a little bit of room, cuts it to backward point, straight to Bryden Carse, and there's no run. As I said quite seriously earlier on, it does mean that Joe Root bowling means that the over rate will receive a boost, but we won't get them all in. 326 for 5. It's quite difficult without any significant pitch deterioration to see how this game is going to move forward, unless we add another day, make it a 6-day. There've been timeless Test matches. There've never been 6-day Test matches, have they? There's been 3-day and 4-day.
yes,
Obviously 5-day, and people often refer to the timeless Test as if that one in Durban was the only one. But
no, others.
yeah. Couldn't do it now though, could you? I mean, how would you? You couldn't put it on regular television.
Well, they stopped that one, didn't they? The Durban one, because the boat had to leave. Is that right?
Yep. Here comes Stokes once again, steered out towards point, no run. People often make the mistake of thinking that England needed to get the boat from Durban, but actually they needed to catch the boat from Cape Town. They had to get the train from Durban to Cape Town to get the boat.
Right. And they were about 900 for 7, weren't they, or something like that?
I think
at the time.
560 for 4.
Were they?
Do you know why? Of course you know. You've probably written a book on it. But some people may not know, viewers and listeners, why that game was, why the pitch was. Forward comes Nitish Reddy again to Ben Stokes. But ordinarily, by day 10 of a Test match, the pitch would have deteriorated so much that you wouldn't be able to. But in fact, that was as good on day 10 for batting as it had been on any of the others. But there are a couple of other. There were 2 rest days, and also Durban famous for its thunder showers, in summer, and pitches weren't covered in those days. So there were 2 massive, convenient thunder showers. The end of days 3 and 7. Here's Stokes again, edged, got him. Stokes makes the breakthrough. Nitish Reddy's gone to a snorter. Absolute ripper from Ben Stokes. It's a bit quicker. It's taken off. It's hit the top edge of the bat, or maybe the shoulder of the bat, moved down the slope. Reddy is fending at it, and he is absolutely being got out there. Not a sniff of batting error, just very fine bowling.
Stokes does it again. He's angled it back into the right-handed Reddy, and then it's not only just bounced, it's also just nipped away as well. And it's taken the outside edge, quite high on the edge of the bat too, and a comfortable catch taken in 2 hands and 2 gloves by Smith behind the stump. So just what England needed again to slow this progress of India down. And so they're 326 for 6 at the moment at this stage. I think that's 26, is it? Yes. And so Reddy departs after a solid innings. They've had their troubles in trying to run singles between Reddy and Jadeja, and now Washington Sundar will come to the crease, a left-hander, and he will, I think we'll just have to wait and see how he goes, how he can settle in, because he can bat as well.
He certainly can. There's one way to almost guarantee that something unusual happens in the commentary box is by beginning to talk about something that happened 60 years ago. So people might just be wondering, some people might be wondering what I was about to say, and that was that when the pitch twice began to deteriorate, these thunderstorms broke in the evening, and the soil
Freshened
was
it
all
up.
knitted together again and rolled the next morning, and it was as good as new.
Right. And they had I didn't realise 2 rest days.
Yeah. Yeah, I'm not sure that the second one had been scheduled, but they were all a bit knackered after 7 days. Here's Ben Stokes then, around the wicket to the new batsman, Washington Sundar, left alone outside the off stump. No run, 326 for 6 now. It's going to be nip and tuck, isn't it, for a first innings lead?
Yeah. It is, especially if they pick up another one with this ball while it's still a little new. Stokes seems to be the man.
He's a very good man to have coming in at number 8.
Yes, he is.
Test best of 96. Here comes Stokes again around the wicket. Leg slip in place as well as 2 orthodox slips. And Washington Sundar plays defensively, guiding that one straight out into the covers. I said that Ben Stokes often these days brings himself on when England really need a wicket. News from the England change room is that England are hopeful that Shoaib Bashir will bowl in this final session and will be assessed further at the close of play. He is due back on the field shortly. That's from the legendary Danny Rubin, England's brilliant press officer, press manager. Here's Ben Stokes again around the wicket. Washington Sundar pushes that out to Ollie Pope at cover point. 326 for 6. Excellent stuff from Ben Stokes. Makes things happen more often than not, as does Jarrod Kimber.
Well, I can tell you, live and exclusive, I saw Shoaib Bashir eating a sandwich while walking. So you can just tell how fit he is. It's not eating a sandwich while walking, Jeremy.
Doing 2 things at once for sure.
Yeah, there you go.
Multi-skilling.
Yeah.
You didn't happen to notice whether it was one of those cheese and pickle
I actually
ones,
think it was a cheese.
The cornflake sandwich.
That's really scarred you, that sandwich, hasn't it?
No, it hasn't. Well, maybe in the roof of my mouth.
There are chickpea sandwiches available today.
And leftovers as well from yesterday.
Evidently. And good, I approve of recycling. Short, wide and cut from Washington Sundar, not cut very hard and straight to backward point, where Bryden Cast does the fielding. 326 for 6. Ravi Jadeja playing another gem of an innings. He'd like it to at least double it, but he's on 44 and he'll be on 45 now as he punches this one off the back foot out towards Zach Crawley. Just slightly. I mean, remember, Joe Root does have career best test match figures of 5 for 8.
Michael Clark had 6 for 9 as well.
Alan Border's got this incredible number.
12 wickets in a test match against the West Indies?
In the days when the SCG really did turn sideways. The ball turned sideways on the SCG pitch. 327 for 6. Some grounds have turned sideways. Old Trafford did. It's driven down the ground towards mid-on.
He's taking himself down a little walk there. He can turn a ground sideways, actually.
Any others come to mind?
Old Trafford's the only one. Derby.
Oh, really?
Yeah, I'm pretty sure the Derby pitch changed direction, didn't it? Yeah, Derby and Old Trafford.
There's a good reason, obviously. There's the setting sun issue. that most grounds go north to south. 327 for 6. But there are grounds, club grounds, recreational grounds, where you have to pause for about 20 minutes if you're playing an evening game, they allow the sun to set. Edged! No! Caught at slip by Harry Brook. So it looked like an edge. He's gone for the cover drive, and it's deflected off his pad to slip.
I don't even think it was off his pad. I think it was just spin, wasn't it? Yeah, I think it hit the foot marks and missed Jamie Smith's gloves by a distance, to be fair. You were right to be sold a fake there, Manners.
Wow. It's gone straight to Harry Brook, spun straight to Brook at slip. Driven now by Jadeja out towards extra covers to cover sweeper. Zach Crawley does the fielding. 3:28 for 6. Apologies to listeners and viewers.
I think I've seen Shah Bashir climbing down. He's coming onto the ground immediately. You've seen that delivery?
You sometimes see a ball go to slip off a spinner, but generally it's very close to the wicketkeeper. That was a long way from the gloves as well, wasn't it? It really went a lot by a big distance. He missed that by a similar distance to what the England opening batters were missing the balls by.
That Manners was really wanting to get this game going, isn't he?
He's out.
So far, he's taken 12 wickets.
How many wickets did you suggest were going to fall today?
Fewer than yesterday, I'm afraid. Here's Stokes into left-handed Washington Sundar. He has a waft at this. That was neither here nor there. Didn't move his feet, wasn't moving forward or back, and just wafted at it from the crease. Didn't feel like a bowling day today when I arrived, and but I mean there are significant footmarks. I see. Joe Root talks often about working hard to get more action on the ball, and he's certainly got some revolutions on that one. I know it spun out the footmark.
Well, Jadeja will be interested if the left-handers.
Here's Stokes. Can he make two things happen? He's made one thing happen. That's down the leg side, and Jadeja, Washington Sundar trying to fend at it. I don't think made contact with it. No, it's a bye. Jamie Smith just sort of tipped it over the bar. Got the fingertips to it, but it's taken off.
He couldn't walk 2 days ago, and now it's like he's put a trampoline in the middle of the wicket. That took off.
Surprising, isn't it? I mean, the ball is still pretty hard. It's only in the 17th over with this one.
It's like one of those fundamentalist church things where someone goes in a wheelchair and they spray water on him and he comes up dancing.
Yeah. Here's Stokes round the wicket to Sundar, who pushes at this and is beaten outside the off stump. Well, it's just Jadeja, not Sundar, and Jadeja is admonishing himself now, going off for a contemplative walk towards square leg. The crowd getting behind Ben Stokes unless they're distracted by something else, but they could be having their spirits lifted by this spell for the England captain. As I said, making things happen.
He runs in hard and he's working hard on, he's really putting in the work for his side here at the moment.
Just the two slips, 4 men, 2 on either side saving 1, a couple out, 2 on the leg side, 1 on the offside, next one left alone by Jadeja. 3:29 for 6.
Bowled about 5 or 6 overs when the short ball was going at Pant and at Rahul earlier today in the first session. Then he came back and took that second new ball after about 2 or 3 overs, and he ran in hard from the far end where it's keeping a little bit lower, I think, as he's bowling towards us at the nursery end. Now he's changed ends and there's a bit more bounce. He's taken a wicket and his tail's up.
Here is Stokes running in hard and bowling fast. Full throttle at the moment. Jadeja nudges this one off his hip out behind square on the leg side. Zach Crawley does the fielding. The main Lord's scoreboard is eclectic in what information it shares.
Everyone says that.
Where else in the world will you find a scoreboard that tells you how many overs have been bowled with this ball?
I think that's new. I don't remember seeing
overs on ball.
I don't remember.
16.
Have you ever seen that before?
No.
Because we were here for the World Test Championship. Both of us would have noticed that.
It doesn't tell you what the partnership is, though.
Oh.
Here is Stokes again. Bounce outside the off stump, and it's left alone quite aggressively by Washington Sundar. Lifts the bat out of harm's way and sort of punches an imaginary opponent with it. 330 for 6.
It does tell you what time the trains are leaving from St John's Wood as well.
It does, doesn't it? Yeah. And not just St John's Wood.
It's
I think
very
it puts
handy for Harmy and I. We don't actually make those trains.
I think it puts Baker Street up as well. You can have a longer walk if you'd like. It does Fielder. The only two grounds I'm aware of that do Fielder are MCG and Lords. I can't think of another cricket ground that puts the Fielder up on the scoreboard that I'm aware of. Can you?
But if you want to know the partnership, nope, work it out. Do the maths. Three.
I actually think as a kid that the MCG scoreboard ruined me as a commentator.
Here's Joe Root continuing, that defended by Jadeja. Why?
Because I didn't have to learn who the fielders were, because you could just arch your neck around and be, oh, he's at third. Whereas if you're in a ground where you don't have that, you're constantly going, well, he's the one with the low trousers, and he's the one with the red patch, and he's got a floppy on.
Oh, quicker one from Root, much quicker deliveries, fired that one in. And I think Jadeja, well, the bowler in him would appreciate that, because he's got perhaps the deadliest, quicker ball amongst spinners. Anyway, it was also heading down the leg side. That's why he missed it. Perhaps hit him on the pads. There was no appeal. Fired in, but misdirected from Root as he's in again. Jadeja defends. Orthodox slip, regulation slip. It's the angle of the hat was always one that I didn't study it. Years later, I realised that that's how I was recognising. Usually, fielders wear the hats at a particular angle, and they vary between players. Driven down the ground by Jadeja. Joe Root over pitches outside the off stump, and that's a very, very fine shot. 50 for Ravi Jadeja. Celebrates with the bat twirl, which is a little ritual that has developed. I can't remember where he's from now, Jarrod, but the town that he's from, the city he's from, is famous for making swords, and they make those famous renowned Indian swords, and that's where they come from. Jarrod will look it up for me, or producer Scott. But anyway, that's why he does the twirl. It's a sword twirl as a gesture of recognition for the city where he was born. 334 for 6. Jadeja 50 from 87 balls. That's good pace, actually, given the rate at which runs have been scored throughout the Test match. Joe Root in once more, outside the off stump, left alone by Saurashtra. That's the province, isn't it?
Yeah, I'm not sure what city he's from. I could look it up, but
producer Scott's on the case. 334 for 6.
You did quite a good imitation of that. Sometimes I think you forget that we're all on YouTube and people are watching you.
We all do.
Especially when you're rolling your eyes at something Manners has done.
Jadeja is the thorn in the side of England in the last couple of Test matches. Really important runs in the second innings at Edgbaston, and once again he's proving to be very difficult to dislodge. A couple of hairy moments against Jofra Archer when he was really quick and made life uncomfortable for everybody, but it's Ben Stokes at the moment who's trying to do that. Short again in at the ribs of Ravi Jadeja. Washington Sundar, although tucks it away off his hips.
It's at Cook down at fine leg there, is it? I think. So he's still on for Bashir, who was eating a sandwich, which may or may not have had chickpeas or pickles. Was it pickles? What was the one that he didn't?
Oh, that was the one that was unidentifiable. It looked like it looked like cornflakes and peanut butter or something. It was very peculiar. Jeremy knew that he'd mischosen. Here's Stokes again, bowls back of a length and defended by Ravi Jadeja out on the onside.
That was the day, I believe, that Jeremy looked at what Harmy brought back, which was scones and
scones,
cakes.
clotted cream and strawberry jam.
Yeah, just a big
You like
plate of
those,
it.
don't you, Manners?
Perfect.
Yeah.
I was saying a little earlier before you both came in during the tea break that there's usually something you could be a little picky about. The scone may be a bit dry, the cream not quite clotted enough, or maybe too clotted. The strawberry jam can be too sweet, not sweet enough. That low sugar jam, not so keen on that. Defeats the point. Here's Stokes in again to Jadeja, defends out on the onside. But the Lord's scones and cream and jam, absolutely perfect. Not too much dead flies in the scone, just moist enough. Oh, it's magnificent.
Oh, no, what
You
kind
might
of
be in Cornwall.
what kind of moisture are you looking for?
In a
Moisture
scone?
content.
Yeah, in a scone.
Between 20 and 25%.
I like the pitch.
What about if do they have problems when they fix the drainage of the scone tray?
Well,
Can you
it's
get
been
a
a
soft-
hot summer as
can
well.
you get soft
hasn't it?
scones?
It has been a hot summer. It's been perfect though.
Here is Stokes round the wicket once again. Another bouncer, and very nicely played by Jadeja. Sways out of the way of it.
If you stick your key in the scone, are you looking for a little bit of it to stick to the outer bit of the key?
It's just a waste of scone and key. You'd rather just
He
take a
uses
bite.
his finger.
He knocks on it.
The accommodation I have in
I need
Dollis
it to
Hill.
be crispy in the
So
outside
do
and
you,
moist
do
on the
you
time-
take them back with you to your accommodation?
The scones?
Yes. Have you thought of doing that?
No, I haven't thought of doing that.
That sounded like the pause of a man who had thought of doing it.
Here's Stokes again, and it's pushed out on the offside towards mid-off.
Gets out his little Tupperware container with the seal on it to keep them as moist as he's looking for. There are some people in the press box who do things like that.
I've never
And
done
you know there
that.
are. No names.
I've certainly never done that. 3:35 for 6. The same journalist who was once found attempting to spend the night in the Lord's press box, save on expenses. Two slips. Here's Stokes bowls full of straight. Might have been a slower ball. I think it was a slower ball attempted. And Jadeja pushes it out defensively on the offside, and there's no run. India playing the patience game, aren't they? Really. I mean, frankly, you so for most of this, I'll forgive yet another athletics analogy, but you know, in the 10,000 meter race when everybody just runs together, if they're on a park run for about 5 or 6 laps, nobody's making a move. They're just sort of getting most of it done, and that, like, cycling's the same. The peloton. You just sort of feel that India are in that stage and just doing the middle race laps before, but they maybe have lost too many wickets in order to have a kick for home. Put in a couple of fast laps at the end of the day, try and increase the lead. Maybe not with these two at the crease. Pushed away by Washington Sundar to cover. There's no run. I imagine that you still have to be a pretty good cyclist to stick in the peloton for 80 kilometres before the sprint finish happens at the end. 3:35 for 6. Anything? Tour de France?
It's a bike race. Nailed it.
Root in once more. Forward comes Sundar playing defensively. No run. Well, there's so many different stages, aren't there? There's the King of the Hills and the sprint. And there's all sorts of prizes within just the yellow jersey winner.
Is there a green jersey?
King of the is that King of the Mountains or something? It's pushed out on the offside. I do find the Tour de France quite compelling. I watch it. I don't really understand it. There's a polka dot.
It's a team thing too, isn't it?
There's a polka dot. You use a polka dot shirt as well, because the Tour leader wears the yellow jersey. There's a polka dot. There's a green jersey, as you said. I can't remember what they are. Answers at the bottom of the talkSPORT Cricket YouTube channel, please. There's a chat panel there. Just correct us.
Do you remember when Matt? Oh, sorry. Did you want
Next one pushed out to cover, no run.
Do you remember when Matt Pryor wanted us to go out and go on tour with him, and he was going to recreate one of the tours?
No. There is an actual Tour de France, a shadow event for
But do you remember that?
non-professionals. Yeah, he was.
And then
he
he
was
was-
competing in it.
And he was saying to me, "It's about $5,000 for your bike," and I said, "I don't think you and I have the same bank balance."
Here's Root again, and it's forward out, pushed out towards cover again, and there's no run. I don't think it was $5,000. I think it was $55,000.
Well,
It
either
was
way,
a lot of money. Very
was
expensive bicycle.
It was a long way out of my balance of I didn't want a bike. I don't really like riding bikes, not enjoying bikes. Jeremy Coney, he's too long for bikes. He's made to walk.
Well, no, he's being rebuilt to walk. New hip. Have the other one done soon. 100 overs gone, Jarrod. 100 overs have been bowled. Used to be common, didn't it, in Test matches, but not with England. Certainly not when they're batting. 100 overs bowled, 336 for 6. Bryden Cass is limbering up. But again, we're just in those middle laps at the moment with India. They're in absolutely no hurry whatsoever. I think they're perfectly happy to allow England to set the pace, to make the play, as it were, and that's a pushed full length ball from Stokes again, dug out, driven up towards Jofra Archer at mid-on. Do you also get the sense that, you know, India are happy to let England, as I say, set the pace, make the play, and make the mistakes? India are waiting for England to make the mistakes rather than trying to induce them.
I just think it's that kind of wicket, isn't it? That's why I thought KL Rahul would make runs on here, just because it's a sort of wicket that you kind of have to make a mistake to go out on. Or you get that surprise ball that we see every hour and a half.
Bouncer from Stokes outside the off stump. You could hear the whirring as you did a bit of mental calculations there. Maybe hour.
Well, no, they would be an hour if they were bowling them on time. It's an hour and a half in this game. But like that.
336 for 6. Steve Harmison has rejoined the commentary team.
There's a YouTube on. We could see you lifting yourself up, Harmy.
He's evidently been on the scones and cream.
That scone and cream, that sound goes.
Here's Stokes again in at the body, tucked away behind square on the legs.
Just so everyone's aware.
Actually talking about the moisture and the cream in the square. Sorry, it just slipped out.
We are hermetically sealed in this pod. There are no open windows in this part of the media centre at all.
It's very good air conditioning.
What does it say when you got a better out than in? You got to go. Yeah.
337 for 6, which is in reply to England's 387. So just 50 behind now. Just 50 in arrears. Jadeja is 50. Washington Sundar has 4. Ben Stokes around the wicket. Bowls to Jadeja. Leaves alone again. Scott, producer Scott, has anybody been able to tell us what the green jersey and the polka dot jersey?
Yeah, that's what they're commenting about at the moment, I'm sure.
Or are they focusing on Steve Harmison, who's just worked off the tea and scones? Right, we've had no reply from any of our listeners, no doubt appalled by what's happening in the talkSPORT commentary box.
They should be here.
I can tell you what the polka dot jersey is. After this ball, as Stokes pushes all the way behind square on the leg side, the polka dot jersey is for the leader of the mountains. Yeah, they call it the king of the mountains, don't they? Harmy knows all about Tour de France.
Tour de France, no.
King of the mountains.
Not sure I get
and there's a white jersey with polka dots. This is for the points classification, which are earned by being the first to reach the summit of designated climbs during each stage.
Green is the sprint, isn't it? I'm pretty sure, because I only know this because I think there was a couple of Australians who did quite well in the sprints.
Time trial.
No, within the...
yes, I know. There is little sprints within each stage, aren't there? Here's Stokes again outside the off stump, very, very close to the off stump. Very close. Washington Sundar pushing and missing, being beaten outside the off stump. 338 for 6.
It missed off stump by a bit in the end, but it kept low, so if it was on the stumps, he would have been in trouble. So again, we're seeing a ball not for... Are you finished? Are you ready to commentate on the cricket?
No, I'm just thinking of...
What do you think of that ball, Harmy?
Tom Laurie has just messaged saying, Harmy, I'm with you, let it out, lad.
Let it out, lad, yeah. I think you just. I think.
Let's not run a poll on this,
Yeah.
everyone.
I think me and Tom really know what I thought of the Tour de France. To be fair, I don't even think would enjoy it doing it on a motorbike. Never mind doing it on a push bike.
So Matt Pryor, when he gained a few pounds, as you will recall, and then he needed to lose them all in a hurry, and we were all on tour with him when he was hangry for about 3 weeks. And Root is in again outside the off stump, but he needed to shed all this weight because he was competing in the Tour de France, and which happens
Charitable one, wasn't it?
Yeah, and it happens directly after the event itself, so it's the same route that they cycle for 3 weeks. Here's Root through his action, didn't let go of the ball. I think the batsmen are backed away.
I think they follow it by day after the day, don't it? So.
It's concurrent. It's not
Yeah,
afterwards.
it's concurrent.
Right. Each stage, the amateurs do it the day after. That will make a lot more sense. Of course it does. Turned out towards mid-wicket now, fielded by Archer, and there's no run. So all the barriers, safety barriers and everything, that's all still there. Yeah.
It's all done, obviously, charitable. Like the London Marathon, like Great North Run, all these. There's a professional element and an amateur element.
Root is in again outside the off stump, and it's left alone. And it's very expensive to partake in this. Can you imagine, Harmy, a wealthy benefactor saying, Harmy, I'd like to invite you. Here's Root again, pushed out by Jadeja up towards mid-off, and they scamper through for a quick single. It's just, it's like, occasionally I'm invited to a massive horse racing event, and I have no... I could go along. I'm sort of like, well, how are they good snacks?
Yeah.
But can you imagine if
How moist are the scones?
Is there a bar?
That's what he says when they offer
Is there
it to
a
him.
bar?
Here's Root once again. It's clipped away by Washington Sundar for a single behind square on the leg side. But I'd love to know what your response would be if a wealthy benefactor said, Harmy, my company is sponsoring a team in the amateur Tour de France, and the tickets usually go for £25,000 each, but I'd like to offer you one.
Yeah, I'll drive by and stick the safety car behind. There's no chance of me going on a bike.
You drive the safety car.
drive the safety
You're
car,
very
yeah.
good at that. But outside the off stump, and that's left alone by Jadeja again. 340 for 6. Is that an invitation that you would accept, Jarrod?
To drive the car?
No, to take part in the amateur Tour de France.
You know exactly, because we had the conversation with Matty. Firstly, it was going to cost me too much money. Secondly,
you have knee replacements.
I don't want to cycle. I don't like cycling. Third, my knees probably wouldn't last it. Fourth, it just sounds horrible. They have these things called holidays. Why would I want to just ride a bike for 3 weeks?
You get to the bottom of the hill and think, I've got to get up there. Nowhere.
I don't think I'd get to the bottom
It's like
either.
you do these like long runs, Manners, and
Ultra marathons.
Ultra marathons. I mean, yeah.
That's only 11 hours. That's not 3 weeks.
It's an afternoon drinking session. I mean, I don't think I could run for an afternoon drinking session, so no.
Ben Stokes is continuing now, Harmy. I think this is his 5th over of this spell outside the off stump. Or 6th. No, 5th. 6th?
5th, yeah. I think it's his 5th, and he's bowled very well. He's given England some impetus in this last session. I think this might be his last one. Yeah, he's just signalled over to Bryden Carse to start doing some looseness. He's bowled very, very well as the England captain.
It is his 6th.
Is it his 6th, is it?
Yeah, it is, yeah.
Well,
I thought so, and it was because I was beginning to think,
we're
into danger territory.
Danger territory, yeah. And now we need somebody to go and take the ball off him, and I think Bryden Carse is warming up, so we're going to see Carse probably from the nursery end, unless Ben picks up a wicket.
Yeah, he might be tempted to bowl another one. Here he's around the wicket again. Oh, there's suddenly some extra bounce. I know that he's trying his heart out and doing his absolute level best, and he's bowling at 100%. That was 88.7 miles an hour, but there does seem to. We were talking about this earlier. Bumble said they used to call it the Lord's Ridge.
Yeah, if you get it that little bit fuller and you kiss the surface, there's a good chance of hitting like the upslope of it, and it just kisses it and it rises and it goes down the hill as well. So it's from a right-hander's batter's point of view. That's why you've seen the wicket before that Ben's got ready
Here's Stokes again, and defended now, this time resolutely on the front foot. Jamie Smith has taken that one. Jamie Smith's 6'1", and he's taken that in the air. He's had to jump.
Yeah, because it's obviously it's going on the upslope. It's kissed the surface. Good pace, 88 mile an hour. Stokes has got a good head of steam up here. This is you're right, it is danger territory for the body, but there's a game of Test match cricket to be won here, and there's a big wicket to be had because this partnership breaks. England are 47 in front. This partnership breaks, and all of a sudden you've got the bowlers to come.
Here is Stokes once again. Oh, that one keeps low. Oh, it's kept low. It's beaten the outside edge. It's just beaten off stump, and it's bounced a second time before it's reached Jamie Smith. Signs of uneven bounce here. England surely at this stage aren't bothered about earning a lead. They just don't want to concede one.
Don't concede one, but even that, if it's going to sort of happen for the next 2 and a bit days, and you've got some uneven bounce, then the one goes through the top. England, even if India get 20 runs ahead, England back next on it, put a total on the board, and try and put India under pressure. The other problem with that is England's, the durability of England's bowlers.
Stokes in again, bounce outside the off stump and left alone. But there's in those 3 deliveries, we've had completely different behaviour from the ball. The first one took off and flew. Keeper took it above his head. Next one bounced a second time before it's reached the keeper, and that one again is an effort ball, but it just died in the pitch and was on its way down before it reached Jamie Smith. So 3 different bounces in 3 different deliveries.
Yeah, from around the wicket as well. Ben Stokes is bowling around the wicket. He's using the slope to go back onto off stump. There's been some dead areas, but they're hoping that the one that does shoot.
Stokes in again outside the off stump, and that one bounces normally. It's left alone, however. 2 left-handers at the crease. Ravi Jadeja on an excellent 52 from 102 balls. Washington Sundar has 5 from 27 balls, and India are 340 for 6, trailing by just 47. Another word from Steve Harmison, and then it'll be the King of the Mountains in his polka dot jersey, Jon Norman, for the next 40 minutes or so.
Yeah, good from Ben Stokes, bowling around the wicket. You're talking about the inconsistency, going down the hill. You're hoping that one shoots along the floor. He got one to do that, but he was from a wider area. Again, Paul Rifle standing with his hands on his hips. We're going another drinks break for the India batters. Jadeja, Rifle's come in to get involved, and he's telling 12th man to get off the pitch, get off the field. Both batters are having a drink. Here's another 12th man coming on. So, oh my word, we've got 30 overs of today left. It's getting embarrassing now.
Are you embarrassed?
Nah, not really. Never. Yeah.
When was the last time you were embarrassed, Harmy?
I don't know. I've got no idea.
15 minutes ago?
Probably 15 minutes ago, yeah, when I just leant forward on the chair.
There's booze here.
There was booze. There was booze then as well.
There was booze last night.
No, not as much as there could have been.
We're going out for a drink tonight, aren't we?
Yeah, I look forward to that.
I mean, you have a drink every night, but it's just now and again you're joined by other people.
Don't make you a bad person.
It's not that makes you a bad person, Harmy.
Exactly, yeah. What are you laughing at, Sam Allard?
Route continuing, and this is pushed up to mid-off where Ben Stokes, who's already affected 1 run out today, fancied he might have a chance for another, but misfields. I think that Jadeja would have been home even if Stokes at mid-off had collected cleanly. 341 for 6. Ravindra Jadeja, another important innings from him. He actually came in ahead of Nitish Reddy today. He's 53 not out, and he's eaten up 104 deliveries as he is at the other end for this delivery, which Washington Sundar, who's seen off 28 balls. His eyes light up a touch there because he tries to guide this ball through vacant third, but gets a bit too much on it and picks out Bryden Cast, the lone fielder. That would have reached the boundary. There's a leg slip and a slip in place, and this is driven through extra cover to the right of Ben Duckett, and Jofra Archer mops up. So Sundar moves to 6, and India 3-4-2 for 6. Are we going to see England bat today, do you think, Harmy? We've got hour and 40 left in the day. Will
so.
England take 4 wickets in an hour and 40? I mean, they've only taken 3 wickets all day. But as you say, Bumrah, Siraj and Akash Deep to come. So the last recognised pair here as Jadeja meets this ball on the full and drills it to extra cover, no run. Down the track and lofted up and over towards the members. Has it reached? It has, but it's whether it's hit it on the full. Just going to wait. The umpire's just waiting to see whether it's 4 or 6. The ball's gone over the long off boundary, and we're still waiting. Going to see a replay. Threw everything at this, did Jadeja. It was a little bit at the bottom of the bat, but there was all the fielders in, so relatively risk-free as long as the ball cleared mid-off. It did clear mid-off, and we're just waiting to see whether it's going to be 4 or 6. I don't know how your eyesight is.
I thought it hit on the full. I think it's landed straight on it.
Yeah, I think this might be 6.
Yeah, I think this has landed on the full. So if it's landed on the Toblerone, it's 6, straight on the top of it. The worrying thing for
Here
me.
we go.
Worrying thing for me is he's bowled 6 and he's now going to go on. He's now going again, Ben Stokes.
Yeah, this will be his 20th over, a full T20. He's picked up 2 for 59. Have you seen where he is, by the way, on the leading wicket-taking column for in Test cricket? As his short back of a length delivery.
I think he's close to go. He's just gone past me. I think. He's close to going past me.
He went past Freddie Flintoff.
He's gone past me. Then we've got the same wickets. I'm sure we have.
No, I think you've got 2 wickets more than Freddie. Have a look, or Gary Morgan could tell us. But I think that wicket of Nitish Reddy, I think he's 1 behind you in the list. Might be wrong. Round the wicket with 2 slips and a leg gully in place, and it's Washington Sundar coming forward and pushing this ball from Stokes out to cover, no run. Doesn't even push it to cover, actually. He just presents a straight bat and lets the ball bounce off it to cover.
Yeah, solid in defence there, Washington Sundar. He came in and he played a little cameo at the end of Edgbaston, didn't he? He got a few runs at the end of Edgbaston, and just showed why he's in the side. The little, the all-round quality of having that comfort blanket. It's somebody that can bat at number 8.
Follows this, does Washington Sundar, and it's actually a good forcing shot through the offside, playing with bat away from the body, and it's pushed through cover point and away to the boundary for 4. 350 up for India. They trail by 35. Jadeja's 59 and Washington is into double figures.
Yeah, it was a lovely shot. It really was. Using total control there. In the area where the ball has bounced, or this ball shot along the floor in the last sort of 20 minutes, half an hour, while Stokes has been bowling there on the tips of his toes. Beautiful shot. Used the pace of it very well.
Sundar again, and this time happy just to cover the line of off stump. Longest spells for England this innings. Chris Woakes bowled a 7-over spell, 1 for 31. Stokes has bowled 2 6-over spells, including this one, I guess.
This is his 7th.
What are we looking at here, Scott? I can't actually see that from here. Stokes should never take any more wickets, says Rannoch, in respect to Harmy.
No, he's a champion, is Stokes. Go along with your catches and the great fielder he is, and 6,000 test runs. He's been an absolute champion for England, as Ben Stokes.
And here he is again, probing away, trying to get the outside edge. But it's pretty resolute looking Washington Sundar, who's in this side as much for his batting as he is his bowling. India were blown away in that first test, remember, despite scoring big runs that could have put the game beyond doubt, not in terms of winning it, but certainly making it safe, the way that their tail capitulated in both first and second innings just completely changed the way that they looked at the makeup of their side. And they have looked better. They have looked better as this series has progressed, aided by the pitch and the conditions and the numerous changes of a ball that gets so soft, but they have looked much more compact, resolute side, as once again Sundar, who just passively takes a little bit of a verbal volley from Ben Stokes, who takes his cap from Paul Rifle. That might be it for the England skipper for now. His troops off, and India find themselves 3-5-2 for 6, trailing by 35. Let's try and work out this game then, Harmy, because I mean, maybe England are going to blow them away, but it's looking likely now that India are going to have a first innings lead. Let's just say they bat.
Get 400.
I mean, 4 wickets. I think they lose 4 wickets for 48.
I can't imagine 9-10 Jack lasting, too
really?
long.
On this pitch? Akash Deep and Jasprit Bumrah put on 40 odd against Australia to save a follow-on 6 months ago.
Yeah, I'd like to see how good they are against Jofra.
Well, they were against Pat Cummins, Josh Hazlewood and Mitchell Stark.
Well, that's not bad, but I'd like to see Jofra go hard at the tail. Normally happens that when you put a couple of good partnerships on, the tail doesn't wag. It's when you lose 3 or 4 wickets in a quick space of time, then the tail wags.
Oh, he's down on the sweep is Ravindra Jadeja. This is very wide from Joe Root. He's continuing to bowl from the pavilion end, but he misses. Just bounces over the bat, not taken cleanly behind the stumps.
It's a time for me. It's a time on. The time in the game now, it's a time that England have to be out in the field. If England want to win the game, I mean, England's bowlers have got to be cooked. 2 seamers have played back-to-back games. We know about Stokes, who looks $1 million. Archer hasn't played for a while.
Root again. This is too wide.
So that's what would concern me. Just from India's point of view, just keep eking out time. Forget about the big number. You can make sure they stay out there. 110, 120 overs.
Yeah, Gary Morgan sent us a stat about the number of overs that England have been out on the field. As there's going to be another boundary picked up by Ravindra Jadeja. Joe Root is purposefully bowling wide of off stump. He's got a slip. There's a point that's relatively close, backward point. There's also Archer on the boundary, but this has been threaded through and away. Ollie Pope, I think he could have gone with that one-handed with his right hand. He seemed to dive to try and claim the ball two-handed, then went with the wrong hand, and the ball's gone away to the boundary.
Yeah, it's a lot of overs in the field. 130 in the first game, 96 second innings, 151 and 83. This is already at 105.
Wide again. This time it's straight at Pope, who does collect cleanly.
A lot of overs that, John. A lot of overs, especially 2 of them being back-to-back. 2 bowlers have played in the back-to-back all 3 games. Stokes as well, and then you've got the Archer.
This is a touch fuller. Crowd think that this is an opportunity for Ben Duckett at extra cover, but it's a bump ball. Steve Harmison, 222 wickets for England, and Ben Stokes 221.
Yeah. Freddie got yeah. I got 4 in the World 11 game, which
that rest of the world 2005.
The 2005 one. Can't remember what Flintoff got in that one. Ben just gone past Andrew. I think he has just gone past Andrew.
Yeah, he went past Andrew earlier today. In terms of 100-plus overs, as Sid Munger joins us, this is the 3rd consecutive first innings England have been in the field for over 100 overs. Only the 2nd time under Stokes McCullum. And the previous time was also against India at Rajkot Ranchi and Dharamshala.
Some normalcy back to proceedings after The last time that we were here, a lot of frenetic and skittish cricket happening at that time.
Skittish.
When Jadeja and Reddy were batting.
Skittish Reddy. That's
Well
a good
done,
reaction.
John. Well done.
You can have that one.
Yeah.
Get that in your match report. Or your,
Skittish Kumar Reddy.
Skittish Reddy. Skittish Kumar Reddy. Bryden Cass replacing Ben Stokes from the nursery ground. We saw him get a good swing with the older ball earlier today. It was so pronounced that Ben Stokes kept him on for a couple of overs of the new ball, second new ball that is, and he's back. Single taken from the first ball, 357 for 6. So what's your reading of the game in terms of how it's going to progress from here, Sid?
Yeah, India at around halfway mark of the series today. India had been better than England on every metric, but if you looked at the series scorecard, 1-1, game in the balance.
Pitched up and an inside edge back past the stumps. The ball's going to travel down fine to the boundary. A little bit of fortune there for Jadeja. No real foot movement, minimal foot movement, and a little bit of swing back into the left-hander. Jadeja looks at the bottom of his bat. But India now trail by just 26, 361 for 6. It reminds me a little bit of the 2009 Ashes series here in England, where I think the Australian batters scored more centuries, took more fifers, and were in far more dominant position more often, and still lost series 2-1.
Yeah, this is turning out to be one of those series. And India at half point of the series today, the drinks break in the middle session was half point of the series.
Cass again, this time the outside edge of the bat is found, and the result is going to be the same. It doesn't go back past the stumps, of course.
So
It just goes down past second slip and down to third. 4 more, 3, 6, 5 for 6. India, they trail by just 22.
So at that point, exactly midway through the series, India were doing 10 runs per wicket, better than England. But if you looked at the series to scoreline 1-1, and if you looked at this match, India were still in trouble. But now, after 2 hours of sensible batting led by Ravindra Jadeja, I think India are beginning to take hold of this test, and not for the first time are in a position to eliminate a defeat.
Cass again, and this time the ball wraps Jadeja high up on the thigh pad. There's no single there as Zach Crawley runs in. Yeah, because they're taking time out the game. We're losing so many overs. We've lost 22 overs. Jeremy Coney pointed out we'd lost 22 overs over the course of the first 2 days. There were 22 overs bowled in the morning session yesterday. That means a whole session of cricket has been lost. And we also made note that India have played the same way pretty much in every game. And they came out this morning and you just knew they're just batting to be batting there still at stumps. And they're looking like they could well do that. This is left alone by Jadeja, who shapes to play a rising delivery outside off stump, but then decides not to bother. He's 71 not out, another more than useful innings from he. And England trail by 22. India trail by 22. And see, this is the thing, it's taken England 106 overs to take 6 wickets.
Yeah, that's...
To win this game, they're going to have to take another 4 wickets and the last 10, and either get bowled out or set a declaration target. Either way, it's a push to see an England win from here, but not impossible, as Jadeja this time pushes this full-length delivery on off stump back to the bowler. No run.
Yeah, the third innings will become a tricky one if England are to live up to their image of wanting to only win and not draw test matches. Because right now, we're not seeing too much happening on the pitch. If India go to stumps, not all out, England will start tomorrow in a position where they first have to ensure that they do not lose this test match, which they are not used to doing.
And also, as Steve Harmison has said, you know, let's say India bowl to stumps. Let's say they're bowled out within 20 minutes of day 4 with a lead of, I don't know, 60.
Yeah.
Let's just say, maybe 50. England's bowlers would have bowled about 125 overs. To come out on this pitch within a day and then bowl another 70, 80 overs and bowl India out,
Yeah,
That's an ask.
it's been an attritional series, and we are reaching a time where the overs in your legs will start showing.
Steps back this time, does Washington Sundar, and it's an inside edge. Tries to cut the ball and does, but picks out Bryden Cast. And I suppose as well we're seeing a little bit of the negative drawbacks from having two test matches so close together. Both teams have made one change, but there have been times when certainly as Sundar this time does extend, opens up his body. This is over-pitched by Joe Root. It's turning away from the left-hander, and Washington just leans into this cover drive, lofts it up over extra cover and away to the boundary for 4.
I swear I remember seeing a few highlight reels worthy shots from Washington Sundar, but I look at the scorecard and he's only 15. he's played 3 absolutely gorgeous shots, and he's only 15 off 38 balls.
We're going through the same 6.
17.
That makes more sense. Defensively played this time. Follows up the maximum with a dot ball. There's Washington Sundar. We were talking about the changes that India made to their side after that first test defeat, the way the tail just folded dramatically in both first and second innings that led to them losing a match that they lost the unlosable test, as you so memorably coined in your piece on ESPN Cricket Info. They made some changes. There was the pitch just broke up a little bit. The ball just took a bit out of the pitch there. That delivery from Joe Root. This is straighter though, and just pushed to Zach Crawley at mid-wicket.
And still went for a 6 after taking a bit of the pitch with it.
3-7-1 for 6 then. India are within touching distance of England's 3-8-7. And Joe Root bowling was a mainstay of that innings, left alone, 104. But he was matched today by KR Rahul, who hit 100 before he became the second wicket on a day which has yielded just 3 of them.
So by now, by my rough calculations, I think England have been in the field for 90 overs more than India have been, and they are yet to dismiss India an equal number of India are yet to have played an equal number of innings. So remaining 4 wickets, even if they take another 30 overs, that will mean that England have been in the field for a day and a bit extra.
Cast continuing, and he has wrapped Jadeja on the pads. There's a half appeal, but Cast has already turned and started walking back, and Jadeja's come through for a leg by. 371 for 6.
Ball is still doing a little bit for them. As we saw in the last over, a piece of the pitch came off with it. There was a healthy puff of dust. It's we are not quite looking at a dull draw.
Well, see, this is one of the aspects of the Bazball approach, which you can't pushed it towards mid-wicket by Sundar. Doesn't lay bat on ball on this occasion. You can't reinvent the wheel. There's been a lot of changes in the way Test cricket is played these days, and you only have to look at the mentality of the coverage of day 4 at Edgbaston on a day where India were miles ahead of the game, but nobody was actually giving up the thought that India, or rather England, were the ones that were waiting to win the match and go 2-0 up in the series. But there's one or two things that will never ever change, no matter how you go about the game. As Cast is in, this jags back towards off stump, but it's left alone, and it's has to come in too far. It's too wide, and it's left alone. 372 for 6. That is, if your average innings length is around 65 overs, which England's often has been, they've scored very, very quickly. It just doesn't give your bowlers enough time to recover from when they were bowling.
Absolutely, and this is one of the things that when we were waiting for the declaration on the 4th evening in Birmingham, That's one of the things we overlooked, that India also wanted to rest their bowlers.
Pass again, pitched up again, but this is placed to the left of Zach Crawley at mid-wicket. And Chris Wokes has to run around and field. 2 more runs added to the score. And Jasprit Bumrah has been sitting with his feet up all day today and for 43 overs of yesterday. So essentially, when he does come out to bowl, he would have had a day and a half.
Yeah.
Doing, I don't know, well, how does he, is he a Sudoku man like Steve Smith?
He likes to watch, he likes to observe, because when he comes on to bowl, he somehow knows exactly what the pitch is doing and exactly what he needs to do to be effective.
Here is Cast, he's still angling this in, fields from his own bowling, shapes to throw the stumps down, but Washington Sundar hasn't gone anywhere. He's 19. You mean, you look through this Indian batting order, every single batter has got to double figures, and there's been partnerships of note throughout. Yeah, everyone has got through. So what, you had a 50-run partnership for the 2nd wicket, 100-run partnership for the 4th wicket, 70-run partnership for the 6th wicket. We've got another 50-run partnership pretty much for the 7th wicket. That's short, left alone. It's good steepling bounce from Cast, but it's not accurate enough, and he's not forcing the batter to play.
And the other thing that you cannot change about Test cricket is, if the ball is doing something off the surface, you cannot score 4.5 runs an over and last long enough to win Test matches. We are seeing how England, and it's very impressive that they changed their approach in this Test match. They saw there was movement in the surface and in the air, and they also saw the pitch was slow, so they were not stubborn on their baseball methods. They actually played according to the ball. They were patient, and they scored. I think it was their slowest innings in the baseball era, but they did what was required.
They did, and that's what would make their approach in their 2nd innings so interesting.
Yeah, if I'm England, I am looking to firstly draw this match.
Yeah.
Take my 7 or 8 day break between these 2 Test matches and go 1-all into Manchester, and then look to win instead of going for an improbable win here and risking a defeat.
But do you think they will?
I think they will, because they are a competitive team. They are not here for. They are not here to be pointed on aesthetics. They just have to believe that if they defend well, they can get through a day's play, and that's all I think they need to do.
The spin experiment from the pavilion end has come to an end, and Chris Wokes is back for another spell, and this is left alone by Jadeja, who's just signalling to the people in charge of the sight screen that the 2 screens don't quite meet in the middle. I think that's what he's saying anyway.
And Chris Wokes' pace has also come down today. The number of overs in his legs are showing very, very obviously. His average pace yesterday was 131, and now today he's been bowling at, his average pace has been 121 kilometers an hour.
Yeah, and Bryden Cast's pace was down in his first spell.
Yeah.
Jofra Archer's pace was down in his first spell, but then came back up again after he was involved in that little mini altercation with Nitish Reddy. But also, I just felt with that opening spell, I heard Manners on commentary saying that he can ramp it up if he gets, if there's ego involved or he gets a little bit angry. But I remember there was a couple of spells in 2019 where he was going in and around 84, 85 miles an hour, maybe a touch quicker actually. Too wide from Wokes again, not forcing the batter to play. And he was asked a question, if you could bowl at 94 miles an hour, Jofra, why have you only been bowling at 87 miles an hour for this entire day? And his answer was, I didn't need to bowl at 94 miles an hour.
Yeah.
The pitch required me to bowl at 87 miles an hour, so I bowled at 87 miles an hour. And I've got a feeling in that first spell, he was actually purposefully bowling within himself. He was bowling conditions, he was bowling drive, which I think is what had been asked of him. He's fielded by Ben Duckett at Gully, diving to his right. The ball bouncing, 6 foot in front of him. It just seemed like England came out this morning and they just tried to bowl for a mistake.
Yes, and it was a 43 overall ball. They couldn't have done much more else. But coming to bowling within yourself, I don't think Vokes is bowling within himself. He's bowling the fastest he can.
Yeah, I agree. Again, it's too wide. Now he's bowled that delivery for certainly 3 times in this over, and I wonder whether he has been told to bowl it there, because I can understand if one of them was bowled there and it was just a loosener, but he's bowled 3 or 4 in exactly the same area of the pitch, and it's miles away from the left-hander Jadeja, who's just leaning on his bat handle. And I think this is actually a tactic. Well, who have we got on the leg side? Saying that, though, we've got a fielder out, 2 fielders out on the leg side on the boundary. That's a little bit straighter.
Still wide, and I see nothing wrong in this strategy, because you want to delay India's lead reaching whatever they want it to reach by as much as you can. You do not want India to be leading by 60-70 by stumps today. There's an hour and 10 minutes to go, and India trail by 13 as of now. So if you can keep India to within 40 and 50 runs of the lead, it'll be a great result.
Here's Wokes again. He is bowling to a plan. This is again too wide really to chase at, and Jadeja just lets it go. But the problem is it's just putting more miles into the bowler's legs. India aren't going to go chasing, because it doesn't really matter that much. If they're 400 for 6, well, what have we got? An hour and 15. If they're 420 for 6 or 440 for 6, they can get the runs again tomorrow morning. They can catch those 20 up. I don't think they're going to start chancing anything.
India can't afford to go chasing, because this is the last recognized pair, and the tail has not wagged in this series for them, so they are not going to, and they're still 13 behind there. I think they're going to bat similarly according to the merit of the ball until they get into a lead of about 50-60, which is when they can feel reasonably comfortable about their position in the match, and then maybe start looking for quick runs. And it could also, and it should not happen that way, we have seen already, it will also tie beautifully with Jadeja's milestone, which is 28 runs away.
Oh, are we already looking at a Jadeja milestone?
I don't want to.
You've gone a little early there.
I think we are equally to blame for the players looking at their milestones and then being conscious of them. And then, you know what? We only go and criticize them. Hey, why were you playing for your 100 or taking a quick single in the last over before lunch?
How many times has Rishabh Pant been out in the 90s?
I think as many centuries as he has. Or maybe now his centuries have outnumbered his 90s. But he's also got out in his partner's 90s.
Shane Watson was always one to get out in the 90s as well.
And he would take a review with him.
Oh, yeah. What was it? Leg before Watson.
Yeah.
LBW, leg before Watson. Or it was, he'd always reach 50 and then get out leg before and take a review.
Having said that, a great brain of cricket. He's a lovely thinker.
It really is. Yeah. I mean, he's a fine analyst, yeah. I read a really fascinating article. He wrote, well, he didn't write, talking about his move to Brisbane or away from Brisbane. I can't remember which way he went.
I think he went to Brisbane.
He went to Brisbane. And it was a very, very difficult time in his career. He made a decision to move away from his state, and it paid off for him. He was a phenomenal cricketer. I mean, very, very successful. He must have won a couple of IPLs.
Yeah, and he's a valued, now that he's done playing, he's a valued brain in the support staff. If he decides to get full-time into coaching, I think he'll be a prize grab with the IPL and other leagues. Another long drinks break.
Well, it does look like the umpire's just coming over to the Indian contingent, but England don't look like they're moving particularly quickly either. We do have 23 overs remaining in the day and an hour and 10 minutes. I don't know if that's better. I think that's actually better than yesterday.
And I remember being a little empathetic towards the players in my earlier stint when we were here, and I was being the devil's advocate when everybody was slagging them for over rates. But losing 22 overs in 2 days should not be on. I would say make it 85, and we should not have lost more than 10 overs by now, or make it 15.
Seems like they're exiting the ground. Nearby tube stations, Marylebone, Warwick Avenue and Baker Street, but doesn't mention St John's Wood, which is the nearest.
Oh, the overground was not working yesterday either when we left.
Overground or underground? The tube?
Yeah, so I needed to be at Angel Station,
Yeah.
and I couldn't get the train from St John's Wood because it was not working. I don't know if it was underground or overground.
That's underground.
So I
Do you
had to
want
walk
a really boring fact about Angel Tube Station?
Yes.
It has the longest and deepest elevator of all of the underground stations in London.
How long does it take if you do not also walk while being on the escalator? If you just stand on the escalator annoyingly, how long does it take to go down or come up?
I don't know. It takes a while. I mean, it's not that long that you're actually like passing through time zones. But
Can you play a national anthem during that?
Whose national anthem?
Not Sri Lanka.
Definitely not Sri Lanka's national anthem. You might be able to play there.
India is 52 seconds long.
Yes, you could play India's national
Yeah.
anthem, I reckon.
And you're standing in attention, so nobody...
You do know the rules, right? You don't ever stand on the left.
No, stand on the right, but I like to walk, and I find it annoying when people just stand.
Oh, you're not the only one. Pitched up and driven to mid-off from Washington Sundar. We're back playing after that drinks break. 23 overs remaining in the day. We're not going to get them, of course. India 374 for 6. They've been batting all day. Only 3 wickets have fallen. How many wickets did Manners, who was scarily accurate yesterday? Well, he tipped 10 wickets. We got 9. Or did we get 8? We got 9. I can't remember how many he tipped for today. I don't think he tipped 3.
And even these 3 we would have struggled to get.
Cars.
If it was not for Rishabh Pant running himself out.
Wow. Short delivery from Cars. Very short. Too short. And too wide. 374 for 6. India are going to go past England's first innings total at some point, you imagine.
I think we have entered that pact of no aggression for now. I don't know if India will honor it till stumps, but England are happy to just sit back and get through today without incurring a lot of damage.
They're quite defensive tactics from Ben Stokes. I'm not saying he's wrong, but it's quite unusual. This is a touch nearer to Washington Sundar. Not quite as short either, but extravagant leave. And another dot ball is jotted down in the scorebook. The crowd seem to be here a bit more than they were yesterday. They seem to leave quite early. Yesterday was the more exciting of the 3 days as well.
And this is the most exciting of the 3 tests. If you're looking at just at the contest between bat and ball.
This is a touch straighter, but defended by Sundar. No run. 374 for 6. I don't think this has been the most exciting of the 3 test matches. You being sarcastic?
No, I mean, yes, the runs have not come at 4.5 and over, but the batters have been made to work hard. Bowlers have something for them in this. If they bowl well, they are kept interested. And I expect spinners to come into it on the last 2 days.
Oh, do you know?
We saw that ball in the last over by Jarrod.
Yeah,
how it exploded.
Fair. Here's Cass, straight again, defended by Washington Sundar. Shoaib Bashir, he's been back on for a while, hasn't he? I think. Where is he? Or is he still off the field? Yeah, no, I don't think. I thought Bashir came back on. Oh, he's not come back on. No, he's in the dugout, so he hasn't come back on. He picked up a finger injury, not to his bowling hand, Really fiercely struck drive. It was technically a drop, but there's no real chance of catching it. Oh, there's a good delivery from Bryden Carse, and the ball has just ballooned up and over second slip. It was going to be heading down the leg side. There was a slight miscommunication between Washington Sundar and shock horror Ravindra Jadeja.
Ranvindra Jadeja.
And Ben Stokes is just checking that it's going down the leg side before he thinks about a review. One more run added. India 375 for 6. Remember, England were bowled out seems like about 3 years ago. 387. Well, this is it's been a decent spell from Bryden Carse. And Wokes at the other end. We'll see if he continues with these very wide and slow 78 mile an hour length balls to the left-handed Washington Sundar or the left-handed Ravindra Jadeja.
I haven't seen any message come out from the Indian change room, so I am assuming they're still happy to just bat along if the ball is wide, not flirt with it, not look to force the pace here. I think maybe in the last half an hour of the day they can try to cash in on tired legs.
I think they're just going to continue like this, as Wokes does bowl on the hip of Washington Sundar, and he'll comfortably place this towards that Crawley, running in from the boundary, and that is a 50 partnership for India. Another 50 partnership, and it's taken more time out the game. Strike rate of exactly 50. The runs have been shared, 28 the way of Jadeja, 20 to Sundar. And India now 376 for 6. They trail by 11. They're looking good for a first innings lead, maybe 50 or 60. Wokes again, and Jadeja sets off for a suicide single. Two fielders would have had the option to run him or Washington Sundar out, but Sundar's not going anywhere, sends him back. I mean, he was doing this a bit. He got in trouble actually, didn't he? Because it's his fake running.
So he does two things very instinctively. Every time the ball touches the bat, he sets off for a run very instinctively, and he also runs on to the danger area.
Yeah, but it won't be India batting last on this track.
It will be.
Oh, it will be.
Yeah.
No, it won't be.
Unless India bowl them out for 70 or 80.
It'll be India batting last. Yeah. So India won't be bowling last.
Yeah, true. So he'll actually be hurting India if he does that.
Exactly, yeah. So he's not doing it.
I just wonder if he was a baseball player in another life, because every time he hits it, he just sets off.
Here is Wokes past the umpire, and it's back to the short wide filth that's left alone.
That was harsh. They're trying to do the best for themselves. They cannot facilitate India's lead.
Well, I mean, unless they're going to bowl like this for the next 60 overs.
They'll take it if India let them.
I'm not sure, but yes, I do get your point. There's a lot of overs in those legs. And again, left alone. 25 overs bowled by Chris Wokes. Jofra Archer and Bryden Carse both bowled 21 each, and even Ben Stokes has weighed in with 20. He's picked up 2 wickets, one to Archer yesterday. What scenes greeted that moment. As Jeremy Coney's back. I think Manners is about to step in after this delivery as well.
Yeah, well, the question will be, I mean,
this is forcing a shot from Jadeja at last, and he just punches it back to the bowler. And Chris Wokes takes his cap from the umpire, mops his brow, and walks away with India 376 for 6. They trail by 11 runs, and after a word from Sid, and maybe Jeremy will be returning, Neil Manthorp.
Another over of discipline, although that didn't impress John much. England doing what's good for them. which I'm very impressed with, by the way, because in this test they have shown baseball is not all hit everything, score at 5 and over. They've gone at 3 and over. They've bowled defensively when it's required. But still, India are now inching ahead in this test match as Manners steps in. And hello, Jeremy.
Hello, Sid. Look, the question will be really, how far can India go?
Round the wicket comes Bryden Carson, left alone down the leg side.
That will be, for me, the important part of what remains tonight, and then perhaps going into tomorrow as well, Manners. I think if they could get a significant lead, I know they don't have lots of batting left, I understand that, but we have had some long partnerships, you know, and it might be possible if these two can keep going, and there's no new ball now for another 50 overs, around about. So there is an opportunity there for India.
Bryden Carson once more, and forward comes the left-handed Jadeja, pushing defensively again up on the offside. Jadeja 72 from 129 balls. Been a very disciplined innings. Yeah, Jeremy, I mean, you get the feeling that 30 or 40 might actually make a difference.
Well, that might.
140 would be better.
Well, 100 would be ideal, wouldn't it? For, I mean, that might be a bit beyond what's left in the batting. I don't know, but you know, with that older ball getting older and softer.
Bryden Carson again around the wicket, bowls to Jadeja, forces him onto the back foot, knocks it out into the offside Ollie Pope field.
If we look at, say, 3.4 runs and over, which has kind of been where this match has been either side batting, that would give them 29 overs basically before the deficit had been wiped out. And so that's over a session. You've earned yourself over a session of attack at the opposition top order to see what you can do. And I think there's your opportunity, and I think that might be a significant part of what could happen in the rest of the test match.
Here's Carse again, bowls outside the off stump, and it's left alone. There is, of course, Jeremy, the third innings hoodoo. The strange things can happen in third innings, and Harmy's quite big on the feeling that this series is overdue a collapse. You know, he having played in a lot of 5-test series, he says that they tend to, from his memory, they tend to happen in the second of back-to-back test matches. This is the second of a back-to-back test match, so England need to be rather wary about that and don't get too carefree and try and score too quickly. They need to be conscious of the fact that, you know, if they're bowled out cheaply, they can lose the game. That's outside the off stump, left alone. Good leave, calculated one from Washington Sundar. Very close to the off stump. It did swing, it swung back into the left-hander, and it wasn't too far away from the off stump.
Yes, Carse was very interested, wasn't he? As that came past the off stump, it was very close. So I think he's bowled quite well, but if anything, too short, and it hasn't. That's quite full, isn't it? And keeps on coming in. He's got it to move, probably as much as any of the English bowlers.
Here he is running in away from us from the nursery end, bowls, and Sundar forward again, playing defensively. I often wonder what the mindset would be. And Washington Sundar is he's a top order player, really. A number 6. And number 8's unfamiliar for him. He hasn't played a great deal of Test cricket, but I suppose you just forget about the batting order. You mustn't think about it. I mean, batsmen tend to make a big deal. Wicketkeepers make a big deal about if you're in the top 6, then you know you've got the top 6 responsibility. Number 7, Adam Gilchrist, always loved playing at number 7, but to have a man with a Test best of 96 and an average of 45 in Test cricket, batting at number 8 is unusual. But for him, as I say, just forget about that. You just go out and play.
Absolutely.
Don't think, how does a number 8 play?
No, you don't. You play you play as you play. And if that's number 6 and whatever the number is beside you, In this particular match, it doesn't matter. You go out and do your best and score as many runs as you can for your side.
England have 2 men in the covers, both in front of square, quite close together, no more than 10-12 yards apart, as new over begins from Woakes. This one angles across Jadeja and he leaves it alone, taken by Jamie Smith. There's a buzz in the crowd. I do enjoy this. It's there can be an intense, involved, active buzz. At the moment there's a sort of slightly bleary and weary, disinterested buzz as people make conversation with their neighbours. Do you know what I mean? It's not that sort of tension-riddled buzz. Down the leg side here, and there's an appeal. Up goes the finger. Jadeja's gone down the leg side. He's just glanced this one from Woakes. Got the thinnest of edges, and a very fine catch from Jamie Smith, who couldn't quite make his enthusiasm apparent because he was rolling around on the ground, having dived full length to his right. But Jadeja reluctantly has tucked the bat under his arm, and he's now got it just trailing behind him disconsolately. He knew he'd touched it. He wasn't going to appeal that. A 7th wicket finally, and Woakes has done the damage, and 376 for 7, and finally England have a sniff of an Indian tail.
Yeah, important wicket, and good drive from Smith, the keeper. Semi falling over. Woakes is laughing because it's a delivery that really he wouldn't think was going to be worthy of a wicket. Ravindra Jadeja is a bit disconsolate as he leaves, because he'll probably feel he's got strangled a little bit down outside leg stump, but the bat's gone out there and it's got an edge, and it's just within the compass of Smith, diving quite low and wide to his right. So another wicket goes for India. So they're still, what, 11 behind, 12 behind, and now they have a look at, as you say, Manners, the tail, the arrival of the tail really for the Indian side.
Is it Akashdeep or Jasprit Bumrah? Akashdeep has come out to bat. 4 years ago, Jasprit Bumrah and Mohammad Shami fashioned the most unlikely 9th wicket partnership of 89 to unbroken, to set up an Indian declaration which led to an Indian victory ultimately on the 5th day. So I'm a big fan of Jasprit Bumrah's highly unorthodox but occasionally very effective batting. Haven't seen enough of Akashdeep with the bat to know whether he's naturally one above Jasprit Bumrah.
Well, an average of 8.
Yeah, so okay, I'm surprised that Bumrah hasn't come in at 9. I suppose that's what I'm aiming towards. As Woakes is in, big appeal for leg before wicket first. Oh, he's got him! Akashdeep has reviewed immediately. No sense of consultation with Washington Sundar at the other end. This would be the 5th time in the series we've had 2 wickets in 2 balls if it is not overturned. Woakes thinks he's struck, obviously, and England have gathered around to celebrate, but Akashdeep, Jeremy, look, 19 times out of 20 when a batsman reviews that quickly, it is overturned.
It is, because he's got an edge and he'll feel that. It's nipped back at him, I think, and I don't think he's got the edge there, though. That's not the case.
I think he thinks it's missing down the leg side.
Yes, well, he may think that too, but
very, very quick review.
It was.
I think this is hitting, isn't it, if it's not too high?
Well, he's been given out, and so it's only just got a touch. So he's
overturned.
Yes, because it's
missing.
It's missing, yeah.
Well. Tell you what, that's good judgment from Akashdeep. That's very disappointing for England. Chris Woakes can only describe as a very, very wry grin on his face. probably because he's struggled to get the ball to move off the straight, and suddenly that one's done too much.
Why didn't that happen to the better batsman? He's saying to himself. Yeah, that's right. The movement, he liked that. Yeah, it's just missing the leg stump.
It's given out, so all it had to do
Yeah,
was
just touch it, didn't it?
look at that movement, the massive, it's gone like an off break. Quickish off break. Here's Wokes, bowls again to Akashdeep, full and straight, right up in the block hole, dug out by Akashdeep, and it remains 376 for 7, with Washington Sundar now the senior partner on 20. Jadeja gone for 72.
I just feel that if we look at the pitch, the marking from the player traffic from running on the surface, whether it's over or around the wicket, and the follow through of the bowlers as well, and where the batsmen have been.
Wokes again, another appeal, up goes the finger again. This time it's Washington Sundar, and he also reviews. But importantly, the difference is that he took about 3 seconds. He maintained his pose at the crease. He turned round, he looked at where the stumps were, looked at where his pad was and where he was hit, and he thought, why not? It's Akashdeep. It is Akashdeep, I'm so sorry. Yes, it is Akashdeep again. So he's been given out twice in...
This looks closer.
4 balls. There's less movement. There's less movement from Wokes, but he is looking to... Ooh, it says height is an issue here.
Yeah.
Ooh, is that going to be just clipping? All it's got to do is touch.
That's right.
Brave umpiring from Shafadullah, who kept his hands in his pockets
for most of the game.
Edgbaston.
Yes.
Which is going to be close. It has nipped back a long way, and it's missing again. Oh my goodness gracious me. Wokes has trapped his man twice, he thought, given out twice, and overturned twice. 376 for 7.
Yeah, this one's again just a bit on leg side, and it's also on height. Just Deep's running, he's running it quite close, isn't he?
Ben Stokes has a look on his face like a man who's just been handed a paper with hieroglyphics on it, and he doesn't know what to make of it. Can't make head or tail of it. He's looking at the replay. Absolutely unfathomable that both of them were missing the stumps, but they were, according to Hawkeye, as Wokes in again outside the off stump. Akashdeep leaves alone, and there is no run at the end of the over. Well, Chris Wokes been a bit touch unlucky there. Thought he had his man twice, and that would have been massive progress for England, but now they still have 3 wickets left to claim.
Plenty to happen in that over, wasn't there? Finally, Jadeja made a mistake, got the bat outside his pads and outside his legs, on the leg side as the ball went past, got a villainous little edge, and it's gone through to the keeper diving away to his right, Smith, and so Jadeja was out for 77. That was the 7th wicket to fall, and immediately Akashdeep arrived at the crease. He was beaten twice. It nipped back from outside off on both occasions, bounced a little bit more, given out both times on the field, and it's only just got to hit the stumps then. So you seem to side with the umpire, but both times was found to be missing.
So Washington Sundar now, I suspect that he'll just carry on playing normally. I mean, the idea that with Akashdeep at the crease, who evidently can bat, just for Bumble to come, no point just throwing the bat here, and he'll take singles. Ben Stokes has asked the question immediately with a deep set field to find out what Washington Sundar's approach is going to be, and the first delivery is really just blocked off the back foot into the offside. Sweeper comes in from the cover boundary, and Akashdeep Washington Sundar did momentarily ponder whether he should take the single or not, and then thought, why not? First ball of the over. trusts Akashdeep. Still, as I say, Jasprit Bumrah to come. No reason not to.
Oh, I think that's fair enough. You don't want to start farming the strike from this far out, I don't think.
Only
But you've
10,
done
yeah,
number 9,
yeah,
you know.
Exactly, 10 runs.
Yeah.
10 runs between the teams. I mean, they're all important, aren't they? Bryden Carse in once again. I'm pretty sure that Akashdeep played inside the line in this one. Well, some would say he's 0 for 2. Given out twice of the 4 balls that he's faced.
Have you ever seen a batter, Manners, who has less of an idea where the ball is, but more of an idea exactly where his stumps are than Akashdeep today?
Good judgment, isn't it?
Oh, perfect. Can't see the ball at all.
The first one was
but once it
amazing.
hits him, he's like, oh, I think that's just a millimetre to the left. I can feel that. Well, that one might be a little high.
Carse in again outside the off stump and left alone. There's one batsman 3 or 4 years ago, might have been Moeen Ali. He was given out 3 times in the first 2 overs he was at the crease. All of them overturned. But yeah, amazing judgment. Jeremy automatically assumed that he must have edged the first one because he instantly reviewed it.
I thought the same, just because it was so quick. And then afterwards I realised that he's just a genius and he understands the mathematics of his own body and the physiology.
Here's Carse, looks for the Yorker right up in the block hole. It's a good Yorker and it's actually very well dug out by Akashdeep. Not only dug out, but manages to shovel it wide of Chris Wokes at mid-on and is off the mark with a single. Micro-geography.
That's the 7th run-out chance, is it? Don't think I've seen a team give this. In fact, it's the 7th real run-out chance. We've had about 5 others where England didn't pick up the ball or didn't get didn't actually do anything, but India was in all sorts. Maybe teams aren't used to running anymore because they're used to hitting boundaries, and this wicket is just playing with their minds.
It's a man out on the hook for Washington Sundar, which I can't see him playing that shot. Here's Bryden Carse in then, and it's punched off the back foot by Sundar, who's a very correct, technically orthodox player. And but anyway, Ben Stokes got that's punched off the back foot straight back to the bowler. Chris Wokes is quite deep at mid-off, so is Jofra Archer at mid-on. There's a deep square leg, a couple of slips. Interesting that Ben Stokes immediately asked the question, like, set the deep field, Jarrod, just to find out what Sundar's approach is going to be.
He doesn't like short pitch bowling in general. Like, he doesn't like being peppered over and over again. He has opened a little bit for Tamil Nadu. I think maybe even batted 3 for them, but it's not his favourite form of bowling. And I think Stokes is like, well, if he's going to get it swing away, it might go up in the air.
Big in-swinger now from Bryden Carse. It's full, and he's aiming at the pads, but nicely defended by Washington Sundar. 378 for 7. Akashdeep on 1, Washington Sundar on 21. Wickets coming not thick and fast, but thin and slow.
The other reason he might have that fielder out is because if they do want to attack his stumps, he's very good at flicking the ball to square leg, and you don't want to give a couple of cheap boundaries here, so I can understand that.
Carse is bowling a little fuller now, and I think that's looking much more dangerous. I would, if I was Akashdeep, I'd go and bat out of my crease a little. I think that that would save him a little bit more from the LBWs he's offered at the moment, and that will force the bowler to bowl just a tad shorter as well and give himself maybe more of a chance of it missing. He'll know anyway.
I'm just not sure Akashdeep has the technical skills to bat a couple of feet down further down the wicket.
I wouldn't say a couple of feet, but I think, yeah, a foot anyway.
Towards Jofra or Bryden Carse. I think he's thinking to himself, I don't want to get hurt.
We just had a high-vis Indian player on the field between overs. Here's Jofra Archer, and he's immediately flicked away down over long leg for 6. What a shot that is. Little pick-up flick. Archer goes full and straight. It strays down the leg side, and Akashdeep has just flicked that nonchalantly over long leg for 6.
So there you are.
So he couldn't have done that if he was a foot down the wicket, could he? He needed the extra time to be back in his crease, Jeremy.
What a shot.
Lovely clean hit.
I mean, That's the ball you'd want to play that shot.
Yes, it would. Well, he picked it up. Did very well. Again, it's around that leg stump line.
Archer in again, short one, and it's fumbled by Jamie Smith as Akashdeep tries to evade it. He does evade it. They're going to run a bye. That was an awkward one for Jamie Smith, because all your instincts as a keeper when it's a short bouncer like that is to expect to take it sort of around your chest, and it's actually dipped on him suddenly, isn't it?
He's actually, Akash was lucky there. He did the right thing. He got under the short ball and just didn't get up. He almost ran it off his gloves or the edge of his bat straight through to Smith. So yeah, that just didn't get up. But that was a lot more brutish, that one. I shouldn't have given you the loosener first up.
Round the wicket now to the left-handed Washington Sundar, pushed out towards mid-wicket. Just 2 runs between the teams now, 385 for 7. So India's job is to make sure that their lead is about more than just bragging rights.
Yes. The further they can go, the better, because I think the pitch is starting to just get more variable at the moment. We saw that one just there, just kept a bit low. We've seen the spin. Even from Joe Root, we've seen some quite considerable turn.
Archer in again to Sundar, who guides this one away and now doesn't take the single. Having taken the single off the first ball of the previous over, he's declined this one.
Is that a Jofra-related decision?
So.
Yeah, I think the same. Bryden Cass is out there somewhere going, what?
Hey? Take more off me, but not off Jofra. Washington Sundar has 21, Akashdeep 7. Yeah, I don't think Jofra would have enjoyed the first ball, the result of the first ball. He might have just exacted some revenge, as Washington now either plays and misses it this one, or plays inside the line of it. Possibly the latter. 385 for 7. Ben Stokes is, he looks like one of those puppet masters. His hands and arms are going all over as he manipulates the field, and he's brought in Ollie Pope from the cover boundary, sweeping. He's come in to save one. Still the third in the long leg, and there's also a man at deep backward square. Zach Crawley still sun-hatted, even though he's in the shade of the grandstand now. Here is Archer, round the wicket to the left-handed Washington Sundar. I think he played at that one. Guessing, really. I think it's possible to be absolutely certain whether he's playing or just mimicking a forward defensive shot deliberately inside the line.
He's definitely playing at those, and
he played at the previous one.
Yes, yeah? He played at both of them. Yeah. Just up on the screen, it says A Deep Washington, which sounds like a Mad Lib. You look like the sort of person who play Mad Libs, Jeremy.
I'm not sure he even knows what that is.
You know what Mad Libs is, don't you?
I know an ad lib, but yes, you want to play with the word, do you?
Yeah, so essentially it's a board game version of that. I thought I really saw you as a Mad Libber.
There are a few more and more people now, certainly in the mound stand and the tavern stand. They're in the heat of the setting late afternoon sun, who've decided they've had enough for the day. It's edged and caught by second slip Harry Brook. He's so nonchalant, he's dived away to his right, taken it one-handed, and has just nonchalantly stood up as though it was a bump ball. The umpires aren't sure. Akashdeep doesn't think that it's out, but he's been given out, and he's not going to hang around. It was so full that momentarily the batsman wasn't sure whether it was a bump ball or not, and the umpires are actually consulting. They consulted, and they've decided that it is out, and it certainly, I mean, it looked out, but it was a half volley, almost Yorker length.
Yeah, it was sort of guided. It's pitched, I think, and then the bat has just guided it as they do at practice in the mornings, really. And it's wide of Brook to his right. He can't really get two hands to it, and he's taken it, as you say, quite comfortably with just one hand to the right side of him. That's his stronger side. So Deep goes for 7. An interesting 7.
He lived a life, didn't he? He lived a whole journey in that 7 runs. Just to say also that he's absolutely brilliant at knowing where his stumps are. Not as good at knowing if the ball has bounced or not, Akashdeep. But what happened there was, because it was very full, he just hit the ground on the way through, and he was looking at the umpires going, I don't know if it was a bump ball or not. And I think Square Leg and Simon...
they said, well, we do.
Yeah, but I think both the umpires... I'm not even sure I think they might have said to him he should walk before they'd had a look at that one. I'm not sure they even sent that one upstairs.
No, I can understand the batsman not being sure that because his bats hit the ground, like you said.
And also, he wasn't demonstrative or anything. He was literally looking around, going to everyone, "Are we sure I'm out? Can someone tell me?"
Which the umpires did. They did their job. 385 for 8 suddenly, and a wicket for the persevering, hard-working, toiling Bryden Cast. India 385 for 8. We're into the 117th over. They're still trailing by just 2. So Jasprit Bumrah has now made his way out to the middle to join Washington Sundar. I wonder whether that might persuade Washington Sundar to play a few more shots. Where's the other batsman?
Has he gone off for a comfort break?
Where is he?
He has.
There's only one.
Indian players have started.
Here he comes.
Indian players have started going off the field quite a lot at wickets.
KL Rahul went off for every single drinks break when he was batting at Edgbaston. Every single drinks break, he left the field.
But also, they don't leave when the wicket first happens. They wait too long. Like, you can run on and run off, but they're not really doing that.
Well, for about 2 minutes, Jasprit Bumrah was all alone out in the middle, but Washington has now he is now comfortable again, and he's back, and he's repositioning his helmet. Down the first delivery after the resumption is down the leg side from Bryden Cast, and Jasprit Bumrah leaves it alone. Yeah, we were just talking about that. Were you here when we were talking about Jasprit Bumrah's innings 4 years ago when he...
The world record?
No, that was at Edgbaston, wasn't it? Here at Lord's.
No, attacking where he came out and attacked.
With
Yes.
Mohammad Shami, they had
Yep.
89 for the 8th wicket to set up the declaration. India won the game. Jasprit Bumrah made 43 unorthodox but highly entertaining runs. And the world record was at Edgbaston in the 5th match of that COVID series. That's steered away by Jasprit Bumrah towards Ben Duckett in the gully. How well do you remember that over from Stuart Broad, Jarrod? If somebody said to you, I can't believe I saw the other day that Jasprit Bumrah holds the world record for the most runs off one over. What happened? How well do you remember it?
Bouncer, 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 bouncer.
Top edge hook, top edge hook, top.
One middled one. I think that was a middle. Wasn't there a 5 wides as well?
Yes.
Yeah.
But
It was
went
not
sailing past the keeper.
I think we were commentating on it, weren't we, Jeremy?
Here's Bryden Cast once again, and Bumrah's not, judging from that delivery, not added a great slice of orthodoxy to his approach. He backs away there and steers that one, punches it out behind square.
That was that period where, during Bazball, where England just decided that anything that wasn't going right in a cricket game could be solved by bouncers. And I think somewhere around the 4th ball, I would have changed my idea. But they did not. So Bumrah is not technically the world record holder. He was there for the world record.
I know what you mean. As Cast bowls a Yorker, it's nicely dug out by Jasprit
So
Bumrah.
how many off the over was it?
35?
No, it's 37.
Oh, 37. It was 37,
Yes.
Okay.
Just a thought, gents. I'm going to humour Larry. Larry Jerry has written a message on the talkSPORT YouTube, talkSPORT Cricket YouTube channel message page, so the thingy, and he says, gents, wouldn't it be better for India to declare now and have a few overs before the end of play? England wouldn't be expecting it, would they? Interesting thought. So Cast in again, defended, blocked by Jasprit Bumrah. I don't know what Jasprit Bumrah would feel about that.
I think they would be more likely to do it if Sundar was out.
Right.
I think with a recognised batter out there still, even if he is your number 8, you're probably less likely to take that chance. But I like the feeling of it. I also like the fact that when you go to look at comments, you're like a teacher leaning over the camera, making everyone nervous that you're suddenly reading their comments for the first time, Manners.
But never mind that. But it would be real.
I don't mind that at all.
Duckett and Crawley that would be a horror for them.
Yeah. But you know what I mean. If there is a batter out there, I don't think it's the same as having 2 tail enders. I don't know how Jeremy feels about this.
Yeah, well, he may as well get on with it, though. The question of time comes into it, doesn't it? And that's what we're sort of all talking around. And I think he may as well, look, they're giving him singles and all this sort of stuff now. So it's whether he's prepared to do that or have a crack.
Sunder on strike as Jofra arches into him, and it's short and wide outside the off stump, and he steers it down to Bryden Cast at wide third man. Well, Larry, I don't know whether you thought that was tongue-in-cheek or whether you'd get a derisory response from the guys next to me, but turns out that they're both half interested. Sort of.
I've been half interested for days.
It's going to be a good old-fashioned test match. We've got a man at deep backward play. Is he on the field? Is he? He's the 12th man. Yeah, he is on the field. So we've got two cover sweepers now as Washington Sunder clips this one away through the leg side. Takes half a single, and then well, he's completed a run because he got halfway down the pitch and then came back.
You get half. I think he wanted the run. He thought there was two, and Bumrah just went, "There's not two." And
I'm not facing Jofra.
Yeah.
And now Bumrah comes down from the non-strikers then just to clarify his position. Washington duly apologises. Sorry, Jasprit Bye. And it's Archer again around the wicket bowls, and it's short and wide again, and it's chopped away out to the designated 12th man fielder, who presumably is a member of the MCC ground staff, and he doesn't have a name or a number on his back.
I can tell you one thing about him.
He's left-handed.
He's very young.
He does look very young.
Yeah, there was a close-up of him, I think, when one of the DRS, and yeah, he looked incredibly young, so 18, 19, I would say. No pressure.
He's obviously a magnificent fielder. It's a Gary Pratt type, magnificent. That's why he's got the job. Punched away off the back foot now by Washington Sunder, and he does take a single to the ironic applause of the crowd. Fourth ball of the over, so Jasprit Bye will have to face two from Jofra Archer, unless he gets a single himself, or if he takes one. 386, India one behind, 386 for 8. And Bumrah about to face his sixth delivery, hasn't yet to score. Washington Sunder has 22. My gosh, it's been a day of toil.
When you say a great fielder, Jeremy, if you were to talk about a great outfielder, who's your go-to? Because I see Manners went to Gary Pratt. I go to Jim Fote. Have you got a Pratt or Fote that you use as a specialist fielder?
Pushed away by Bumrah out towards extra cover, and there's no run. He's going to go Colin Bland, isn't he?
Colin Bland,
a good
absolutely.
one, yeah.
Colin Bland or perhaps Clive Lloyd.
Was Colin Bland too good as a batter, though? He made a lot of runs as well, didn't he?
Well,
as in
as a fielder.
Yeah, I know.
He's too good as a batsman for him to be for his fielding to shine sufficiently.
Whereas Gary Pratt and Jim Fote, not as much.
I see they're in the team for their fielding.
Very much so.
Here's Archer again, and it's flicked away off the pad by Jasprit Bumrah. Bumrah just made the review signal. It's like just in case you're thinking of appealing or giving me out, I will review it. He was just having a bit of a tease, I think.
Can I give you one more, Manners?
386. Give me another one while John takes it. Go on.
Derek Crooks. He's another go-to for me.
Yeah, you're right.
Fantastic
off-spinning
fielder.
all-rounder, decent bat. But yeah, he was a brilliant fielder.
Colin Bland and Clive Lloyd, very good batters as well. But disqualified. Poor from Jeremy there. It's been a long test. We've had to talk our way through a lot of people looking at ladybugs and waiting for balls to go through cuffs. Pauses for players to disappear and have comfort breaks.
I tell you what, the etiquette in this commentary box has gone to the dogs. Can you believe Manners has left his coffee?
It's very poor, yeah.
Very, very poor Manners. Shall I pour some over Scott? But we are back and underway with Chris Wokes bowling to Washington Sundar, who's faced 72 deliveries for his 22. 386 for 8, so India trail by 1 run. They have just been relentlessly inching towards England's first innings total all day. They set their stall out early. They have not blinked. And I don't blame them. Wokes again, pushed out into the offside by Washington Sundar, who turns down the chance of a single.
I'm not sure what they're gaining by this, Harmy.
Just about to say that myself. I really was. I was just about to say I've got no idea what they're gonna achieve off it.
He's bowled
You're gone.
I was just going to say, he's bowled a slow one outside off stump. He's blocked it into the offside. Cover and mid-off are up. Why not just whack it over their heads or give it a go?
I'm just wondering if they're thinking the same in the dressing room, because Rishabh Pant is talking to Shubman Gill. Looks like Mohammad Siraj has got the helmet on. Pant's giving the signal of as if to say, like, get on with it.
Wokes again round the wicket, and this is clipped through mid-wicket. There's certainly one here. Probably would have been 2. But Jasprit Bumrah thought that 2 was on. I mean, it's just the third ball of the inning, of the over, and he's been sent back. So it's a bit of bizarre cricket. But clarity has been achieved. We've got a 1 innings game here, it feels like. Anyway, 387 for 8. Yeah. I think if you're England, you'd prefer this. Because England, they're not going anywhere.
England don't want to face
and England don't want to come out and bowl for bat for 2 overs, 3 overs.
Again, there, as you called it, that looked like 2 off the bat. Yeah. The tail ender wanted 2, and the recognised batter didn't, and they've ended up with 1. But he's still facing 3 balls, Harmy. Like, what have you won off this?
Nothing. You might as well say, for me, you might as well say to Sundar, let's have a go. Block the first 3 and over, wait till the field comes in, then try and get 8 or 12 off the next 3 balls. That would be better off, and then naturally get bowled out. And because we are in a 1 innings game, if we do get 20 runs quickly, we bat out for the rest of the night. Brilliant, fantastic, coming tomorrow morning. But if we get bowled out tonight and we get these 10 runs, get a little lead, and we get 2 overs at England.
Over the wicket, Chris Wokes, and Jasprit Bumrah has edged behind. Bumrah's caught behind for a duck. India are 9 down now, 387 for 9. And I'm not sure what they're doing out there, India. This is playing right into England's hands in a weird way.
I'd bring him in.
I'd bring him in as well.
I'd bring him in.
Or tell him to start throwing the bat around.
Yeah, I'd bring him in. If I was Gill, I'd just bring him in. You've got done the hard work. You've got to where England are. England are tired. You've got a chance. Jasprit Bumrah's got a chance with maybe 2 overs, 3 overs tonight. Probably 2 overs tonight at getting rid of Duckett or Crawley. If that's the case, I mean, bang, the message that comes to tomorrow morning.
Yeah, I don't think there's any point in Siraj or Bumrah having pads on at this moment. They should be getting their bowling boots on. Do you still change boots? Modern players still change boots when they bowl?
I would have thought so. I thought they'll have bat shoes and bowling shoes. There's a message has come out to Washington Sundar, to be fair. Is it Prashi Krishnan? Yeah, it is Prashi.
Yeah, has come out to say, give him some sort of message. So hopefully that message is just slog.
Get on with it.
Yeah. I mean, and now Washington Sundar's probably going to go off for a comfort break. At the moment, Mohammad Siraj is at the crease.
But the last thing this game needs, or from India's point of view, is, what is it, 8 minutes past now? Yeah, 10 minutes past now. Sundar to slog it for another 11 minutes and then get out. And then walk off. 9 minutes left in the day. That would be it. That would be job done. Game over for the day.
But if he has 10 minutes of slogging and they have a 20-run lead, fine.
Yeah, that's what I'm saying. It's a win-win.
Yeah, that's all right. And then if he's out, then they have 10 minutes, 15 minutes at Crawley and Duckett. And if he doesn't get out, then they've probably got a 30-run lead. But this is just nonsense. It's not going to. I understand batting time when you've still got 4 or 5 wickets to come.
Is there just a feeling that they want a one-run lead? I can't even say it. But do you think there's a feeling that they just want a lead emotionally? I don't think it matters at all, but maybe it does to them.
I don't know. Here's Mohammad Siraj facing up and tries to. He just tries to block the ball, but squirts off the face of the bat. And nearly goes between Duckett and Crawley, who will probably be thinking, it wouldn't be the worst thing in the world if India just bat on for the next, 9 minutes? What is the cut-off for England having to bat?
Well, to be honest, if I was Ben Duckett, I'd send out for the physio and get a little back rub for 10 minutes. Yeah, exactly like Shubman Gill did, and just
What did Gulbadine do in the World Cup when he pretended to have cramps suddenly and fell over at slip?
Who was telling him to get it? Who was getting angry at him? Was it Jonathan Trott?
Trott was telling him to do it, I think.
No, Trott was telling him to do it. Somebody else was telling him not to do it. It was Chris Wokes, who fancies another bite of rabbit pie. Suddenly he's got 3 for 84. Could get a 4 for here. Nice little 4 for. Not sure how. No offence to Chris. How are England only 2 overs behind as well? There's 14 overs remaining of the day, and we've got 18 minutes left.
Yeah, I'm not. Can you remember the last couple of Test matches? There's been the overs behind, but there's been times on the board, hasn't there?
Yeah.
There's been another on the board. Yeah. The chief executive of MCC yesterday, I can't remember exactly what the reasons were, but he's asked for that to be taken off. Because I don't know what the reasons.
Because the sound of laughter.
Because it was so ridiculous.
Haughty laughter from 10,000 people.
I think it was about when the innings was scheduled to finish, which is probably in about 3 weeks' time. But they asked, the MCC have asked to take that off. I'm not exactly sure. I didn't really understand what it was.
Archer's in, and Sundar has had a message. That is a wild and woolly slog with no foot movement, and he's missed it by some distance.
I was just checking the field there, because the only place he could have hit that was over the wicketkeeper's head, because I don't think there's any way he could have got it off the middle of the bat.
No.
And they've now moved slip out to deep fly slip or deep first slip, whatever you want to call it.
Backstop. Is it backstop when it's behind the wicketkeeper?
I think traditionally you want your backstop even finer than that.
Yeah, it's not quite as fine as the backstop. Field spread, Archer's in, top edge, flown into the air, and it's caught at backstop.
Me and Ben Stokes, mind melding. You can tell from the previous shot, the only place he was going to hit that. That is just an absolute waste of an over of India's bowling there. An absolute waste. The field for Washington, the field was set and he was just slogging wildly. But look, he's gone, and now they get, what, 2 overs in?
3 overs in, is it? Was it? It'll be 13 minutes past.
Yeah, I think we might get 3.
3 overs in? Yeah.
I mean, there'll be a drinks break in there.
Possibly. We might even get a ball change.
We also have, I think this is the first time since 2015 at Headingley, when England played New Zealand, that the scores are exactly level.
Scores are level, yes. Scores are level.
Gary Morgan will tell us, but I think it's been 10 years since England have played in a game when that has happened. And the tail has folded again for India, actually, isn't it? 376 to 6 to 387 all out.
It tends to happen quite regularly, that, John. If the middle order, the lower middle order, does hang around and bat for a long period of time, the 3 bowlers, the 2 bowlers get blown away very, very quickly. Great effort from England. This pitch is absolutely lifeless. It's got not a great deal in it. And I actually think as long as England can get through these 2 or 3 overs, I mean, this is a good time for England to come off the field. It really is. I think if this was like Headingley, was it Edgbaston? No, Edgbaston. If it was like Edgbaston with 15 overs to go, England being in the field for a long period of time, what is it? Over 100 overs. All of a sudden, you'd worry that England might be 1 down, 2 down, just out of tiredness. If they could get through this period and get over this period, I mean, fresh tomorrow morning, talking about a 1 innings game, and it'll be interesting to see if England try and make the running to get this 1 innings game from an England's point of view at a run rate which will be a lot higher than what India's would be, and whether they give themselves a chance. I mean, we see the weary bowlers walking up the stairs there on our screen. throw through and from the long room into the dressing room stairs. I'm not sure that group can take another 10 wickets on that surface in the next sort of 36 hours. I think that'll be a big ask.
I think you're right, but the pressure's going to be on England because they are going to be caught. As I said when I came on, India have set their stall out to pretty much bat all day. They've just about managed it. England are going to come out tomorrow, however many wickets in hand they've got, and they're going to be caught. They're going to be caught between that, well, we want to set a target because we're that kind of team, but to do so we're going to need to score at a certain rate to enable ourselves to have enough overs to bowl India out. So they'll essentially, ideally, probably want 45 minutes at India late tomorrow, but they don't want to give too much time in which, to allow India to chase down the runs. So it's going to be very, very interesting.
Yeah, I get what you're saying, and I think England will look to win the game. They will try and win the game. I don't think they'll give the game, they give the game up and do anything, really stupid. I can see England batting normally and comfortably the way they go about their business. They're natural scorers, and if they get to tea time and you're going at 4 and a bit and over, then there might be a decision to be made. I think it wouldn't surprise me if England try and win this game by bowling India out in 65 to 75 overs. I don't think England can afford to say, right, we need 95 overs, 98 overs to bowl India out, because I think if they do, they run the risk of putting a lot of pressure on. We've got to remember, we've got no spinner either. Some would argue that we haven't really had too much of a spin option.
Why do you think we don't have a spinner?
Because he's got a busted finger.
Is it his bowling hand finger?
It's not his bowling hand finger, but he hasn't come out.
No.
He hasn't come out, and that would concern me. That they're either thinking, right, we can do it without him, we'll get through this one and keep him for the 4th innings on day 5. He might just have to. He might be able to get it looked as though there was a dislocation there. So whether
it didn't look pretty.
It didn't. No. So whether they can get like a ring block and they can numb that finger and get him out. They could get him bowling on day 5. It gives us another option, but I'm not sure England. I'm not sure they've got the energy in them to turn around and say, right, we've got 98. We want 98 overs to bowl you out. I really don't think I don't think Archer's got it in him. I don't think Stokes has got it in him. And I don't think the 2 seamers who have played back-to-back Test matches got it in them.
First things first, England are going to get through this. They might be bowled out tomorrow before tea,
that's
right?
It. Yeah, and that's the likelier scenario, I think, because I think this is going to turn. I really do think this is going to turn. It would not surprise me here if Jasprit Bumrah bowls the first over.
I was about to say
bowls the second one, and Bumrah goes again and bowls the third one.
I was going to say exactly the same thing, just to make sure that we get 2 overs of Bumrah. Yeah, so the conversation taking place in the back of the box. Jadeja bowls that second over and he takes about a minute and a half. You could get 3 overs in here.
It depends. Both spinners are very, very good at bowling the over quickly. Depending on who's on strike, I think you'll get there's a chance you get a spin option, which would be if Jadeja, if Crawley's on strike, it'll be Jadeja. If Duckett's on strike, it'll be Sundar.
Yeah. The last time, a 1 innings game. This is just the 9th time in history that scores have been level on first innings in a test, and the last time was England versus New Zealand at Headingley in 2015. That was an Ashes year. Adam Lyth played. I think Adam Lyth hit a century in that test match, and I think his dad had decided to go fishing instead of watching the match.
It was, yeah.
And at the time he felt, oh, that's a bit sad, but I'm sure you get another opportunity to see his son. And he never did.
He never did, yeah.
It's
very sad. Yeah, I remember that. Yeah, good lad, Lythy, good lad.
No, he's still playing now, isn't he? Still opening the batting for Yorkshire.
He's a good lad. He's on the franchise stuff as well, Budgie. He's a great kid.
I always thought it was a touch unfortunate because he had he basically, his Test career was coming up against Trent Boult and Tim Southey for New Zealand.
I thought there was a few of them were quite unfortunate.
And Mitchell Stark.
I thought Carberry was quite unfortunate.
Carberry was definitely unfortunate.
Got that series against Australia where he got peppered.
He faced, do you know what? I looked at the stats of that series. He never played a Test again for England after that 13-14 Ashes series. I think he faced something like 5 balls less than David Warner in that series, right? He did what he had to do as an opener. He was coming up against Mitchell Johnson, who he had one series in South Africa where he might have bowled as well as he did in that series, but he certainly never got better. Ryan Harris, who bowled as well as he'd ever bowled in cricket. The team was falling apart, and he batted time, and he never got another opportunity.
Got 40, did he get 49 or was it 51? He got 49 or 51 on one of the innings.
I think
he was pulling. He pulled a couple. He got hit. I think he got hit on the head as well. I thought Carbs was unlucky. I thought Stoneman did not bad. Yeah, Jennings wasn't too bad.
Jennings had a couple of goes at it.
Yeah.
Jennings, I was feeling he might come back for one of the subcontinent tours, and they may do. Sam Robson didn't have many.
No, they went with Lees, didn't they, when they thought Jennings was going to come back.
Yeah. There was a period where Sir Alistair had quite a few partners, didn't he? Nick Compton. He scored a couple of centuries in New Zealand.
He did. He got a couple of centuries in New Zealand, but I always felt with Nick Compton that in English conditions it was a nick-off waiting to happen against the top bowler.
He didn't score fast enough for Trevor Bayliss.
No. He wasn't a bad player, Nick Compton. He had a good, solid defence, but playing out in front of himself, was an area, an issue. I thought good international bowlers would put him into trouble.
He played his last Test innings here against Sri Lanka, I think, and it's one of those, exquisitely painful things to watch when you see a batter who's so. Jennings was the same, actually. That was against India at the Oval Test. I think it was his final innings, and you're just watching these guys, and so much at stake, and they're down on their luck and their form, and they feel like they've been found out by the batter. And every single delivery, you're just watching and thinking, is this the final delivery of your international career?
Lees was the same. Was that in Grenada? Was it in Grenada when? On that tortuous pitch where Myers got runs. Joe's last Test match.
Oh yeah.
And they sort of dug a hole for themselves, didn't they?
No, Lees played after that.
Did he play after that?
Yeah, Lees played after that. Do you know, look at that Test series, right? That Test series was a career killer for about 5 different players.
In different circumstances.
Matthew Fisher, never played again.
There's another bowler as well.
There was. Overton, was it? Overton never played again.
Yeah.
Wokes didn't play. Sakib never hasn't played since. Wokes didn't play for a year and a half after that. Joe Root lost the captaincy.
And Jimmy and Brody dodged a bullet because they didn't go.
They did. Dan Lawrence didn't play again for
quite a while.
Did you see his innings last night, by the way? You would have seen that, Sam, big Surrey fan that you are. I know you are. Well, it was incredible. Came to the crease 16 for 3 and won the game with a 6 in the final over, chasing 220.
So did Johnny Bairstow. He hit, was it? I think it was one of these first balls against Jimmy. He hit Jimmy for 6. In the Roses game, Yorkshire won. Luxton, good player, good young player. Luxton, he got 90. Bairstow got 116. Yorkshire got 230. Won by 15 runs. It was a good game of cricket that last night, actually.
Right then, those cheers will tell you that India fans have stuck around for sure. Jasprit Bumrah about to bowl the first over of England's second innings. We say one innings game quite a lot, but this is a true one innings game. Both teams bowled out for 387. And with 5 minutes left on the clock, certainly going to get 2 overs, you'd think. 3 slips in a gully in place. And first ball, good shape, movement away from Crawley, who lets it go through. So England have faced the first delivery. It's 0 for 0. And I think Jasprit Bumrah, this next ball, might get a little bit closer to the batter as the entire slip cordon decides to step forward and very vocally send messages of encouragement to Jasprit Bumrah, who's quite some way away, so they'd have to get a little bit closer to the batter. Duckett at the other end turns, and Bumrah is in. Crawley waits. This is straight out, clipped away, square of the wicket. Is that going to be one here? And Crawley comes back for 2. England lead.
That's good from Crawley. Yes, it was a leg stump on the hip, but it was a nice balance. Positive stroke, good running. Try and block the scoreboard out. We're going to probably get two overs.
Yeah, it looks like it's going to be 2. I'm not sure we're going to see another Bumrah over. Jadeja's quick, but it's going to take a couple of minutes for this over, especially if there's runs scored from it. 3 minutes left. In fact, Bumrah's a little hold up there. There's Crawley. And he does it again. Steps away from the crease. A little bit of back and forth. He's done it again. The 3rd time in the over. All fun and games. And Bumrah isn't happy. He's done it for the 4th time. He's stepped away. And Shubman Gill isn't impressed at all. Zach Crawley's going through the motions, and it's quite believable to me. But there's some movement behind the bowler's arm. Shubman Gill, who is behind the batter, is saying, "You're having a laugh, mate. There's nothing happening there."
Somebody has stood up, because when he pulled away, there's 4 or 5 cameramen down right in front of us, and they all turned round and they all started laughing and pointing at somebody underneath here. So somebody did stand up.
Right, bowler's ready to go. Crawley's not ready. Cricket is really a quite ridiculous game, isn't it? Now Crawley's ready. Bumrah is in, and is left alone. It's a good delivery though. It's angling in on off stump, and then the swing. 88 miles an hour late in the day, and Siraj has come in to have a word. And Duckett has walked down the track. I mean, this is how not to face a second over. Now Duckett is just walking across the umpire. Bumrah's already running in. Here he comes. It's met with a firm defensive prod by Zach Crawley to cheers within the ground. Not sure we will get a second over at this rate. Steve Harmison.
Yeah, it's good from Zach. Yeah, I think we might. I think the umpires will try and force a second over as much as they possibly can here. And Zach Crawley and Ben Duckett are.
Yeah, the umpire is telling Ben Duckett to get back to. I tell you what, there's going to be some scenes if India take a wicket here, and a few verbals, I think. I'm not sure we're going to get another one. 2 balls left of the day, probably. 3 slips and a gully in place as Bumrah is in. Bowls, and it's defended by Zach Crawley, who just signals up to the dressing room. He's been hit on the glove. He's been hit on the glove. He wants some treatment. Get the spray out. And Jasprit Bumrah is clapping him. In fact, the entire Indian team, they're all clapping him. Shubman Gill's gone over there, and Zach Crawley's just wagging his finger in Shubman Gill's face. Duckett's gone up there. Karun Nair is involved. No, lads, no, you've hit his glove. He needs a bit of treatment.
This is box office. This is box office. This is priceless.
This is what it's all about. For the first time, tensions have just spilt over. India are really unhappy with what's going on here.
I think Ben Duckett came down, and Shubman Gill trying to be sarcastic, going over towards Zach Crawley, giving him the spray. And Ben Duckett's not charged down, but he's eased down from the non-striker's end and gone straight into Shubman Gill's face. Pointed to about a foot away from Ben Duckett was, and basically saying, mate, you were lying on the floor here when the physio came out. so you can go and pipe down and do one. So yeah, I'm fully with Ben Duckett on that one. India have been playing games. India have looked at, trying to waste time so many times in this series. And I think England have just had enough, and they're playing them at their own game here. 1 ball to go.
1 ball. Final delivery of the day. Finally some real drama, and it's Jasprit Bumrah coming in, steaming into Crawley, and he beats the outside edge with an absolute beauty, and Crawley turns around and walks off the field. That's the end of the day. It's been evenly contested throughout. India taking on England with both sides in a battle with this pitch and the ball at times to force through a result. 1-1 with 2 tests to play after this one. It matters so much to both of these sides, and there's still a few words to be had. There's that Crawley waits for Duckett, and actually there's a few smiles as well. Both teams know. Both teams have done it.
Of course they have. Both teams have done it. It just adds to the drama, adds to the theatre. You know exactly what's happening. You play the game. You do. You play the game. If you're a batter, you want to waste time. You don't want to face that extra over. As a bowler, you want to try and get back to your mark as quick as you can, because batter's looking to survive. He's not looking to come at you, and you're there, the one that's making the theatre and making the drama. Jasprit Bumrah, just give Zach Crawley a clip on the finger, which made sure that they only had 1 over tonight. It was a big over for India. It was a good over from Jasprit Bumrah. But as it is, England 2 runs ahead. We've got 2 days left in this game. Series 1-1. I mean, it doesn't get any better. It really doesn't get any better. It's been an absolute epic test series so far. We are halfway through, and at this minute in time, good luck picking the winner.
It's put a smile on my face anyway. It's quite tough going at times over the last 3 days. But
Just going to say,
brilliant.
It's been so boring for a couple of days, and we've had a mad last 25 minutes.
Well, we've had a mad, a 1 innings games. India bowled out 387. Chris Wokes at 3 for 84. There were 2 wickets to Archer and Stokes, who's moved one within 1 wicket of Steve Harmison's England Test wicket on the list. Cast with a wicket, Bashir with 1 as well, but he did dislocate his little finger, not in his bowling hand, but we're waiting to see what part that plays in proceedings over the next couple of days. Well done KL Rahul, his 2nd century of the series, at 70s for Pant and Jadeja, but just when it was looking like India might take a first innings lead and a bit of a bite out of the remaining time in this test match, England came back late in the day to reduce them to 387. Was exactly the same score that England had posted. 376 for 6 became 387 all out, and then we had 1 action-packed over late in the day with Zach Crawley taking 2 runs from the 6 deliveries he faced from Jasprit Bumrah. He made sure he would face no more. Duckett at the other end, all smiles as he walked off. He didn't have to face any of them. We will be back tomorrow. Thanks so much for joining us on the talkSPORT Cricket YouTube channel. There will be plenty of content being posted up on the channel very shortly. Super Over with Jarrod and Jeremy, following on with Harmy and Manners, and maybe Jeremy. And then we'll be back tomorrow for more action. But for now, thanks for joining us on the talkSPORT Cricket YouTube channel.